One more at the end. Did you turn it off?
Turn one off.
Your mic?
Marcus, I think, did.
Where's your mic on? Oh, I turned it off. Okay, you're good.
Because I was talking mad.
You know, you're gonna probably have to dump it down there.
Your mic stand hurricane force winds. I know, right? Surprising.
Yeah, you're gonna because Brian, right in front back of you. There you go. You're all set. Hmm? Did you come from home? No. Get back in. That's not going to work? No, I'm going to have to lean down. Otherwise, Ed won't get a shot. Hmm? Yeah, just break the whole thing.
See that tripod right there? Excuse me, sorry guys, I'm gonna have to get through. I'm with the Bloom firm. I'm Lisa's assistant.
Yeah, you need the
Yes.
Yeah. They'll pass it over to you, and then when you're ready, you put it back where you want.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. We're here.
It's hot in here.
It is hot.
Remember, just that red button twice.
You never know. Take one.
You guys say right hand. Sorry? It's gonna happen exactly at 9 a.m. Do you know if the view is good?
Yeah, that looks great.
Okay. When you hit
2 minutes.
not yet. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, you get the monitor too.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'll let you guys know when someone hit it for me.
Everybody's mic is good?
I'll let you know when. I'll tell you when.
Which button is it?
It says live at the bottom. Should be blue.
The little blue square
Yeah.
rectangle? Yes. It should be.
Okay.
I get it. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
She's gonna probably walk away for a minute, and then she's gonna come back and tell everybody like the procedure, what's gonna happen. So
It's almost at the end.
Hey, Brooke is on her way up with live view. You're not gonna be able to set it up while they're doing it. Right?
It goes fast as she gets here.
Okay.
it's about to happen.
You should- This way. It's called subtle.
But we guys, can you please drop this
Check,
space
1, 2,
and
check,
room
check,
right over here for them to
check.
walk in.
Check, 1, 2, check, check. Check, 1, 2, check, check.
Yeah, we're like a minute away. I think he went to find Brooke to get the live view. Hey, so if she comes,
There we go.
yeah, and then I'll try to. Okay.
Guys at the door, let us know when they're coming in.
Let us know when they're coming. Let us know.
They may not be able to get in. Yeah.
What's that?
Will I be able to get you to squeeze in as they come up the hallway?
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right, for those of you just joining us who may not know what this story's about, well, Kathy Griffin, the comedian, posing with a severed head, or what appeared to be a severed head of President Trump in a photo shoot. The story breaking earlier this week, Kathy Griffin, the comedian, facing massive backlash from both the right and the left. People shocked that she could pose with such a disturbing image. Kathy Griffin, the comedian, came out and apologized on social media. As a result of this photo, she lost her job co-hosting the New Year's Eve event on CNN, and there she is now. Looks like the press conference is starting.
Good morning.
Wait. Who's got a feedback thing going on? You gotta fix that. Hear that? Someone's gotta turn that off.
Let's clean up the microphone.
Come on. Someone's got that feedback on.
I don't hear it.
You don't
I hear it. All right.
Everybody in the room hears it. We hear it.
There it is.
Okay.
It's that radio guy in the back of the booth.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm civil rights attorney Lisa Bloom, and I'm very proud to represent Kathy Griffin. Kathy is not only one of the funniest humans alive, she has been a bold advocate for women, the LGBT community, people of color, and veterans for many years, including numerous stand-up performances for the troops in Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, and Uzbekistan, places that many other entertainers were too scared to go. She is also the proud daughter of a vet. During the campaign, Donald Trump said of a female reporter who had called him out on misogyny, quote, "She had blood coming out of her eyes. She had blood coming out of her wherever." Kathy did not forget that disgusting remark, for which Trump has never apologized. Kathy teamed up recently with a photographer to mock Trump, our mocker-in-chief. What would it look like if his own insults were turned on him? Wearing a pussy bow blouse in a nod to his caught-on-tape bragging about grabbing women's genitals, she held up a Trump mask with fake blood coming out of the eyes and coming out of the wherever in full hyperbole with a stern look on her face. As she said in her social media posts accompanying the photo, quote, I captioned this, "There was blood coming out of his eyes, blood coming out of his wherever." It was a parody of Trump's own sexist remarks, taken to an extreme, absurdist visual. Like many edgy works of artistic expression, the photo could be interpreted different ways, and Kathy was fine with that. But Kathy never imagined that it could be misinterpreted as a threat of violence against Trump. That was never what she intended. She has never threatened or committed an act of violence against anyone. Her life's work is to make people laugh. And as soon as she learned that this is how it was being received, she was horrified, and she took down the picture, and she asked the photographer to take it down, and as fast as possible, she videoed a heartfelt apology, literally begging us for forgiveness. That should have been the end of it. Many male artists have created far more disturbing imagery. A Marilyn Manson music video shows him beheading a Trump figure. The band Municipal Waste has an image of Trump with a bloody gunshot to his head on a band t-shirt. The band GWAR has had violent images like this for president after president for years. They're all just considered bad boys. Unlike these male artists, Kathy apologized. Unlike these male artists, Kathy has endured the most powerful man in America and his family using their power to target her and her employers after she apologized. The president took a break from his busy schedule of tweeting nonsense words to target her satire, calling her sick. Melania Trump, who has remained silent about her husband's effort to deny health care to 24 million Americans, cut Meals on Wheels and Planned Parenthood, chose to break her silence on news events to personally challenge Kathy's mental health. Donald Trump Jr. took a break from killing leopards and elephants to hound CNN and its anchors on Twitter to try to get them not just to fire her, but to ban her from the network where she has worked for 10 years entirely, presumably forever. But that wasn't enough. He also targeted a children's book author in his tweets, suggesting that his followers contact the publisher to fire him because Don Jr. didn't like one of his jokes that was supportive of Kathy Griffin. The message is clear. Criticize the president, lose your job. And that's what happened to Kathy, and more. As a result of the First family's bullying of her and of those she does business with, Kathy has been vilified. She's been receiving a lot of death threats. She's had her personal website and her social media channels shut down, been fired from multiple jobs, and had multiple events canceled. The Secret Service has reached out to her. The Secret Service has reached out to a comedian. She has had to retain a criminal attorney who is here today, Dmitry Gorin. That's Dmitrygorin. And he can answer questions at the end about his work. For the first time in history that we are aware of, the President of the United States and his family is personally attempting to ruin a comedian. This has been a living nightmare for Kathy. She works hard, and she has millions of global fans, including me, but she lacks a TV network or a giant team behind her. And she has been suffering through this virtually alone, as every kind of vile threat has poured in. She has been advised not to leave her home, not to go online, not to receive deliveries, as the beatdown of Kathy Griffin rises to a crescendo. It stops here. It stops now. This is insane. Ted Nugent threatened to kill President Obama. Trump invited Ted Nugent to the White House. Trump does not realistically fear 56-year-old, 110-pound Kathy Griffin. Trump himself is currently facing 2 lawsuits for inciting violence at his rallies when he told his followers to, quote, knock the crap out of protesters or, quote, punch him in the face. Kathy has a First Amendment right to make whatever provocative art she chooses. Whether or not you get or like her artistic expression, in America, Kathy has the right to publicly parody the president. In Russia, feminist artists Pussy Riot were imprisoned for 2 years by Trump's buddy Putin. In the U.S., the Supreme Court has ruled in a series of long-standing bedrock constitutional cases that political satire is protected, and the government cannot retaliate against citizens for it. That's an important legal right that is now under attack as journalists, networks, and artists fear retribution from Trump and his administration. He is hoping for a chilling effect on artists like Kathy and other artists. He has said he wants to sue people who criticize him. Nope, that is authoritarianism, and we will not have it. Kathy has made a decision. She is not going to stop speaking out for women, for LGBT rights, for vets, and for others. She will continue to be the fierce, brutally honest shero that millions love. She will continue to push the edges of our comfort level and beyond, to challenge us and to make us think. Thank you for that, Kathy, because we need you right now. I stand with Kathy, and I will fight for her First Amendment right to create whatever art she chooses and oppose anyone who tries to punish her for it. And we will both continue to use our skills to resist Trump, whose budget would deny heat in the winter to poor people, cut grants to help poor kids go to college, cut funding for the arts, cut NPR, cut PBS, and cut medical research. We stand against his anti-science climate change denial and his dangerous withdrawal from the Paris Accord. Yesterday, just yesterday, Trump drafted a new order that would deny birth control benefits to hundreds of thousands of American women. His misogyny knows no bounds and cries out for all of us to express ourselves as forcefully as possible against him. It is Trump who should apologize for his blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever, disgusting comment, which he has never done, and for being the most woman-hating and tyrannical president in U.S. history. Kathy Griffin will now make some comments. Kathy.
Thank you, Lisa. Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Griffin. I am really nervous right now. I've never done a press conference. I don't really know how they work. Feel free to jump in. And when I get nervous, I like make jokes, so I'm probably gonna like stumble and stuff.
She's gonna make some comments and then we'll do questions, okay?
I sort of had a speech prepared,
So
but
let her
like
talk.
my notes are by the wayside. It's all off the cuff. Look, I'm not afraid of Donald Trump. He's a bully. I've dealt with older white guys trying to keep me down my whole life, my whole career. I'm a woman in a very male-dominated field. I love what I do. I love making people laugh more than anything in the world. And I have learned over the years that sometimes when you do stand-up, and I've done it in a war zone, and I've done it at Walter Reed Hospital, and I've done it at Carnegie Hall, sometimes people want, a joke that's out there and a little crazy. So regarding the image that I participated in, that apology absolutely stands. I feel horrible. I have performed in war zones. The idea that this, made people think of this tragedy, to have been touched by this tragedy, is horrifying and it's horrible. Trust me, if I could redo the whole thing, I would have had a blow-up doll and no ketchup. I make mistakes. I'm an out-there comedian. I'm an in-your-face comedian. But I just wanted to say, if you don't stand up, you get run over. And what's happening to me has never happened, ever, in the history of this great country, which is that a sitting president of the United States and his grown children and the First Lady are I feel personally, trying to ruin my life forever. Forever. You guys know him. He's never going to stop. I know him. Let me talk to like a camera like I'm talking to him. And I might make a couple jokes because I'm super nervous. Everyone's pointing to their camera. I'll just, this one. All right, I'll sort of look in this direction. All right, so I know him. All right, so the Donald, it's me, the Kathy. And if you guys don't know this, if you meet him, he wants you to call him the Donald, which I've always thought was the weird. And I remember saying to him the first time, okay, I'm the Kathy, and that went right over his nest. Okay, that was a joke about his hair, but I have seen eggs in it. Like I think I've seen, allegedly, I am teasing the president because this is America, and you shouldn't have to die for it. The death threats that I'm getting are constant, and they are detailed, and they are serious, and they are specific. And today it's me, and tomorrow it could be you. So, yeah, I'm an obnoxious comedian. I'm not the most famous person in the world. I'm just standing here with Lisa. I have an amazing First Amendment attorney, Alan Isaacman. If you're not familiar with his work, he won the landmark case, The People versus Larry Flint. I believe so passionately about this. If I don't stand up and say this, I'm afraid there's going to be some 12-year-old nerdy girl like me in Forest Park, Illinois, who's going to maybe be watching me to see what I do. And this bully and this president, of all people, is going to come after me? He picked the wrong redhead. And he's sort of a redhead, although it's sort of like a parfait cup. So sometimes. I mean, there's like a red and then like a yellow, and I don't know. I think Melania does a lot of nice and easy. I don't know, but maybe she doesn't. The point, I digress. So that's what I do, you guys. I improvise. I try jokes. My mouth is really dry because I'm so nervous. But I don't want this to happen to anyone else. I tour for a living. I love doing it. I perform everywhere people want me to laugh. And honestly, one night it's a performing arts center, and the next night it's 2 shows in the Potawatomi, Wisconsin casino. And there's been a change, a real shift change. And, you know, starting maybe about 18 months ago, where Fox News ain't got nothing on me. Although I think you should know, my mother, who thinks Fox News is real, is not speaking to me because she's in love with Tucker Carlson. So I'm even in trouble with my mother. So don't worry, everyone hates me. I do. I need water. I'm probably shaking. And I'm afraid I'm going to get that under boob sweat, which is really the bad one. That was not appropriate, right? That wasn't appropriate. Okay, so I'm not good at being appropriate. I only know how to do comedy one way. It's in-your-face comedy. I keep it real. I'm going to make fun of the president. And you know what? I'm going to make fun of him more now. More. So I'm not going to threaten him. I have no desire to harm him or anyone. I would never want to harm anybody. But, you know, I've made fun of W. I made fun of Clinton. Oh, God, remember the Monica dress days? Those were the days. You could make dress jokes all day long, and nobody tried to kill you. You shouldn't have to die for this. I'm under a Secret Service investigation.
And the first family did not come after you with any of the other presidents. You know, it is
Yes.
so unpresidential for them to
and
respond
I
to a
get
comic.
I get what I am. I'm the shiny object. I get it. We all know what's going on here. They're using me as the shiny object so that nobody's talking about his FBI investigation. All right, I get it. And I made a horrible, horrible mistake, and I made a horrible call. I understand. But everywhere I go, people actually come up to me. And like I said, I go everywhere. It's what I do. And they say, you know, oh, I'm a housewife and my kids have been driving me crazy, and oh, I just needed 2 hours to blow off some steam, and I'm glad you went there and you're saying the things I'm thinking. Those are my peeps. I'm not for everybody. I'm barely an acquired taste, frankly. On a good day, I'm an acquired taste. But honestly, my whole career, I'm 56 years old. I'm 110 pounds wet. I've had everybody turn on me, and I just want to make people laugh. That's all I want to do. So I screwed up. But I want the gay guy who came to see me in Lake Charles, Louisiana a few weeks ago, who said, I wanted to come here because I'm scared to come out. But I get to come here and laugh for 2 hours. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I'm here. It's honestly, it's not for me. It's for them. I think a few people might actually be watching me, and I want them to see this old dame. I'm not laying down for this guy. I'm going to make fun of him. I'm going to make jokes about him and the housewives and Kardashians. But, you know, he does provide a lot of material. I mean, you got to be honest. It's a good time to be a comedian. It's scary to be a citizen, but it's a good time to be a comedian.
That's great. Should we take some questions?
Did I do everything wrong? I did everything wrong. I did everything wrong.
Okay.
I don't know how this part works.
Okay, let's start over here. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. In December 9th, reporter
Hi.
Shira Levine, quoted you as saying that you were happy to deliver a beatdown to Donald Trump and also to Barron, and that you, quote, wanted to go down hard on Donald and go direct for Barron Trump.
When is this quote
So
from?
this is a quote.
Yeah, I've said that in my act.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She said that in her act. So she
Years,
admits,
years ago.
So you admitted you're going after Barron Trump. Is that what this is all about?
is she
To
going
piss
after
off
I
Barron
think
Trump?
a comic should be able to make fun of everybody. Like
And
I
I
make.
apologize. My question was for Lisa.
Oh.
So
Oh.
Are you aware that your client is trying to go after Barron Trump?
Okay, so that's a ridiculous, misleading question, and no, she hasn't said a single word here today about Barron. You're talking about something from a comedy act from years ago, I think. And let me talk about this issue of children. Okay, we can have edgy comics in America. Comics can say things that are not appropriate for children. Comics can create images that are not appropriate for children. Many things on the news are not appropriate for children. I'm a parent of 2 adult children and a teenage foster son. It is my job as a parent to filter out what is appropriate for my children. It is not the job of a comic to filter everything down to the level of an 11-year-old. She gets to make the comedy and the art that she wants to make, and the parents decide what's appropriate
So
for
follow-up,
children.
you think every news
we
organization can block out Trump can block out every news organization tweeting out this photo.
You know
think
what?
one
There's a
parent
lot of
could actually do
disgusting
that?
stuff about Trump on the news every day, like the fact that he's making us the laughing stock of the
But why
world.
did she go after Barron
Okay,
Trump
you know
at
what? There are
10
other people here. She did not. Wait, hold on. She did not go after a 10-year. Nothing
That's
in
her
her
quote.
piece had to do with Barron. So you're trying to make something that doesn't exist.
I make fun of everybody in my act. I make fun of I'm like one of those people that makes fun of everybody in my act, myself the most. But I'm super real, and I sort of have this gauge. If it's real or it's shocking, and sometimes I say shocking things to kind of wake people up. But yeah, I said that during a live show. I make fun of everybody in my act. I make, you know.
You said you feel about the fact that he was traumatized?
Well, allegedly. We don't know that. You're assuming that everything the Trumps say is true. And in fact, we know that many of the things that the Trumps say are false. So again, comedians get to be edgy. Comedians get to use 4-letter words. Comedians get to make visual representations that are not appropriate for children. News organizations can decide what they're going to put on daytime TV, and parents can decide what's appropriate for their children to see. Next question.
Kathy,
I'm also not appropriate for children, I would say, across the board. Like, trust me, like when I used to do a joke in my act when I was doing clubs, when I would, sometimes someone would shout out, "I've got a kid here." And I'd say, "Well, you're at the wrong effing place." Like, I'm very open about that.
Yeah.
I'm, you know, this is the kind of comedy I do. So it's the style of comedy that I do.
Kathy, you said you've been bullied by the Trump family. Have they reached out to you outside of social media?
I don't think they have to. My impression is that they have mobilized their armies or their bots or whatever they do. Like I said, it's quite clear to me that they're trying to use me as a distraction, and I'm not going to be collateral damage for this fool.
Kathy,
I think he's a fool. So I'm going to say I think the president
we're
is
sort
a
of
fool.
going
So
around this way. So.
I can say that.
Do you have fear for your career after this storm dies down?
Absolutely. I don't think I will have a career after this. I think he, I'm going to be honest, he broke me. He broke me. He broke. And then I was like, no, this isn't right. It's just not right. And I apologized because that was the right thing to do and I meant it. And then I saw the tide turning and I saw what they were doing and I went, oh, okay, they're trying to spin this and they're making it about Barron, and obviously that was never my intent. I would never want to hurt anyone, much less a child, but I started to see what was really happening, and then it was a mob mentality pile-on. And so many people have expressed to me personally across the country at my shows, they're scared. So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get arrested today. I don't know.
What do you
but
think
I have
about
to
CNN
stand
firing
up.
you?
Excuse me?
What do you think about CNN firing you?
It's hurtful to me.
It's hurtful.
Yeah.
It's censorship is what it is. I'll say it more bluntly.
I just-
She worked there for 10 years.
Look,
She was the
there's a
best
bunch
thing
of-
about New Year's Eve.
There's a bunch of old white guys trying to silence me, and I'm just here to say that's wrong. You don't have to like me, but you shouldn't silence a comic.
As Larry King said, Ted Turner would never have done it. Can we go around? Okay, I
Lisa,
think we're over
has
here.
Kathy talked to Anderson? Have you had a chance to talk to Anderson Cooper yet?
Has the Secret Service talked to you?
So Secret Service questions. This is Dimitri Gorn.
Sure.
Go ahead. Let me see.
I'm Dimitri Gorn. I'm the criminal defense
Can you move
attorney.
to your left, sir?
Sure. We're representing Kathy in the criminal investigation, which we believe is going to be closed, and we're going to fully cooperate with the Secret Service in their investigation. We don't even think it should have ever been opened. She basically exercised her First Amendment rights to tell a joke, and when you look at everything in the media, all the times entertainers make videos or express themselves in other ways, you've never seen an entertainer, let alone a comedian, be subject to a criminal investigation. It's really outrageous. And I believe she's going to be cleared. I believe the Secret Service is, doing their job, I suppose, anytime they perceive there's a threat. But there really wasn't a threat. Ms. Griffin has expressed to you. It was just a bad joke. She's apologized for it, and we believe the Secret Service investigation should be closed as quickly as possible.
Kathy, do you think that if you were a male comic, they would be coming after you this hard? The
No,
Trump family?
no, cut the crap. This wouldn't be happening to a guy. This is a woman thing, all right? I'm just going to come out and say it. And I'm sorry if you don't agree with me, but I live it. I'm 56 years old. Everywhere I play, there's a male promoter. There's a male who owns a theater. The people who sign my checks are white guys. They're usually older white guys. I've been living this my whole career. I've been fighting this. And stuff like that happens, which is a moment for a comic. It's funny. It's called prop comedy. It's not my area. But there are other people that I can send you to that are better at it. That's what I do, guys.
Kathy, given the chance.
And then I cry, I guess, sometimes.
Given the chance, what would you say to Melania, Obama, and Trump?
Do you have anything to say to them?
I don't think so.
Okay, she doesn't have anything to say to them.
Kathy, critics might say, do you really think, with all that's going on in the world, the White House is going to mobilize with old white men to ruin your career?
They have. Why
It's
are you
on Twitter.
Why are you doubting it? It is all over Twitter, but it's coming directly from the President of the United States to a 56-year-old female comedian who has no studio backing her, no network backing her. I don't have a big franchise movie coming out. He picked me. Don't you get it? I'm the easiest target. It's D-list comedian Kathy Griffin. You know what my life is? I go town to town with my bucket of dick jokes, and I try to make people laugh as hard as I can. Did I say that? I meant... Okay, but first of all, I didn't grab anybody's you-know-what, so...
Kathy, what do you say to Melania saying that you have mental health issues?
Well, I think there's a lot of people in this administration that seem like super nuts, and I feel like it's weird that you guys or anybody's acting like they're not like nuts. Like they seem like a bunch of nut jobs. I feel like
But I also want to say something else. You know, Kathy Griffin and Donald Trump are not equals. He is the President of the United States. We used to say that with great power comes great responsibility. We used to hold our presidents to a standard that they don't criticize artists and comedians. I mean, that is the point here. He's not just Donald Trump, real estate developer, having a celebrity feud. He's using the power of the federal government against her. There's a Secret Service investigation of her, which is completely ridiculous. And he and his family is calling on Twitter for her to be fired from her job.
All my jobs.
That's what this
Everything.
is about. Yeah, 1 is not enough. 2 is not enough. Anybody who supports her should get fired from his job. That is outrageous and unprecedented.
Kathy, how many jobs have you lost? How many jobs have you lost so far this week? How many cancellations of concerts?
Up to date, I think I've had 5 cancellations of concerts. I have to say the most ironic one is a casino in Albuquerque. I'm just saying there's some irony there.
What did you think of those first few hours?
Okay, so you guys want the story of what I was thinking? Is that correct?
Didn't you speak to Tyler in the morning, and didn't he ask you if you were ready to
Make some noise? Yes. Okay. So what happened was so simple and so silly that I'm just going to have to tell you it honestly, but I know it's going to sound probably stupid. Okay, so my day job, as you know, is I go around the country and I stand in front of a microphone and I write all my own material, and I've done 23 stand-up comedy specials, more than any comedian, male or female, living or dead. And the reason I say obnoxious stuff like that is because I want young women watching this to know you can break a man's record. Yes. And I did it just to break a man's record. And by the way, I then broke my own record. Yes. So that same woman, if she's doubting herself, goes, dang, she didn't break her own. And people ask me why, and I go, just because I felt I had to. All right, so that's like my big thing, right? So what happened was, you know, I'm a comic and I'm an actress, and I've had a reality show and a talk show and 3 shows with my name in the title, etc. I've been on Law and Order. I've done all kinds of jobs. And so part of my life is I do all sorts of crazy things. I do stand-up comedy. I filmed a spoof of the film Annie entitled Granny, where I played the oldest orphan who was not adopted unfairly. So, you know what I mean? And I just did it for nothing with my friends, for free, for fun. So Tyler Shields is a photographer who I think is super artsy-fartsy, as my mother would say. I don't know if I swore.
Not really.
Okay. And I'm very, very vulgar. I'm too vulgar for children, by far. Don't let your children near me or come to my show. Don't bring them. All right. So anyway, we get together every couple of years and we do really ridiculous photo shoots. And I know his history, and some of his work is, I think, powerful. So he does sort of glamorous things, and you know, he took a picture of me in the morning where I looked about 15, and that was fun. And then we did this really ridiculous picture of me laying out in the backyard in a latex bikini, which you're not going to be able to unsee. But anyway, obviously I'm making fun of the fact that I'm 56 years old and I have a banging bikini body and I'm in everybody's face, and by the way, here's my cellulite. You know, that's what I do. I turn things on its ear. And then some of his work I thought was powerful. He did an image of a bus full of African American people reading the title of the paper the day JFK died. And that was powerful. He did an image that was powerful of an African American man lynching a Klan member. Powerful. So I know he goes there. So every shoot we do one like, we think of the song, let's give him something to talk about. We give him something to talk about. We put about 5 minutes thought into this. I apologize. I really screwed up. It was the end of the day. We've been doing all these silly photos. And I said, as I said on the tape, all right, let's get in trouble. Let's give him something to talk about. And, of course you got to make fun of Trump, the most obvious. And there's so much there. And so I started thinking about that Megyn Kelly thing. And by the way, I'm sure Megyn Kelly can't stand me, but I don't care because I'm always going to stick up for a woman who I feel is being demeaned by Trump, even if they don't like me, all right? So I thought of that, blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her everywhere. And the guys went in the kitchen and they were making fake blood with ketchup, and I didn't have a full prop. And so I had like a styrofoam wig head, and I sent out my assistant to get, like a mask from a party store, and we were stuffing it with Kleenex. The whole thing took minutes. And then I thought, well, let's make this really obvious that I'm really making an absurdist, artsy, statement-y thing. And that, by the way, that's the technical term. And so for a few photos, I was holding up this wig head, and then we kept making the hair crazier because we wanted to make it clear to people this was intentionally over the top. And I was very stoic, which I never am. You guys know I'm like frenetic and stuff. Well, you're right. If frenetic is a disease, I have that. She might be right about that. I'm not a physician, but after this, I might try it. Anyway, so we just took these pictures, and it was interesting. There were a few people in the house. No, I didn't do it for any money. I don't know if Tyler got paid. I don't think so, but just give him something to talk about. And it was done in minutes. And people around the room had different interpretations. One person said, it's almost poignant. It's like you're feeling sad for the country. And I thought, that's interesting. So that's what it is. You interpret it the way you want.
But there was
Kathy, are you asking for an apology now from President Trump because of what he's done to you?
Can I just add one thing? There was never an intention to threaten anyone with this photograph. This was really an expression, a comedic expression, a political satire. And the fact that there's an open Secret Service investigation is really ridiculous because it's never happened to any artist before. So she was being funny.
Kathy,
So let's do last question.
What kind of reaction?
Anderson Cooper called your photo disgusting. Do you think that was him talking, or do you think he was pressured into saying that?
Kathy?
How can we know?
I don't know. I thought that hurt. That's all. I really.
Okay.
Last question. You've already asked.
Kathy, I saw some tape of you at the end of the photo shoot, and you made some comments off the cuff, like, I know we're going to go to prison over this.
Right, we're going to go to Mexico.
So
yeah.
What kind of reaction were you expecting?
Okay, so like I did a picture with Tyler a couple years ago, and it was like a statement picture, right? And I used it for some of my tour stops, and some of the stops thought it was too creepy. And it was a photo of a man's hand with scissors trying to cut my tongue out, as in men trying to silence a woman. Like, you get it, it's pretty obvious, right? And so I thought it was similar to that level. I thought, okay, I know I'm going to get some, as my mother would say, guff for this, but I did not think that people would be trying to murder me and mobilize other people to murder me. And I wish the president would govern instead of trying to do whatever he's trying to do.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Of this
Thank
First Amendment
you.
expression
Okay.
of you beheading
Okay.
Lisa Bloom.
Okay.
What is your opinion of that First Amendment
Sir,
expression
sir, you've
of
already
you
asked questions.
beheading Lisa Bloom? Is there a question? Is there a comment you would have about this image of beheading Lisa Bloom? I wonder. This is a First Amendment protected expression, and we really ought to make sure that nobody gets bullied as a result of this. And the woman outside that handed it to me, she should not be bullied. Okay, we want to make sure that this First Amendment expression is protected, and I'm sure Kathy will protect it. Thank you.
Who are you with? Who are you with? Who are you with?
Gateway Pundit.
What's your name?
Jim Hoff.
All right, everyone. For those of you who missed any part of this press conference, we're going to replay it for you in full here on News Now. We are going to watch a replay here on News Now. For those of you who missed the beginning of this press conference, stay tuned for that. That replay coming up in just a minute, right here on Fox 10 News Now. We appreciate all of you guys tuning in for this live event.
Wait. Who's got a feedback thing going on? You gotta fix that. Hear that?
Yep.
Someone's gotta turn that off.
Let's clean out the microphone.
Come on. Someone's got that feedback on.
I don't hear it.
You don't hear it?
I hear it. All right.
Everybody in the room hears it. We hear it.
There it is.
Okay.
I think it's that radio guy in the back of the booth.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm civil rights attorney Lisa Bloom, and I'm very proud to represent Kathy Griffin. Kathy is not only one of the funniest humans alive, she has been a bold advocate for women, the LGBT community, people of color, and veterans for many years, including numerous stand-up performances for the troops in Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, and Uzbekistan, places that many other entertainers were too scared to go. She is also the proud daughter of a vet. During the campaign, Donald Trump said of a female reporter who had called him out on misogyny, quote, "She had blood coming out of her eyes. She had blood coming out of her wherever." Kathy did not forget that disgusting remark, for which Trump has never apologized. Kathy teamed up recently with a photographer to mock Trump, our mocker-in-chief. What would it look like if his own insults were turned on him? Wearing a pussy bow blouse in a nod to his caught-on-tape bragging about grabbing women's genitals, she held up a Trump mask with fake blood coming out of the eyes and coming out of the wherever in full hyperbole with a stern look on her face. As she said in her social media posts accompanying the photo, quote, I captioned this, "There was blood coming out of his eyes, blood coming out of his wherever." It was a parody of Trump's own sexist remarks, taken to an extreme, absurdist visual. Like many edgy works of artistic expression, the photo could be interpreted different ways, and Kathy was fine with that. But Kathy never imagined that it could be misinterpreted as a threat of violence against Trump. That was never what she intended. She has never threatened or committed an act of violence against anyone. Her life's work is to make people laugh. And as soon as she learned that this is how it was being received, she was horrified, and she took down the picture, and she asked the photographer to take it down, and as fast as possible, she videoed a heartfelt apology, literally begging us for forgiveness. That should have been the end of it. Many male artists have created far more disturbing imagery. A Marilyn Manson music video shows him beheading a Trump figure. The band Municipal Waste has an image of Trump with a bloody gunshot to his head on a band t-shirt. The band GWAR has had violent images like this for president after president for years. They're all just considered bad boys. Unlike these male artists, Kathy apologized. Unlike these male artists, Kathy has endured the most powerful man in America and his family using their power to target her and her employers after she apologized. The president took a break from his busy schedule of tweeting nonsense words to target her satire, calling her sick. Melania Trump, who has remained silent about her husband's effort to deny health care to 24 million Americans, cut Meals on Wheels and Planned Parenthood, chose to break her silence on news events to personally challenge Kathy's mental health. Donald Trump Jr. took a break from killing leopards and elephants to hound CNN and its anchors on Twitter to try to get them not just to fire her, but to ban her from the network where she has worked for 10 years entirely, presumably forever. But that wasn't enough. He also targeted a children's book author in his tweets, suggesting that his followers contact the publisher to fire him because Don Jr. didn't like one of his jokes that was supportive of Kathy Griffin. The message is clear. Criticize the president, lose your job. And that's what happened to Kathy, and more. As a result of the First family's bullying of her and of those she does business with, Kathy has been vilified. She's been receiving a lot of death threats. She's had her personal website and her social media channels shut down, been fired from multiple jobs, and had multiple events canceled. The Secret Service has reached out to her. The Secret Service has reached out to a comedian. She has had to retain a criminal attorney who is here today, Dmitry Gorin. That's Dmitrygorin. And he can answer questions at the end about his work. For the first time in history that we are aware of, the President of the United States and his family is personally attempting to ruin a comedian. This has been a living nightmare for Kathy. She works hard, and she has millions of global fans, including me, but she lacks a TV network or a giant team behind her. And she has been suffering through this virtually alone, as every kind of vile threat has poured in. She has been advised not to leave her home, not to go online, not to receive deliveries, as the beatdown of Kathy Griffin rises to a crescendo. It stops here. It stops now. This is insane. Ted Nugent threatened to kill President Obama. Trump invited Ted Nugent to the White House. Trump does not realistically fear 56-year-old, 110-pound Kathy Griffin. Trump himself is currently facing 2 lawsuits for inciting violence at his rallies when he told his followers to, quote, knock the crap out of protesters or, quote, punch him in the face. Kathy has a First Amendment right to make whatever provocative art she chooses. Whether or not you get or like her artistic expression, in America, Kathy has the right to publicly parody the president. In Russia, feminist artists Pussy Riot were imprisoned for 2 years by Trump's buddy Putin. In the U.S., the Supreme Court has ruled in a series of long-standing bedrock constitutional cases that political satire is protected, and the government cannot retaliate against citizens for it. That's an important legal right that is now under attack as journalists, networks, and artists fear retribution from Trump and his administration. He is hoping for a chilling effect on artists like Kathy and other artists. He has said he wants to sue people who criticize him. Nope, that is authoritarianism, and we will not have it. Kathy has made a decision. She is not going to stop speaking out for women, for LGBT rights, for vets, and for others. She will continue to be the fierce, brutally honest shero that millions love. She will continue to push the edges of our comfort level and beyond, to challenge us and to make us think. Thank you for that, Kathy, because we need you right now. I stand with Kathy, and I will fight for her First Amendment right to create whatever art she chooses and oppose anyone who tries to punish her for it. And we will both continue to use our skills to resist Trump, whose budget would deny heat in the winter to poor people, cut grants to help poor kids go to college, cut funding for the arts, cut NPR, cut PBS, and cut medical research. We stand against his anti-science climate change denial and his dangerous withdrawal from the Paris Accord. Yesterday, just yesterday, Trump drafted a new order that would deny birth control benefits to hundreds of thousands of American women. His misogyny knows no bounds and cries out for all of us to express ourselves as forcefully as possible against him. It is Trump who should apologize for his blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever, disgusting comment, which he has never done, and for being the most woman-hating and tyrannical president in U.S. history. Kathy Griffin will now make some comments. Kathy.
Thank you, Lisa. Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Griffin. I am really nervous right now. I've never done a press conference. I don't really know how they work. Feel free to jump in. And when I get nervous, I like make jokes, so I'm probably gonna like stumble and stuff.
She's gonna make some comments and then we'll do questions, okay?
I sort of had a speech prepared,
So
but
let her
like
talk.
my notes are by the wayside. It's all off the cuff. Look, I'm not afraid of Donald Trump. He's a bully. I've dealt with older white guys trying to keep me down my whole life, my whole career. I'm a woman in a very male-dominated field. I love what I do. I love making people laugh more than anything in the world. And I have learned over the years that sometimes when you do stand-up, and I've done it in a war zone, and I've done it at Walter Reed Hospital, and I've done it at Carnegie Hall, sometimes people want, you know, a joke that's out there and a little crazy. So regarding the image that I participated in, that apology absolutely stands. I feel horrible. I have performed in war zones. The idea that this, you know, made people think of this tragedy, to have been touched by this tragedy, is horrifying and it's horrible. Trust me, if I could redo the whole thing, I would have had a blow-up doll and no ketchup. You know, I make mistakes. I'm an out-there comedian. I'm an in-your-face comedian. But I just wanted to say, you know, if you don't stand up, you get run over. And what's happening to me has never happened, ever, in the history of this great country, which is that a sitting president of the United States and his grown children and the First Lady are personally, I feel, personally, trying to ruin my life forever. Forever. You guys know him. He's never going to stop. I know him. Let me talk to like a camera like I'm talking to him. And I might make a couple jokes because I'm super nervous. Everyone's pointing to their camera. I'll just, this one. All right, I'll sort of look in this direction. All right, so I know him. All right, so the Donald, it's me, the Kathy. And if you guys don't know this, if you meet him, he wants you to call him the Donald, which I've always thought was the weird. And I remember saying to him the first time, okay, I'm the Kathy, and that went right over his nest. Okay, that was a joke about his hair, but I have seen eggs in it. Like I think I've seen, allegedly, I am teasing the president because this is America, and you shouldn't have to die for it. The death threats that I'm getting are constant, and they are detailed, and they are serious, and they are specific. And today it's me, and tomorrow it could be you. So, yeah, I'm an obnoxious comedian. I'm not the most famous person in the world. I'm just standing here with Lisa. I have an amazing First Amendment attorney, Alan Isaacman. If you're not familiar with his work, he won the landmark case, The People versus Larry Flint. I believe so passionately about this. If I don't stand up and say this, I'm afraid there's going to be some 12-year-old nerdy girl like me in Forest Park, Illinois, who's going to maybe be watching me to see what I do. And this bully and this president, of all people, is going to come after me? He picked the wrong redhead. And he's sort of a redhead, although it's sort of like a parfait cup sometimes. I mean, there's like a red and then like a yellow, and I don't know. I think Melania does a lot of nice and easy. I don't know, but maybe she doesn't. The point, I digress. So that's what I do, you guys. I improvise, I try jokes. My mouth is really dry because I'm so nervous. But I don't want this to happen to anyone else. I tour for a living. I love doing it. I perform everywhere people want me to laugh. And honestly, one night it's a performing arts center, and the next night it's 2 shows in the Potawatomi, Wisconsin casino. And there's been a change, a real shift change. In, you know, starting maybe about 18 months ago, where Fox News ain't got nothing on me. Although I think you should know, my mother, who thinks Fox News is real, is not speaking to me because she's in love with Tucker Carlson. So I'm even in trouble with my mother. So don't worry, everyone hates me. I do. I need water. I'm probably shaking. And I'm afraid I'm going to get that under boob sweat, which is really the bad one. That was not appropriate, right? That wasn't appropriate. Okay, so I'm not good at being appropriate. I only know how to do comedy one way. It's in-your-face comedy. I keep it real. I am going to make fun of the president. And you know what? I'm going to make fun of him more now. More. So I'm not going to threaten him. I have no desire to harm him or anyone. I would never want to harm anybody. But, you know, I've made fun of W. I made fun of Clinton. Oh, God, remember the Monica dress days? Those were the days. You could make dress jokes all day long and nobody tried to kill you. You shouldn't have to die for this. I'm under a Secret Service investigation.
And the first family did not come after you with any of the other presidents. You know, it is
Yes.
so unpresidential for them to
and
respond
I
to a
get
comment.
I get what I am. I'm the shiny object. I get it. We all know what's going on here. They're using me as the shiny object so that nobody's talking about his FBI investigation. All right, I get it. And I made a horrible, horrible mistake, and I made a horrible call. I understand. But everywhere I go, people actually come up to me. And like I said, I go everywhere. It's what I do. And they say, you know, oh, I'm a housewife and my kids have been driving me crazy and oh, I just needed 2 hours to blow off some steam and I'm glad you went there and you're saying the things I'm thinking. Those are my peeps. I'm not for everybody. I'm barely an acquired taste, frankly. On a good day, I'm an acquired taste. But honestly, my whole career, I'm 56 years old. I'm 110 pounds wet. I've had everybody turn on me, and I just want to make people laugh. That's all I want to do. So I screwed up. But I want the gay guy who came to see me in Lake Charles, Louisiana a few weeks ago, who said, I wanted to come here because I'm scared to come out. But I get to come here and laugh for 2 hours. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I'm here. It's honestly, it's not for me. It's for them. I think a few people might actually be watching me, and I want them to see this old dame. I'm not laying down for this guy. I'm going to make fun of him. I'm going to make jokes about him and the housewives and Kardashians. But, you know, he does provide a lot of material. I mean, you got to be honest. It's a good time to be a comedian. It's scary to be a citizen, but it's a good time to be a comedian.
That's great. Should we take some questions?
Did I do everything wrong? I did everything wrong. I did everything wrong.
Okay.
I don't know how this part works.
Okay, let's start over here. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. In December 9th, reporter Shira Levine, quoted you as saying that you were happy to deliver a beatdown to Donald Trump and also to Barron, and that you, quote, wanted to go down hard on Donald and go direct for Barron Trump.
When is this quote
So
from?
this is a quote.
Yeah, I've said that in my act.
Okay.
Yeah.
She said that in her act. So she
Years,
admits,
years ago.
So you admitted you're going after Barron Trump. Is that what this is all about? To piss
I
off Barron Trump?
think a comic should be able to make fun of everybody. Like
And I apologize. My question was for Lisa.
Oh.
So are you aware that your client is trying to go after Barron Trump?
Okay, so that's a ridiculous, misleading question, and no, she hasn't said a single word here today about Barron. You're talking about something from a comedy act from years ago, I think. And let me talk about this issue of children. Okay. We can have edgy comics in America. Comics can say things that are not appropriate for children. Comics can create images that are not appropriate for children. Many things on the news are not appropriate for children. I'm a parent of 2 adult children and a teenage foster son. It is my job as a parent to filter out what is appropriate for my children. It is not the job of a comic to filter everything down to the level of an 11-year-old. She gets to make the comedy and the art that she wants to make, and the parents decide what's appropriate for children.
You think every news organization can block out, Trump can block out every news organization tweeting out this photo?
You know
think
what?
one
There's a
parent
lot of
could actually do
disgusting
that?
stuff about Trump on the news every day, like the fact that he's making us the laughing stock of the
But
world.
why did she go after Barron
Okay,
Trump
you know
at
what? There are
10?
other people here. She did not. Wait, hold on. She did not go after a 10-year. Nothing
That's
in
her
her
quote.
piece had to do with Barron. So you're trying to make something that doesn't
What are your
exist.
thoughts on reports?
I make fun of everybody in my act. I make fun of I'm like one of those people that makes fun of everybody in my act, myself the most. But I'm super real, and I sort of have this gauge. If it's real or it's shocking, and sometimes I say shocking things to kind of wake people up. But yeah, I said that during a live show. I make fun of everybody in my act. I make, you know.
How do you feel about the fact that he was traumatized?
Well, allegedly. We don't know that. You're assuming that everything the Trumps say is true. And in fact, we know that many of the things that the Trumps say are false. So again, comedians get to be edgy. Comedians get to use 4-letter words. Comedians get to make visual representations that are not appropriate for children. News organizations can decide what they're going to put on daytime TV, and parents can decide what's appropriate for their children to see. Next question.
Kathy,
I'm also not appropriate for children, I would say, across the board. Like, trust me, like when I used to do a joke in my act when I was doing clubs, when I would, sometimes someone would shout out, I've got a kid here. And I'd say, well, you're at the wrong effing place. Like, I'm very open about that.
Yeah.
It's. I'm, you know, this is the kind of comedy I do. So it's the style of comedy that I do.
Kathy, you said you've been bullied by the Trump family. Have they reached out to you outside of social media?
I don't think they have to. My impression is that they have mobilized their armies or their bots or whatever they do. Like I said, it's quite clear to me that they're trying to use me as a distraction, and I'm not going to be collateral damage for this fool.
Kathy,
I think he's a fool. So I'm going to say I think the president
we're
is
sort
a
of
fool.
going
so
around this way. So.
You know, I can say that.
Do you have fear for your career after this storm dies down?
Absolutely. I don't think I will have a career after this. I think he, I'm going to be honest, he broke me. He broke me. He broke. And then I was like, no, this isn't right. It's just not right. And I apologized because that was the right thing to do and I meant it. And then I saw the tide turning and I saw what they were doing and I went, oh, okay, they're trying to spin this and they're making it about Barron, and obviously that was never my intent. I would never want to hurt anyone, much less a child, but I started to see what was really happening, and then it was a mob mentality pile-on. And so many people have expressed to me personally across the country at my shows, they're scared. So yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna get arrested today. I don't know.
What do you
but
think
I have
about
to
CNN
stand
firing
up.
you?
Excuse me?
What do you think about CNN firing you?
It's hurtful to me.
It's hurtful.
Yeah.
It's censorship is what it is. I'll say it more bluntly. She worked there for 10 years.
Look,
She was the
there's a
best
bunch
thing
of-
about New Year's Eve.
There's a bunch of old white guys trying to silence me, and I'm just here to say that's wrong. You don't have to like me, but you shouldn't silence a comic.
As Larry King said, Ted Turner would never have done it. Can we
Kathy,
go
have you
around?
ta-
Okay, I think we're over
Has
here.
Kathy talked to Anderson? Have you had a chance to talk to Anderson Cooper yet? Has the Secret Service talked to you?
So Secret Service questions. This is Dimitri Gorn.
Sure. So,
Go ahead. Let me
I'm Dimitri Gorn. I'm the criminal defense
Can you
attorney.
move to your left, sir?
Sure. We're representing Kathy in the criminal investigation, which we believe is going to be closed, and we're going to fully cooperate with the Secret Service in their investigation. We don't even think it should have ever been opened. She basically exercised her First Amendment rights to tell a joke, and when you look at everything in the media, all the times entertainers make videos or express themselves in other ways, you've never seen an entertainer, let alone a comedian, be subject to a criminal investigation. It's really outrageous. And I believe she's going to be cleared. I believe the Secret Service is, doing their job, I suppose, anytime they perceive there's a threat. But there really wasn't a threat. Ms. Griffin has expressed to you it was just a bad joke. She's apologized for it, and we believe the Secret Service investigation should be closed as quickly as possible.
Kathy, do you think that if you were a male comic, they would be coming after you this hard? The
No,
Trump family?
no, cut the crap. This wouldn't be happening to a guy. This is a woman thing, all right? I'm just going to come out and say it. And I'm sorry if you don't agree with me, but I live it. I'm 56 years old. Everywhere I play, there's a male promoter. There's a male who owns a theater. The people who sign my checks are white guys. They're usually older white guys. I've been living this my whole career. I've been fighting this. And stuff like that happens, which is a moment for a comic. It's funny. It's called prop comedy. It's not my area. But there are other people that I can send you to that are better at it. That's what I do, guys.
Kathy, given the chance.
And then I cry, I guess, sometimes.
Given the chance, what would you say to Melania or Donald Trump?
Do you have anything to say to them?
I don't think so.
Okay. She doesn't have anything to say to them.
Kathy, critics might say, do you really think, with all that's going on in the world, the White House is going to mobilize with old white men to ruin your career?
They have. Why
It's
are
on
you
Twitter.
Why are you doubting it? It is all over Twitter, but it's coming directly from the President of the United States to a 56-year-old female comedian who has no studio backing her, no network backing her. I don't have a big franchise movie coming out. He picked me. Don't you get it? I'm the easiest target. It's D-list comedian Kathy Griffin. You know what my life is? I go town to town with my bucket of dick jokes, and I try to make people laugh as hard as I can. Did I say that? I meant... Okay, but first of all, I didn't grab anybody's you-know-what, so...
Kathy, what do you say to
There.
Melania saying that you have mental health issues?
Well, I think I think there's a lot of people in this administration that seem like super nuts, and I feel like it's weird that you guys or anybody's acting like they're not like nuts. Like they seem like a bunch of nut jobs. I want to I feel like
But I also want to say something else. You know, Kathy Griffin and Donald Trump are not equals. He is the president of the United States. We used to say that with great power comes great responsibility. We used to hold our presidents to a standard that they don't criticize artists and comedians. I mean, that is the point here. He's not just Donald Trump, real estate developer, having a celebrity feud. He's using the power of the federal government against her. There's a Secret Service investigation of her, which is completely ridiculous. And he and his family is calling on Twitter for her to be fired from her job.
All my jobs.
That's what this
Everything.
is about. Yeah, 1 is not enough. 2 is not enough. Anybody who supports her should get fired from his job. That is outrageous and unprecedented.
Kathy, how many jobs have you lost? How many jobs have you lost so far this week? How many cancellations of concerts?
Up to date, I think I've had 5 cancellations of concerts. I have to say the most ironic one is a casino in Albuquerque. I'm just saying there's some irony there.
What did you think in those first few hours?
Okay, so you guys want the story of what I was thinking? Is that correct?
Didn't you speak to Tyler in the morning, and didn't he ask you if you were ready to
make some noise? Yes. Okay. So what happened was so simple and so silly that I'm just going to have to tell you it honestly, but I know it's going to sound probably stupid. Okay, so my day job, as you know, is I go around the country and I stand in front of a microphone and I write all my own material, and I've done 23 stand-up comedy specials, more than any comedian, male or female, living or dead. And the reason I say obnoxious stuff like that is because I want young women watching this to know you can break a man's record. And I did it just to break a man's record. And by the way, I then broke my own record.
Yes.
So that same woman, if she's doubting herself, goes, dang, she didn't break her own. And people ask me why, and I go, just because I felt I had to. All right, so that's like my big thing, right? So what happened was, you know, I'm a comic and I'm an actress, and I've had a reality show and a talk show and 3 shows with my name in the title, etc. I've been on Law and Order. I've done all kinds of jobs. And so part of my life is I do all sorts of crazy things. I do stand-up comedy. I filmed a spoof of the film Annie entitled Granny, where I played the oldest orphan who was not adopted unfairly. So, you know what I mean? And I just did it for nothing with my friends, for free, for fun. So Tyler Shields is a photographer who I think is super artsy-fartsy, as my mother would say. I don't know if I swore.
Not really.
Okay. And I'm very vulgar. I'm too vulgar for children, by far. Don't let your children near me, or come to my show. Don't bring them. All right. So anyway, we get together every couple of years and we do really ridiculous photo shoots. And I know his history, and some of his work is, I think, powerful. So he does sort of glamorous things, and you know, he took a picture of me in the morning where I looked about 15, and that was fun. And then we did this really ridiculous picture of me laying out in the backyard in a latex bikini, which you're not going to be able to unsee. But anyway, obviously I'm making fun of the fact that I'm 56 years old and I have a banging bikini body and I'm in everybody's face, and by the way, here's my cellulite. You know, that's what I do. I turn things on its ear. And then some of his work I thought was powerful. He did an image of a bus full of African-American people reading the title of the paper the day JFK died. And that was powerful. He did an image that was powerful of an African-American man lynching a Klan member. Powerful. So I know he goes there. So every shoot we do one we think of the song, let's give him something to talk about. We give him something to talk about. We put about 5 minutes thought into this. I apologize. I really screwed up. It was the end of the day. We've been doing all these silly photos. And I said, as I said on the tape, all right, let's get in trouble. Let's give him something to talk about. And, you know, of course you got to make fun of Trump, the most obvious. And there's so much there. And so I started thinking about that Megyn Kelly thing. And by the way, I'm sure Megyn Kelly can't stand me, but I don't care, because I'm always going to stick up for a woman who I feel is being demeaned by Trump, even if they don't like me, all right? So I thought of that, you know, blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her everywhere. And the guys went in the kitchen and they were making fake blood with ketchup, and I didn't have a full prop. And so I had like a styrofoam wig head, and I sent out my assistant to get, you know, like a mask from a party store, and we were stuffing it with Kleenex. The whole thing took minutes. And then I thought, well, let's make this really obvious that I'm really making an absurdist, artsy, statement-y thing. And that, by the way, that's the technical term. And so for a few photos, you know, I was holding up this wig head, and then we kept making the hair crazier because we wanted to make it clear to people this was intentionally over the top. And I was very stoic, which I never am. You guys know I'm like frenetic and stuff. Well, you're right. If frenetic is a disease, I have that. She might be right about that. I'm not a physician, but after this, I might try it. Anyway, so we just took these pictures, and it was interesting. There were a few people in the house. No, I didn't do it for any money. I don't know if Tyler got paid. I don't think so, but just give him something to talk about. And it was done in minutes. And people around the room had different interpretations. One person said, it's almost poignant. It's like you're feeling sad for the country. And I thought, that's interesting. So that's what it is. You interpret it the way you want.
But there was
Are you asking for an apology now from President Trump because of what he's done to you?
Can I just add one thing? There was
No.
never an intention to threaten
No.
anyone with this photograph. This was really an expression, a comedic expression, a political satire, and the fact that there's an open Secret Service investigation is really ridiculous because it's never happened to any artist before. So she was being funny.
Kathy,
So
let's do
last question.
What kind of reaction?
Anderson Cooper called your photo disgusting. Do you think that was him talking, or do
Kathy?
you think he was pressured into saying that?
Kathy?
How can we know?
I don't know. I thought that hurt. That's all. You know, I really.
Okay.
Last question.
You've already asked.
Kathy, I saw some tape of you at the end of the photo shoot, and you made some comments off the cuff, like, you know, I know we're going to go to prison over this.
Right, we're going to go to Mexico,
So
yeah.
What kind of reaction were you expecting?
Okay, so like I did a picture with Tyler a couple years ago, and it was like, you know, a statement picture, right? And I used it for some of my tour stops, and some of the stops thought it was too creepy. And it was a photo of a man's hand with scissors trying to cut my tongue out, as in men trying to silence a woman. Like, you get it, it's pretty obvious, right? And so I thought it was similar to that level. I thought, okay, I know I'm going to get some, as my mother would say, guff for this, but I did not think that people would be trying to murder me and mobilize other people to murder me. And I wish the president would govern instead of trying to do whatever he's trying to do.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Of this
Thank
First
you.
Amendment expression
Okay.
of you beheading
Okay,
Lisa Bloom. What is your opinion of that First Amendment expression of you beheading Lisa Bloom? Is there a question? Is there a comment you would have about this image of beheading Lisa Bloom? I wonder. This is a First Amendment protected expression, and we really ought to make sure that nobody gets bullied as a result of this. And the woman outside that handed it to me, she should not be bullied. Okay, we want to make sure that this First Amendment expression is protected, and I'm sure Kathy will protect it. Thank you.
Who are you with, sir? Who are you with? Who are you with?
All right, everyone. So that is the replay of this Kathy Griffin press conference. I know I wanted to show it to you for those of you who may have missed it when it started at 9 this morning. So again, that is the replay. If you want to watch any of the highlights or watch it in full, share it with your friends. We do have those clips on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, so you can catch it there. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House now. Actually, let's give you guys a live look at the Capitol building. And the reason I'm showing you the Capitol building is because that is where Nancy Pelosi holds her weekly press conference. Representative Nancy Pelosi, the House Minority Leader, holding her weekly press conference today. Let's take you there now.
Good morning, everyone. Today, some of us are wearing orange to observe that on January 21st, 2013, Hadia Pendleton, a high school student from the south side of Chicago, marched in President Obama's second inaugural parade. 1 week later, Hadia was shot and killed on a playground in Chicago. Soon after, Hadia's childhood friends commemorated her life by wearing orange. They chose the color because hunters wear orange in the woods to protect themselves from others. And so this day, which would have been her birthday, is the day that we wear orange. Every day, more than 90 Americans are killed due to gun violence. That's why, again, so many of us are wearing orange to mark National Gun Violence Awareness Day. I thought it would be important for us to come together today because yesterday, President Trump announced his decision to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement. It was a stunning abdication of American leadership. Walking away from the agreement is extremely dangerous. When I was Speaker of the House, this was my flagship issue. We all wanted to pass health care, that's for sure, but specifically the issue of climate and energy independence are a challenge to our generation in a very important way. I formed a special select committee on climate and energy, chaired by Ed Markey, and very distinguished leadership, and the panel was bipartisan. Some believed in the climate change initiative, others did not. All of us heard the testimony about why this was important. The generals came and they talked about it being a national security issue. And just even now, Secretary of Defense, former General Mattis, told the Senate in written testimony in January that climate change is impacting stability in areas of the world where our troops are operating today. The climate crisis has triggered droughts, famines, and other devastating environmental changes that have sparked political turmoil and the mass movement of refugees. That's my statement. Even Trump's team knows that climate change is a national security threat. And again, we have the testimony of generals. This goes back to 2007, 10 years ago. We have known that. It's an economic issue. Hundreds of businesses and executives support the accord, including energy companies like ExxonMobil. Several members of Trump's business council, as you know, resigned yesterday in protest of his decision. Trump says that he's putting America's jobs first, but the accord would have created an explosion of green energy jobs for the future. To keep America preeminent and number one for the jobs of the future, it was essential that the world move to a place that recognizes the danger of the climate crisis. It's a health issue. It's a national security issue. It's an economic security issue. It's a personal security issue. Families' health is affected by this. This agreement creates safeguards that reduce the pollution that sickens and kills tens of thousands of people each year. That's why these countries are joining in. This is a matter of environmental justice, a big matter of environmental justice. Lower-income and minority families are disproportionately vulnerable to the ravages of the climate crisis. It's a civil rights issue. Environmental justice is. And we have a moral responsibility. In addition to our national security, our economy, and the good health of our children, we have a moral responsibility. We must leave future generations with a healthy, sustainable planet. Faith leaders, starting with His Holiness Pope Francis, to the evangelical community, have urged us to be responsible stewards of the beauty of God's creation. They believe, as do I, that this planet is God's creation, and we have a moral responsibility to be good stewards of it. When we worked with the evangelical community to put together our climate legislation 10 years ago, 9 years ago, worked on it for a while, they had their literature which said that that we had a moral responsibility to be good stewards of God's creation, and in doing so, we must pay special attention to the needs of the poor. So they saw it as an environmental justice issue as well, the evangelical community. When the Pope went to the White House, he talked about the dangers of air pollution when he was here. And just last week, the Pope met with President Trump and gave him a copy of his encyclical, Laudato Si', which made the case for strong, urgent action to halt the climate crisis. The Pope wrote, "The climate is a common good belonging to all and meant for all." The Bible tells us that to minister to the needs of God's creation is an act of worship. To ignore those needs is to dishonor the God who made us. And that is just what we're doing by walking away from this accord. question I have for Donald Trump as a mother and a grandmother of 5 and a grandmother of 9, how is he ever going to explain to his grandchildren what he did to the air they breathe, assuming they breathe air? And I have to assume that that is the case. We all do, right? I was reminded of when we went to Selma for the 50th anniversary of the march Selma to Montgomery March. It was a very moving time when George Wallace's daughter, Peggy Wallace Kennedy, made remarks on the steps of the Capitol. She's in Montgomery. She talked about taking her son Burns to visit some of the sites of the civil rights movement. Burns stood still, she said, as the truth of his family's past washed over him. He turned to me, his mother said, and asked, "Did Pawpaw do those things to other people?" This is when she took him to where the hoses were and all of that. Right? Did Pawpaw do those things to other people? I realized, she said, at that moment, I was at a crossroad in my life and the life of my son. The mantle had passed, and now it was up to me to do for Burns what my father never did for me. It was the first step in my journey of building a legacy of my own. I drew him close to me and said, "Papa never told me why he did those things, but I know he was wrong. So maybe it'll be just up to me and to you to make these things right." I kept thinking of that yesterday when I was seeing President Trump make his statement. How are you, almost every school child in America knows more about the climate challenge than apparently the President of the United States. He lives in a fact-free zone. His speech was based on White House counsel memo that was incorrect. It was false. He does not know anything about the agreement that he is walking away from. He cited an MIT study that the agreement would slow global warming by a tiny, tiny amount. But MIT officials rejected that statement today, and they have said, actually the reverse, that without the agreement, the acceleration of global warming would go forward. They said that Trump misunderstood. That's a generous word, their study. So I could just go through some of the things that he said yesterday and why they were wrong, but perhaps if you ask me, I will tell you. But when you look at what he said in the statement, based on false and faulty representations by his own general counsel, so let's give the president a break on that. His general counsel didn't know what he was talking about. And then look at his budget and how he wants to ransack the EPA, clean air, clean water, when he said in a campaign, we're going to have clean air, clean water, ransack it. It's just a stunning thing. So it's about, again, our national security, our economic security, keep America number one, the good health of the American people to prevent air pollution, clean air, clean water. It's about our moral responsibility to future generations to hand over this planet in a responsible way. And we have the evidence and the testimony to support that. Again, how do you explain this to your grandchildren, President Trump? All the money in the world cannot change the fact that walking away from this agreement is a disservice to your children, to your grandchildren, and to future generations of Americans. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Representative Schiff said yesterday.
Excuse me, on this subject first, and then I'll come back to that. On the climate issue? Yes, sir.
Dozens of mayors are vowing to continue on with the commitment to the goals that were set forward here. How does that happen? I mean, how are these cities or states going to be able to do that?
Well, let me just say, as a proud Californian, I'm very proud of Jerry Brown and the leadership he has provided in all of this. He and some other governors have said, have joined in agreements, understandings before. Some of them have said right now that they would continue with their efforts. And many mayors, as you know, there's been an explosion of activity within the Climate Alliance that's about mayors from city, states, and the private sector encouraging these efforts to go forward because people know. Yeah, I mean, when we went to Greenland and went under the pole to see right what was happening in the then and there, the scientists then told us that any reports that they would make on the climate, the global warming statistics would almost be obsolete by the time it was peer-reviewed because it was all moving so fast. That was 10 years ago. That was 8, 9 years ago over that period of time. And so this is, the facts are so compelling. And the president, again, lives in a fact-free zone. In fact, he lives in a false zone of attitude. And so, so these mayors, these mayors, these governors, these businesses, they see the importance of American leadership on these issues. And I commend the mayor, and of course Mayor Bloomberg has been on this subject for a long time, and under his leadership, many of the cities came together to share information and to make decisions that were in favor of the air our children breathe and the water they drink. And really important about that, because right now we're waiting to see the president's infrastructure agenda. There's a green way to do that. We had the Blue-Green Alliance, labor and the environmentalists coming together about how we grow our economy, how we build our infrastructure in a way that protects the environment, keeps us #1 in green job creation. It affects our education system as well as we train people for all of this, to leapfrog over traditional obstacles they may have had, to be entrepreneurial and think in new ways. So the cities see this. The mayors see this straight up, and they have been on the forefront for a long time. Some of the governors have. I'm especially proud of my own governor, Jerry Brown, on that score.
I have one follow-up to that. Are you confident, many businesses have come out urging the president to stay in this deal.
Right.
Do you believe that over time they will stay in those cities?
Yes.
If it costs more?
Yes. It's not a question of that. It's about doing better. It's about doing better. So it's not a question of cost more. It's a question of how you allocate your resources. And to keep, again, it keeps America on the forefront and #1. It is, I think what the president, look, let's just put it this way. We are now among 3 nations in the world that do not support the Paris Accord. Syria, the United States of America, Syria and the United States of America. The one other country, Nicaragua, didn't sign the accord because it did not go far enough. It did not go far enough. If the president would read it, if he would gain knowledge about what he's talking about, he would understand that this is not an obstacle to us going forward. It is not a requirement except to strive. And if he doesn't even want to strive to keep the planet, be responsible about the planet and its condition, then that's an indictment on him. And by the way, what good news his announcement was to the Republicans in Congress. They have been standing in the way in every issue that relates to recognizing the climate issue in the world. They have prevented funds from being spent to even study the issue. They want to stay in a fact-filled zone, too. And the Speaker's statement, what did he say? Oh, my God. Talk about the Paris Agreement is simply a raw deal for America. Pathetic. Pathetic. Speaker of the House, the President of the United States. So wrong, so uninformed, so irresponsible to future generations of America. Another subject? Oh, I think this gentleman, and then I'll come to you. Yes, sir.
Regarding
nothing else on climate?
right over here. I'm sorry. It's probably hard to see me back here.
Oh, yeah. I heard a voice, but I couldn't see a person.
We've got the mayors and the governors who are planning to move ahead. What's it mean for U.S. leadership, for all the other countries who signed on to this accord, to go without the U.S.?
Well, the fact is that the other countries understand the importance of the Paris Accord. It was a compromise. Would it have been what I had written for an accord that I'd like everyone to sign? stricter goals and requirements to stick with them. No, it was a compromise. And again, I come back to Monday being President Kennedy's 100th birthday. I was at his inauguration when he said, what you all know, to the citizens of America, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. You remember that? You don't remember it, but you remember reading it in the history books. I remember it because I was there as a student. It's history to you, it's my youth. But the next sentence, and this is the point, the very next sentence in the speech, the president says, to the citizens of the world, ask not what America can do for you, but what we can do working together for the freedom of mankind. And that working together, that lack of condescension, that presence of respect, working together, is sorely lacking in the statement that the president made yesterday. And on this score, since there may be questions on other subjects now, I would just say this. When we had the vote...
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this Nancy Pelosi press conference. We may show this to you a little bit later on. We'll show you the rest of it. In the meantime, though, we want to take you live to the White House briefing room. The press is awaiting Sean Spicer.
Doesn't happen every day.
Yeah. I covered the 2003. I was embedded with the reason. But anyway, Brian's good to see.
I mean mainstream.
Oh, they're fancy.
They put it behind them.
Is that a pool? Is that a pool? He's the nut pool.
You gotta do it.
What is it?
Nuts. Fancy whole cashew nuts.
They have them under surveillance. They're super surveillance. They're put there by a drone.
All right, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live look at the White House press briefing room. We are awaiting the press secretary, Sean Spicer, as well as the Environmental Protection Agency Administrator, Scott Pruitt. Obviously, many people will be having questions following President Trump's announcement yesterday that the U.S. would pull out of the Paris climate deal. Many questions, we assume, will be addressed momentarily. Now, the latest news on the climate situation coming from the Associated Press, I want to go ahead and read you some of the headlines. Education Secretary Betsy DeVos saying she believes the climate is changing, but is refusing to discuss the implications of President Trump's decision to withdraw from a major climate pact. Asked during a visit to a charter school today whether she believes in climate change, DeVos said certainly the climate changes, yes, but she wouldn't answer a question about whether climate change was caused by human activity and its impact. DeVos said, I think we are going to continue to be a part of that conversation as he is committed to doing. DeVos yesterday issued a statement backing President Trump's decision as it rolls back the unrealistic and overreaching regulatory actions of the Obama administration. Now, the decision has been met with criticism from environmentalists, not only here in the U.S., but around the world. Chinese premier and top officials from the European Union are set to reaffirm their commitment to a landmark climate change agreement after President Trump said he was pulling the U.S. out of the Paris Accord. Climate issues are expected to dominate the discussions between the Chinese premier, who is leading a large delegation of ministers to Brussels on Friday, and EU Council President Donald Tusk and European Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker. Now, the EU and China, two of the world's major polluters, are set to issue a statement reaffirming their stance on global warming following Trump's announcement yesterday. Now, according to a draft, they will express their determination to forge ahead with further policies and measures for effective implementation of their respective nationally determined contributions. Now, Secretary of State Rex Tillerson says he believes the United States will keep reducing greenhouse gas emissions despite pulling out of the Paris Climate Change Pact. It's the first public comment on the decision from Tillerson, who had urged President Trump not to abandon the deal. Now, Tillerson is downplaying the significance of Trump's decision to withdraw from the global agreement. He says it was a policy decision and that he hopes people can keep it in perspective. Tillerson says the U.S. has a terrific record in curbing greenhouse gas emissions. He says it's something the U.S. can be proud of. Tillerson, the Secretary of State, points out those reductions took place even before the Paris Agreement had gone into effect. Now, Tillerson made those comments as he met today with Brazil's foreign minister. Now, a scientist who played a key role in international talks leading to the Paris Accord says that pulling out of the agreement will prove a significant loss to Americans who face rising sea levels, crop pests, and more frequent heat waves. Environmental scientist Joseph Alcamo, who directs A University of Sussex program says that leaving the accord has to be one of the most foolish and short-sighted decisions in American history. He says Trump may be able to withdraw from the agreement, but he can't withdraw from the atmosphere. Meanwhile, India's Prime Minister says Paris or no Paris, his country will be a responsible nation with regard to climate. Prime Minister Modi declined to give a direct reply on whether India, a major emerging economy, would stick with the Paris Climate Agreement following Trump's decision to pull out of it. He was addressing the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum on Friday during his official visit to Russia. Now, the Prime Minister said he was asked a similar question during his visit to Germany earlier this week before the U.S. decision was announced. Now, at that time, Modi said he had replied, "Paris or no Paris, it is our conviction that we have no right to snatch from our future generation their right to have a clean and beautiful earth." Modi's remarks were reported by the Press Trust of India news agency. Now, a top European official says that the EU and China both believe that President Trump made a mistake by pulling the U.S. out of this landmark international climate agreement. Now, the U.S. withdrawal from the Paris climate deal is being met with despair in parts of Africa that are suffering from a severe drought. Sididi Old Batna in Mali says he has lost a dozen of his cattle, and now the food crisis is affecting families as well. He said he would tell President Trump that the misery is caused by climate change, and if he doesn't pay attention, the United States will be touched one day by these problems too. Vegetable seller Fanta Coulibaly in Mali's capital blames climate change for the lack of rain. She says the Paris Agreement has given her hope, and she asked President Trump to think of them. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to assuage concerns caused by President Trump's decision to pull the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord, calling for a constructive dialogue on efforts needed to curb global warming. Speaking Friday, that's today, at an economic forum in St. Petersburg, Putin avoided criticizing Trump for the move that has caused international chaos. He underlined the importance of the Paris Climate Accord, but noted that it's a framework agreement offering a broad room for maneuver for each signatory nation. Putin also said that Trump's promise to negotiate new conditions for the U.S. leaves hope for reaching a compromise before the Paris deal is set to take effect in 2021. Putin added that the U.S. participation is essential for the success of global efforts. Meanwhile, here in the United States, Vice President Pence says Trump's decision to abandon the Climate Change Pact is refreshing. In an interview with Fox and Friends, Pence said the climate deal would have burdened taxpayers, and he doesn't understand why Democrats have made this issue a priority. Pence says the Paris deal was a transfer of wealth from the most powerful economy in the world to other countries around the planet. Democrats say jobs lost at polluting companies could be offset by new jobs in green technology. Scientists contend that Trump's decision could result in emissions of up to 3 billion tons of additional carbon dioxide a year, enough to melt ice sheets faster, raise seas higher, and trigger more extreme weather. All right, everyone, more headlines related to the climate deal coming in from the Associated Press. African nations are protesting the U.S. withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement as the world's poorest continent seeks financial help in combating global warming. South Africa's government calls the U.S. pullout an abdication of global responsibility. Now, the statement today by one of Africa's largest economies says the decision damages the rule of law and trust between nations. South Africa says the United States has a moral obligation to support poorer countries in the global effort against climate change. Now, British opposition politicians are accusing Prime Minister Theresa May of failing to stand up to the United States over its withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord. May's office says she spoke to Trump after his announcement and expressed her disappointment with his decision. Officials there in the UK stressed that the United Kingdom remained committed to the Paris Agreement. But Britain did not sign a joint statement by the leaders of Germany, France, and Italy saying they regretted Trump's decision and stressing that the accord cannot be renegotiated. Now, we don't know at this point whether Theresa May had been asked to sign it. Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn accuses May of subservience to Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Scottish First Minister Nicola Sturgeon says not signing the declaration was an appalling abdication of leadership. Now, the mayor of Paris says she's finally found one person who doesn't like her famous city, Donald Trump. That's right, the mayor responded to the U.S. president's comments that he's pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement because he was elected to represent the people of Pittsburgh, not Paris. Now, speaking to reporters today, the mayor said, quote, "He doesn't like Paris. He must be the only person on the planet who doesn't like Paris." In all seriousness, she added that his comments were not up to the level of what one would expect from a president of a great nation that we love. She insists that fighting climate change can create jobs and calls Trump a representative of a world gone by, a world that is looking back, looks like Spicer's starting now.
Good afternoon, everyone. EPA Administrator Pruitt is here today to deliver a brief statement on the President's announcement yesterday and answer any questions you have regarding the Paris Climate Accords decision that the President reached yesterday. As always, I ask that you keep your questions for Administrator Pruitt on topic. Once he's finished, I'll be back up here to answer some questions of the day. I would note that he has a flight to head to, so we're going to try to keep this relatively short on his end. With that, Administrator Pruitt.
Thanks, John. Well, it's good to be with you this afternoon, and want to first begin by saying that the President made a very courageous decision yesterday in behalf of America. He put America's interests first with respect to environmental agreements and international discussions. I really appreciate his fortitude. I really appreciate his leadership in this matter. The discussion over the last several weeks has been one of a thoughtful deliberation. He heard many voices across a wide spectrum of vantage points, and the President made a very informed and I think thoughtful and important decision for the country's benefit. You know, what we have to remember when it comes to environmental agreements and international agreements with respect to things like the Paris Agreement is we have nothing to be apologetic about as a country. We've reduced our CO2 footprint to levels of the early 1990s. In fact, from 2000 to 2014, we reduced our carbon footprint by up over 18%. And that's been largely accomplished through innovation and technology, not government mandate. So when we look at issues like this, we are leading with action and not words. I also want to say that exiting Paris does not mean disengagement. In fact, the President said yesterday that Paris represents a bad deal for this country. It doesn't mean that we're not going to continue the discussion, to export our innovation, to export our technology to the rest of the world, to demonstrate how we do it better here is, I think, a very important message to send. He indicated that he's going to either re-enter Paris or engage in a discussion around a new deal with a commitment to putting America first. The President has said routinely he's going to put the interest of American citizens at the head of this administration. That's in trade policy, that's in national security, that's in border security, that's in right-sizing Washington, D.C., and he did that with respect to his decision yesterday on Paris. So with that, we've had to answer any questions you might have. And I don't know your name, so you'll have to forgive me of that. And if I just point to you, and we'll just go from there. Yes, ma'am. Your name?
Mary Bruce with ABC.
Hello, Mary.
Thank you for taking our questions. Just hoping you can clear this up once and for all. Yes or no? Does the President believe that climate change is real and a threat to the United States?
You know what's interesting about all the discussions we had through the last several weeks have been focused on one singular issue. Is Paris good or not for this country? That's the discussions I've had with the President. So that's been my focus. The focus remained on whether Paris put us at a disadvantage, and in fact it did. It put us at an economic disadvantage. You may not know this, but Paris, it set targets of 26 to 28%. With the entire agenda of the previous administration, we still fell 40% short of those targets. It was a failed deal to begin with. And even if all of the targets were met by all nations across the globe, it only reduced the temperature by less than 2/1 degree. So that is something that the president focused upon with respect to how it impacted us economically and whether there were good environmental objectives that were achieved as a result of Paris. His decision was no, and that was the extent of our discussions. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
0.2% statistic that you're citing, the MIT scientists who helped with that report say that Trump, quote, badly misunderstood the findings of that report, and that, in fact, if we take no action, temperatures could rise a devastating 5% in this sense. So specifically, what other science?
There were other studies that were published. There were other studies published at the time. The MIT study was something that, as you indicated, showed 0.2 degree. They didn't have a corner on the market as far as the studies at that time. There were many at that point. We can provide those to you. What's clear about Paris, what's clear, is if you go back and look at the criticism that was being levied against the Paris Agreement, it wasn't just from folks in this country who wanted it to be ratified or were critical of the processes. The environmental left was very critical of Paris. In fact, James Hansen is an individual who said at the time it was a fake and a fraud, and the general counsel of the Sierra Club said the same thing. So if you go back and read the media accounts, there was much criticism, largely because it did not hold nations like China and India accountable. As you know, China did not have to take any steps of compliance until 2030. India had no obligations until $2.5 trillion of aid were provided. And Russia, when they set their targets, they set 1990 as their baseline, which allowed them to continue emitting more CO2. In this country, we had to have a 26 to 28% reduction in greenhouse gases, which represented the Clean Power Plan and the entire climate action agenda of the past administration. Yes, sir.
Sir, I'd like to go back to the first question that was asked that you didn't answer. Does the president believe today that climate change is a hoax? That's something, of course, he said in the campaign. When the pool was up in the Oval Office with him a couple days ago, he refused to answer. So I'm wondering if you can speak for him.
You know, I did answer the question because I said the discussions the president and I have had over the last several weeks have been focused on one key issue. Is Paris good or bad for this country? The president and I focused our attentions there. He determined that it was bad for this country. It hurt us economically. It didn't achieve good environmental outcomes, and he made the decision to reject the Paris deal. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right there. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Given the fact that you and other administration officials haven't been able to outline the president's views on climate change, why should other countries believe that the president wants to negotiate a new deal in good faith?
As I indicated in my comments yesterday, and the president emphasized in his speech, this administration and the country as a whole, we have taken significant steps to reduce our CO2 footprint to levels of the pre-1990s. What you won't hear, how did we achieve that? Largely because of technology, hydraulic fracturing, and horizontal drilling that has allowed a conversion to natural gas and the generation of electricity. You won't hear that from the environmental left. And so we need to export clean coal technology. We need to export the technology in natural gas to those around the globe, India and China, and help them learn from us on what we've done to achieve good outcomes. We've led with action, not words. Paris at its core was a bunch of words committed to very, very minimal environmental benefits and cost this country a substantial amount of money and put us in an economic disadvantage. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does the president believe that, or does the administration believe that any additional deal on carbon emissions, whether it's Paris or a subsequent deal, needs to
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question. Can you?
Does the administration believe that any deal, whether it's a revised Paris agreement or another carbon emissions deal, needs congressional approval, either as a treaty or some other form?
Well, I think it's clear with respect to the Paris agreement that there are concerns by the administration. The president expressed this constitutionally in his speech yesterday. I have similar concerns that it should have been submitted to the U.S. Senate for ratification. I think it depends on the nature of the deal, what you actually negotiate. If we're talking about exporting innovation and technology to the rest of the globe, I would say not. I would say that that's not something that needs to be submitted to the U.S. Senate. I would say, however, that if you're setting targets, if you're setting emission targets, that are enforceable domestically through regulation or statute, then very much so, the voice of American citizens across the country needs to be heard through the ratification process. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Obviously, a lot of people from the White House are not willing to answer this question of what the president's view is on climate change. So let's talk about your personal views. In March, you said there's tremendous disagreement about the degree of human impact, and you would not agree that it's a primary contributor to global warming. Would you agree that human activity contributes at all to global warming?
I don't know if you guys caught my confirmation process or not, but it's a very intense process, by the way. But that confirmation process, I indicated that in fact global warming is occurring, that human activity contributes to it in some manner. Measuring with precision, from my perspective, the degree of human contribution is very challenging, but it still begs the question, what do we do about it? Does it pose an existential threat, as some say? You know, people have called me a climate skeptic or a climate denier. I don't know what it means to deny the climate. I would say that there are climate exaggerators. In fact, many of you, I don't know if you saw this article or not, but The Climate of Complete Certainty by Bret Stephens that was in the New York Times talked about, and I'll just read a quote because I think it's a very important quote from this article. Anyone who's read the 2014 report of the IPCC knows that while modest 0.85 degrees Celsius warming of the Earth has occurred since 1880, much else that passes as accepted fact is really a matter of probabilities. That's especially true of the sophisticated but fallible models and simulations by which scientists attempt to peer into the climate future. To say this isn't to deny science isn't to acknowledge it honestly. And I think that, look, the debate, what the American people deserve, is a debate, objective, transparent discussion about this issue. And what Paris represents is a international agreement that put this country at a disadvantage with very little benefit environmentally across the globe.
Mr. Pruitt, may I ask a follow-up question on that, sir? Why then is the Arctic ice shelf melting? Why are the sea levels rising? Why are the hottest temperatures in the last decade, essentially the hottest temperatures that we've seen on record?
We've actually been in a hiatus since the late 1990s,
But sir, there's, when NASA says that 95% of the experts in this area around the world believe that the Earth is warming, and you are up there throwing out information that says, well, maybe this is being exaggerated and so forth, and you're talking about climate exaggerators, it just seems to a lot of people around the world that you and the president are just denying the reality. And the reality of the situation is that climate change is happening, and it is a significant threat to the planet.
Let me say this, and I've said it in the confirmation process, and I said it yesterday. And
right, about the Arctic ice and the sea levels.
We have done a tremendous amount as a country to achieve reductions in CO2. And we have done that through technology and innovation. We will continue to do that. We will continue to stay engaged. We are a part, as you know, of the UNFCCC. And that process encourages voices by subnational groups and by countries across the globe. And we are going to stay engaged and try to work through agreements and achieve outcomes that put America's interest first. This is not a message to anyone in the world that America is should be apologetic of its CO2 position. We are actually making tremendous advances. We're just not going to agree to frameworks and agreements that put us at an economic disadvantage and hurt citizens across this country. Yes, sir.
Worried, though, that you're putting your head in the sand, though, Mr. Pruitt. Are they a little worried that you're putting your head in the sand?
Well, there's no evidence of that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Your fellow Sooner Senator Inhofe said that while he has full confidence in the president in this, he is very nervous about lower-level career government employees in the EPA and the State Department in actually executing what's needed to exit the Paris Climate Accord. As the administrator of EPA, what do you say to your own senator?
What's important to know is that the president said unequivocally yesterday that the targets set in Paris, the 26 to 28% targets, are not enforceable and are not going to be complied with. The Green Climate Fund, where the United States committed $3 billion of initial funding, is not going to continue. That is unequivocally the case, and that's going to be immediate. Now, there are discussions that are ongoing with the Justice Department on the steps that we'll be taking to execute the withdrawal and the exit. That's something that's going to be happening over the next several weeks. But as far as the targets are concerned, as far as the Green Climate Fund, that is immediate, and it's something that's clear. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. European leaders have made it very clear.
I'm sorry?
that European leaders
Okay.
have made it very clear the deal can't be renegotiated. So how does the president renegotiate a deal when the other parties aren't willing to come to the table?
Well, as he indicated, whether it's part of the Paris framework or a new deal, it's either approach.
But a new deal with whom if they're not going to sit down at the table with them?
Well, that's up to them, right? I mean, what America, the United States has a seat at the table. After all, we're the United States. And we are leading with respect to CO2 reduction. We have made tremendous progress. If nations around the globe want to seek to learn from us on what we're doing to reduce our CO2 footprint, we're going to share that with them. And that's something that should occur and will occur in the future. And we will reach out and reciprocate with nations who seek to achieve that.
And just a quick follow-up. You're the EPA administrator. Shouldn't you be able to tell the American people whether or not the president still believes that climate change is a hoax? Where does he stand?
As I indicated several times through the process, there's enough to deal with respect to the Paris Agreement and making an informed decision about this important issue. That's what our focus has been over the last several weeks. I've answered the question a couple times. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This gentleman right here. Yes, this gentleman right here. This gentleman right here. Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it of concern that the United States has broken a promise to 190 countries, and the president did not address that particular point? And second, you've several times raised that the lowering of CO2 levels. Isn't the reason for lower CO2 levels because of blocking the smokestack spews that now are not allowed, the kind of regulations that the administration is now opposing?
As I indicated, largely we have reduced our CO2 footprint through innovation and technology, not the least of which is hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling. Now, the first part of your question, I forget?
Isn't it of concern that we broke a promise to 190 countries, and how does that help our credibility?
Well, truly, this gentleman's question back here, if it was a promise that was enforceable and was going to obligate this country, then it should have been ratified as a treaty, right? The exposure here to us domestically was 26 to 28% targets that were part of an international agreement. And there are provisions in the Clean Air Act that actually allow for lawsuits to be filed domestically to compel regulation to meet those kinds of percentages. This was as much about constitutional and legal concerns as anything else. And the president dealt decisively with that. But again, the important thing here is it put us in economic disadvantage. The world applauded. The world applauded when we joined Paris. And you know why? I think they applauded because they knew it was going to put this country at an economic disadvantage. And the reason European leaders, going back to the question earlier, that I think they want us to stay in is because they know it will continue to shackle our economy, though we are leading the world with respect to our CO2 reduction. That's all I've got. I've got to head to the airport. Thank you very much. Sean, thank you.
Thank you for the flight. You want your glasses?
Why did you celebrate at a French restaurant last night? Was that a symbolic gesture?
Thanks, Administrator Pruitt. Earlier this morning, the May jobs report was released showing that Americans seeking jobs are having more success finding them than at any point in the last 16 years. There's a lot of positive signs coming out of the job market. Over 600,000 private sector jobs have been added since the president took office. The key U6 unemployment rate, which gives a broader look at both unemployment and underemployment, fell a full percentage point since the president took office in January. Long-term unemployment is down by 187,000 since the president took office, and America's miners and drillers are getting back to work, with that sector showing job growth for the seventh straight month. The president's not going to stop until every American who wants to work can find meaningful employment. That's why we're working tirelessly on policies that will keep the economy growing, with a tax plan that will leave more money in the pockets of hardworking Americans and making it easier for businesses to thrive, an infrastructure initiative that will generate $1 trillion of investment and put Americans back to work, rebuilding our nation's crumbling roads and bridges, repealing and replacing the job-killing Obamacare with a system that encourages competition and drives prices down, and a systematic regulatory reform to reduce unnecessary burdens on manufacturing and other key industries, aiming for the most far-reaching rollback since the Reagan years. You can expect the president to be focusing even more on jobs this month and holding events in Washington and outside, pushing his pro-growth, pro-jobs agenda. Later this afternoon, the President's going to be signing two bills that were both passed with bipartisan support that help protect those who protect us, our nation's veterans and public safety officers. First, the Public Safety Officers Benefit Improvement Act of 2017, which was co-sponsored by Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley of Iowa and Senator Kristen Gillibrand of New York. It was unanimously passed by the Senate last month. It will reduce the unacceptable backlog of families awaiting approval of survivor benefits and public safety officers that were killed in the line of duty. The second is the American Law Enforcement Heroes Act, which was co-sponsored by Senator John Cornyn and Senator Amy Klobuchar, which also unanimously passed the Senate and assists state and local law enforcement in adding veterans to their forces by prioritizing the Department of Justice funding to law enforcement agencies that is used to hire veterans. It's critical that we support our veterans and the loved ones of those who have paid the ultimate price while protecting our communities. The President's glad to be signing these important bills today, and there'll be a pool spray at the top of that shortly. Also in Washington today, Education Secretary Betsy DeVos visited the Eagle Public Charter School this morning to show the administration's support for inclusive school environments and celebrate the launch of the Department of Education's new Individual with Disabilities Act effort. At the State Department, Secretary Tillerson met this morning with Foreign Minister of Brazil and is departing for Sydney, Australia this afternoon, where he will join Defense Secretary Mattis to participate in the 2017 Australia-United States ministerial consultations. Prior to his arrival in Australia, Secretary Mattis will attend the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, where he will deliver remarks and meet with regional allies and counterparts to discuss security issues. With that, I'd be glad to take a few questions. Kevin.
Thanks, Sean. I want to ask about the push for the travel ban to the U.S. Supreme Court. Is it fair to say that one of the reasons that the President wants to keep this going is obviously now we have a full court impaneled, but also because it gives the White House perhaps a chance to build on some momentum, especially if you look back at yesterday, it would appear that his base was very pleased with what the President decided to do. Is that part of the calculus? And I'd also like to ask as a follow about the XL pipeline. Can you give us an update on what's happening with that in terms of jobs and development?
Yeah. I think that what we've said with respect to the executive order in question has been fairly consistent since its implementation and in the first court action. So last night we asked the Supreme Court to hear this important case and are confident that the President's executive order is well within his lawful authority to keep the nation safe and protect our communities from terrorism. The President's not required to admit people from countries that sponsor or shelter terrorism, and until he determines that they are properly vetted and do not pose a threat or risk to the United States. It's pretty consistent with what we've talked about. I don't have an update on, are you talking about in terms of production for Keystone? I don't have that at this time. Zeke?
Thanks, John. You were asked earlier this week about the President's personal views on climate change and whether or not he believes it's a hoax. You said you hadn't had a chance to have that conversation with him. Now it's been 48, 72 hours. What does the President actually believe about climate change? Does he still believe it's a hoax? Could you clarify that, since apparently nobody else in the White House can?
Yeah, I have not had an opportunity to have that discussion.
The American people deserve to know what the President believes on such
I
an
think
important
that
issue.
Administrator Pruitt pointed out that what the President is focused on is making sure that we have clean water, clean air, and making sure that we have the best deal for the American workers. Blake.
Sure.
Sorry.
No worries. Quick question for you on related to the Paris Climate Agreement. Why does the President feel it's important to continue to reduce carbon emissions and export clean energy technology?
I think he understands the importance of clean air, clean water, as I just mentioned, and a healthy environment, but also doing so in a way that provides the American workers and our economy a way to grow. But obviously, as Administrator Pruitt pointed out, that we've got a lot of technology that we can export to other countries and help them.
Just a quick question as it relates to climate change. A very simple definition of climate change is a change in the Earth's weather patterns. The EPA administrator said today that he does feel there is some value to the studies that say that the Earth is warming somewhat. Does the President share the EPA administrator's thoughts on this topic? And why has the administration sort of backed away from using the words climate change?
I have not, as I mentioned to Zeke, I have not had an opportunity to specifically talk to the President about that. Amen.
Thanks, John.
Yesterday, the president painted a pretty dire economic picture if the United States were to stay in the Paris Accord, saying it would be disastrous for the U.S. economy. And yet, dozens of the top CEOs of American corporations lobbied the president in order to stay in the Paris Accords. Why would the president argue that this is bad for the economy if all of those CEOs are saying, you know what, we need to do this? Is the president right about the economic forecast and all those private sector leaders wrong?
I think the president took input from a lot of individuals, and there were other sectors that were very concerned about the implementation of it. And frankly, I think there were some companies and some organizations that are among those that you mentioned that while they maybe wanted to stay in, also expressed concern about the target levels. But at the end of the day, the president's #1 priority is to get the best deal for the American people. This is who they elected last year. This was, I think, one of the things that we've got to remember is that the president was very clear on the campaign trail about his position on this, but he was also clear that he was going to negotiate the best deal for the American people. And if you look at all of the deals that we have, whether the trade deals or Paris, the president's made it very clear that he's committed to getting the best deal for America, America's workers, America's manufacturers.
Is Johnson going to replace Elon Musk and Bob Iger on the president's advisory council?
I don't know at this point. Jim.
Thank you, Sean. The president's critics are claiming that the, pulling out of the accord will lift China as a global leader. Do you agree with that sentiment? What does the White House have to say about that?
Well, I think part of the reason that the president said it was a bad deal yesterday is because countries, including China, were not making substantial progress in reducing their carbon footprint. They weren't doing enough, and America was carrying the load. So I think by negotiating a better deal, hopefully we can get a better result for our country and the world. John.
Thank you, Sean. Yesterday, President Macron of France delivered a sharply worded speech in English attacking the president on the climate change decision, saying it is bad for all of our children, and he specifically called on scientists to come and move to France. What's the president's response to President Macron?
I think that the president has made it clear since day one that his job is to protect the interest of this country and our citizens. As he said yesterday, he was elected to represent Pittsburgh, not Paris. Hunter.
Thank you, Sean. The Washington Post has reported that the administration is considering returning these properties in Maryland and New York to Russia. What is the reason for that, and what would the White House have to see before giving back those properties?
The State Department issued comments on that earlier, saying, quote, the U.S. and Russia have reached no agreements. They're projecting the negotiations further along than they are. So the State Department's the lead on that, and they've been very clear where we stand on that. Charlie?
Has the president been following the Kathy Griffin meltdown, and does the family want a personal apology for the beheading photo?
Does what, please?
Does the family want a personal apology for Kathy Griffin after the beheading photo?
Yeah, the president, the First Lady, and the Secret Service have all made it very clear their view on those thoughts. Steve?
Sean, it's been a matter of curiosity in this town for a couple of days now. Is the White House going to invoke executive privilege to prevent James Comey from testifying before the Senate Intelligence Panel next week?
That committee hearing was just noticed, and I think obviously it's got to be reviewed.
And so that is not a no.
No, it's just saying I don't. It literally, my understanding is the date for that hearing was just set. I have not spoken to counsel yet. I don't know how they're gonna respond. Jen.
Two questions, Sean. One on the tax bill and one on the debt ceiling. In the Rose Garden yesterday, the president said something about our tax bill is moving along in Congress very well. We've heard something about a bill being drafted in House Ways and Means. Is that what he was talking about, or what tax bill was he referring to?
I think, as you know, Secretary Mnuchin and Director Cohen were here a couple weeks ago laying out the broad principles of what they look to see in legislation. They've had several discussions, both in the House and the Senate, bipartisan and industry groups, and I think that the reception that the President's initiative has received in both chambers is moving along very well with leadership and rank and file members.
And then on the debt ceiling, we've been getting some mixed messages from administration officials on whether you'd like to see a clean debt bill or whether you'd be. Can you explain what the president's feeling is on whether he'd like to see riders attached on decreasing spending or whatever? What is his feeling?
I think both Secretary Mnuchin and Director Mulvaney have weighed in on this. This is something that we're going to work with Congress on. So we're not there yet. It's something that our team is going to continue to work with them on. Jessica.
Thanks,
Sean. Two questions. Number one, when we heard the administrator talk about this decision on the Paris Climate Accord, he said it's not a signal that the U.S. wants to disengage on climate policy. So what are the steps that the administration is taking to engage internationally on climate? And secondly, as you well know, climate has been a key part of cooperation between the U.S. and China. Will you try to replace that very important sort of intersection of interest with something else? Will you continue to do some technological cooperation on clean energy, for example, with the Chinese? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, this is a decision that was just made yesterday afternoon, and I think the president is going to engage both with domestic stakeholders. He mentioned in the speech yesterday he looks forward to talking to leaders in both parties about a way forward and reasonable ways in which we can engage in that. And then he'll obviously continue to talk to world leaders, but that's a process that has to evolve. What's that?
China, the relationship with China as a point of cooperation. Have you guys given some thought to how you'll manage? Because the model was you manage tensions with China as the U.S. government by having areas of cooperation, and this was previously an area of cooperation. There's obviously other areas that the White House is working on now with China, but do you envision some other cooperation on the area of climate with the Chinese government?
Well, the relationship that President Trump has established through President Xi has been quite remarkable. He's talked about it very clearly, and it's a model in which they'll continue to build their relationship and talk about issues, whether it's this or North Korea or other areas, economic areas, that they're going to work together on. So I think that the great thing about this issue is that the relationship that the president has and continues to build with President Xi is one that will allow them to move forward.
Thank you, Sean. In a recent statement by Senator McCain, he said that Vladimir Putin is a greater threat to the United States security of the U.S. than ISIS. Has the president had any conversation with you about that comment?
No, he hasn't.
Sean, thank you. Secretary Mnuchin has said that he wants the debt ceiling raised before the August recess, that we're going to run out of money by then. This morning, he wants it cleaned as well. This morning, Gary Cohn said that the administration is willing to do whatever with Congress to get it passed before August, and the Freedom Caucus has said they want spending cuts. So what does this look like? It doesn't sound as if the Treasury Secretary is going to get a clean bill. What's the administration willing to take as far as spending cuts to get the debt ceiling raised?
I mean, I think that was the nature of what Jen was asking, and I think that is a conversation that our team is going to have with congressional leaders and other stakeholders, Freedom Caucus and other members, about what it's going to take. I think there's a bipartisan recognition that we need to get that done, and so Secretary Mnuchin, Director Cohn, Director Mulvaney, and other members of the team will continue to work with congressional leaders to figure out what it takes to get it done.
Sean,
April.
Sean, could you tell me, how is the president dealing with the fact that there are several mayors, many mayors, from a bipartisan group, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, who are against the president's withdrawal from the Paris Agreement? How does this president move forward with what he's saying about making coal great again and walking away from the economics of clean energy, and then walking out of Paris when you have mayors who are saying we're going to continue with the Paris Agreement?
Well, if a mayor or a governor wants to enact a policy, that's on a range of issues, they're accountable to their own voters, and that's what they should do. We believe in states' rights, and so if a locality, a municipality, or a state wants to enact a policy that their voters or their citizens believe in, then that's what they should do.
And one other question.
But I will say that with respect to elected officials, there was, I think, a large contingent of officials at every level of government that were very pleased with the president's decision yesterday and applauded him for that.
A bipartisan group of Republican and Democratic mayors who are very upset about this.
And we have some bipartisan support for it.
Okay, and last topic. There are numbers of reports on hate crimes. Nooses have been found at the museum, the new museum that the president toured, the African American History and Culture Museum. And also there was very negative word, one of the worst words you can say, spray painting on LeBron James' home. What is the president saying about this? Specifically, as people are saying over the last 130 plus days, people are feeling that there has been a divide that is perpetuated from this White House.
Well, I would respectfully disagree with the premise of that. I think we need to denounce hate in any form, in any act, and this president made it clear from election night to his inauguration that he wants to unite this country and move it forward. Caitlin.
Thank you. Did Secretary
say Rex Tillerson endorsed withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement?
I'm not privy to the conversations that individuals had with the president.
Is there a reason he wasn't at the announcement yesterday?
I don't know.
Okay, secondly, can you clarify the nature of the conversations that Jared Kushner had with Russian officials and a banker in December? And what was the date of the meeting with the banker?
I cannot, and as I've mentioned the other day, that we're focused on the president's agenda, and going forward, all questions on these matters will be referred to outside counsel Mark Kasowitz.
But how can you not answer questions on it when the president himself tweets about it?
We're focused on his agenda, and going forward, all questions on this matter will be referred to outside counsel. Jill. Jill.
Two things. Firstly, nobody is actually responding to any of those questions, so I don't know where you guys are in actually finding spokespeople or people who want to respond to those. That would be helpful.
Okay.
And then two things. Do you guys have any update on the search for the FBI director?
As I mentioned yesterday, I guess a couple days ago, the president continues to has met with some candidates. When we have an update on that, we'll let you know.
Okay. And then you said that you hadn't talked to the president yet about whether he still believes that climate change is a hoax. Would it be possible for you to have that conversation with him and then report back to us at the next briefing?
If I can, I will. Mary.
Given that you and Administrator Pruitt can't say where the president stands on climate change, does this mean that members of this administration helped the president make this decision to withdraw from the Paris Accord without knowing where the president stands, without knowing whether or not he thinks climate change is real?
My understanding is that individuals gave the president advice on the deal at hand, and he made a decision on what was best for the country and our people on the merits of the agreement.
Sean, we know that the president heard a lot of points of view on this, on both sides of the issue, and there was an impression, maybe a false impression, that it was a difficult decision and that he was wavering. In the end, though, yesterday, he was emphatic about his, getting out of the agreement. In the end, was this an easy decision or was it a close decision?
I honestly don't know. I mean, that's what the president is the ultimate decider, and when he comes to make a decision, when he gets the information that he's required, he lets us know that he has a decision, and he announces it.
And one other thing, there's a lot of talk about renegotiation. Why renegotiate? The United States has the authority to simply reduce the targets. Why not just do that?
Because the president believes that it is in our country's best interest to renegotiate the deal.
The president signed a waiver yesterday that delayed his campaign promise to move the embassy to Jerusalem. I know you said that this was to not hinder any sort of peace deal, but how confident can his supporters be that this is a campaign promise that he's going to keep?
I think when the president signed the waiver under the Jerusalem Embassy Act and delayed moving the embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, no one should consider this step in any way to be a retreat from the president's strong support for Israel and for the U.S.-Israeli relationship. The president made this decision to maximize the chance of successfully negotiating a deal between Israel and the Palestinians, fulfilling a solemn obligation to defend America's national security interest. But as he repeatedly stated his intention to move the embassy, the question is not if that move happens, but when.
But you promised during the campaign to do it on day one. I mean, is there a time frame now for when he will do this?
His ultimate goal is to get peace, and as I said, it's not an if, it's a when. Francesca.
Thank you, Sean. Following up on Caitlin's question, and then I have a second thing after that, is it still the administration's position, though, that Jared Kushner was in the meeting with the Russian banker as a representative of the transition, representing the president,
As I said to Caitlin, we're focused on the president's agenda, and going forward, all questions on these matters will be referred to outside counsel Mark Kasowitz.
Something you may be able to answer directly is, does the president still have confidence in Jared Kushner?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Sean. One of the ethics pledge waivers that the White House released applied to all White House appointees concerning discussions with the news media and was retroactive. Was that aimed at, did the White House have Steve Bannon's communications with Breitbart News in mind? Was that applied retroactively to address those communications? And any response to Director Schaub's claim that if you need a retroactive waiver, you have violated a rule?
Yeah, that's great. There's two pieces to that that are important. One is, remember, this didn't have to do with the law or regulations. This had to do with the president's pledge, his ethics pledge. So he is the ultimate decider on that. This isn't with respect to a law or regulation. And that what we discovered was that several individuals on staff had previously worked for media organizations. And in order to continue having those discussions and advancing the president's agenda and priorities, it was important to make sure that all individuals had the opportunity to be able to speak to the media about what the president was doing to make the country stronger. For what it's worth, today happens to be National Leave Work Early Day. I hope you all get a chance to participate. If you didn't, maybe go home if you participated in National Donut Day and go home a little early and work it off. But with that, I hope you get to take advantage of that day. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Are you going home early?
I think we'll look with
And welcome everyone to the Fox 10 and News Now Stream.
Good afternoon, everyone.
FoxTenPhoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Going to be here with you for the next 90 minutes here on the News Now Stream. That was the White House press briefing. I had Sean Spicer there do a little joke there at the end saying he hopes that the other reporters will leave a little bit early as it's national. Get out of work early today. Look at that there.
Well, it's good to be with you this afternoon, and want to first begin by saying that the President made a very courageous decision yesterday on behalf of America. He put America's interests first with respect to environmental agreements and international discussions. I really appreciate his fortitude. I really appreciate his leadership in this matter. The discussion over the last several weeks has been one of a thoughtful deliberation here in the country. We have reduced our CO2 footprint to levels of the early 1990s. In fact, from 2000 to 2014, we reduced our carbon footprint by over 18%. And that's been largely accomplished through innovation. I also want to say that exiting Paris does not mean disengagement. In fact, the President said yesterday that Paris represents a bad deal for
All right, folks, coming up here next on the Fox 10 and News Now Stream, we're going to take you out to Houston, where the Sheriff's Department there talking about the death of John Hernandez, the father who died after being beaten by a deputy's husband outside of a Denny's restaurant. We'll hear from that press conference right now. Hope you guys are all having a great Friday. Sami's going to be up here next in the next 90 minutes, followed by Mary Kate. Let's have a good day.
In a restaurant parking lot in the 17700 block of the Crosby Freeway in East Harris County. Deputies were told that a 41-year-old male, accompanied by his children, pulled into a restaurant parking lot where they observed a 24-year-old male urinating in public view. The 48-year-old male, Thompson, verbally confronted the other male, John Hernandez, about his behavior, and a physical altercation ensued. Thompson is the husband of a Harris County Sheriff's deputy. Our deputy was off duty at the time of the altercation. The deputy arrived in a separate vehicle to meet her family at the restaurant and called for assistance from the sheriff's office and EMS. She then helped her husband restrain the other man. When the deputy observed that Hernandez had stopped resisting, she and her husband stopped restraining him and then noticed that he was not breathing. The deputy then began CPR and continued until emergency medical services arrived and transported the man to LBJ Hospital for treatment. Mr. Hernandez would later die late Wednesday night. This investigation has been given a high priority, and we're going to continue to investigate this particular incident, but I'll also be reaching out to the Texas Rangers and also to the Department of Justice to make sure that we have full transparency and to make sure that there's another set of independent eyes that will look at our investigation to make sure that everything is done in a thorough manner. And then once that has concluded, we'll present the case to the Harris County District Attorney's Office for consideration. And so, but I have full confidence in our investigators. I believe they're doing a thorough job. I trust their skill set on this, and I haven't experienced investigating these type of cases, and so I have full confidence that we at the Sheriff's Office are highly capable to present an independent investigation and do it thoroughly. But as an added, again, a precautionary measure, we will be reaching out to those two entities to also seek their participation along the way. El oficial del condado de Harris, del alguacil, está investigando un incidente que ocurrió a las 11:40 el domingo, el 28 de mayo, asistencia del oficial. Because at the end of the day, for us, it's about gathering the facts. The facts are what they are. And once we've done that, then it'll be presented to the district attorney's office for their own independent review as well of the facts.
At this time, how do you classify the husband of the deputy?
The husband of the deputy, I don't think at this point, we just have to interview.
Work early day?
I haven't thought so much about how we classify him per se.
Person of interest, suspect?
But he's a party to the incident. Ultimately,
on
with
staff had
any of these
previously
incidents,
worked for media organizations. And
we
in
leave
order
it
to
eventually up to the
continue,
district attorney's
having
office
those
to determine where
discussions and
culpability
advancing the
may
president's
lie or
agenda and
what
priorities,
exactly
it was
happened.
important to make sure.
And our role at this point is more to gather facts, not necessarily determine how we classify per se. I mean,
Media
we'll look to interview
about
everybody involved.
what the president was doing
that
to
we
make-
can. Obviously, Mr.
make the country
Hernandez
stronger.
is deceased, unfortunately. And
for what
so,
it's worth, today happens to.
That'll be our focus, is just gathering the facts.
How will you be gathering the facts? What will you be doing as of today?
Well, just the main thing is to make sure that those that are present have been interviewed. Anybody will review video footage and then ask that if anybody's out there that has additional video footage or anyone that hasn't come forward yet, that they please do so, because we want to make sure, again, investigation is only as good as the information that comes forward. So if there's information out there, we're definitely wanting to receive that information. So if somebody was there and had to leave or fled or whatever, we want to make sure that they come forward. I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying if somebody's out there that has information, we want to make sure. So we'll just gather all the facts together. Obviously, there's also a medical piece to this that'll fall under the medical examiner's office. And so all of those will be part of the broader investigation.
En el video se ve correctamente a este hombre que le cae encima al señor Hernández. La gente le pedía que lo soltara y él seguía.
Todo en que comprender la facts. That's our role. Not to look at it through one lens or another. The facts are what they are, and then there'll be ample time for the district attorneys to review the case and then determine what charges are applicable, should have been applied, or will be applied. Charges could always be filed along the way if they're deemed appropriate. At this point, we're still in the fact gathering phase. We don't want to rush to judgment.
So, Sheriff, at this point, you don't feel that there's enough evidence that your deputies have collected to charge anyone or arrest anyone?
It's not whether there is or isn't. Our point is we want to make sure that we're presenting a thorough case as quickly as possible, but with enough information that the district attorneys can review it, make a thoughtful decision, and have all the facts, and not be, well, what about this, or have you? And then we're like, well, we haven't talked to that person, or we haven't reviewed this or that. It's fair for everybody. At the end of the day, is to try to lay out a picture of exactly what happened, beginning, during, and then after. And it's not always out of the. This was an altercation that occurred between two parties, and obviously it was fatal for Mr. Hernandez. Unfortunately, but part of it is to see what led to that. What was the actual cause? That's why we could look at video footage, but a medical examiner needs to tell us this was cause of death. This is what led to the death. Not, yes, he died, but was it because he was on top? Was it another health issue? And so there's different factors in these type of cases that we have to take into investigation. If not, we wouldn't be doing a thorough job.
So this would be normal for this type of injury in case that individual would be arrested that night?
Every case is a little bit different. A lot of it is, we've had the benefit now of looking back and seeing that he was transported, he eventually died, so we could always look back from that moment and say, hey, maybe this should have happened or that should have happened, but that's hindsight now. I'll give you an example. Sometimes what happens, and I'm sure most of you have seen it, an incident will happen where a homeowner shoots a possible intruder. And most cases, or most times, the homeowner isn't arrested. You know, it's reviewed, a case is investigated, and then referred to the grand jury for possible charges. And so that's, in a way, different scenario. But I'm saying, you know, kind of fact patterns to say sometimes if certain things still need to be determined, exact cause of death and other issues, motive, all these other things need to be taken into account to make the right determination legally. And that's something that District Attorney's Office is going to want to know, those kind of facts.
While this investigation continues, is this female deputy still on active duty?
Yes, she arrived at the latter part of the incident, and so Internal Affairs did make the scene, and so they're conducting their own administrative incident, but she was not there for the first part of the incident. At how much time she was there, and you know, she arrived near the latter part, it seems. You know, was involved in restraining him, and then also subsequently, you know, calling for help, for EMS, for ambulance, and administering CPR. So, again, all of these things have to be entangled. There's a lot of different pieces to it.
One more question. Last question. Family, who is insinuating at the very least.
Well, not true at all. Our sympathies go out to the Hernandez family. They've obviously lost their loved one. You know, we're always sympathetic anytime somebody's lost their life. I understand externally how it could look, but we investigate cases all the time, and I feel confident that that we're going to do or are doing a thorough job and will be you know, very for me, I mean, it's not a question. I mean, we're going to be transparent. Nobody's going to get any special favors. That's kind of our posture, is that we're going to, you know, but again, just to, if it gives anyone a sense of, just to give them a sense of perspective on it, that's why I am calling for the Department of Justice and Texas Rangers to also come, because if we miss something, then you've got two other agencies, in addition to the District Attorney's Office, that will be able to give eyes to this. But we're going to do a thorough job. No one's going to get a free pass on this or anything like that. Okay, bueno, estas dos más, and then that's it. Okay, pero ya hiciste.
De acuerdo a lo que se ve en el video o las evidencias que usted tiene, ¿quién comenzó la pelea? ¿Quién pegó primero?
La información que tenemos es que parece ser que Hernández tiró el primer golpe y después comenzó una pelea entre los dos. Entonces, es la información.
All right, everybody, welcome. Fox 10 News Downstream. That was an update with the Houston Sheriff's deputies there in Houston. It's kind of a little crime block that we have going on for you. Now we're going to take you out to Polk County, Florida, where deputies believe they have found a body of a missing person there near the Tampa Bay area. So let's go to that press conference there now.
Minute 30. Is that okay? Sorry. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Jamie's listening too. It's hot. A little bit of rain didn't help. Shouldn't say free. Another event to go to. One minute. That's the longest 30 seconds I've ever seen.
That's a technique producers use.
Yes.
Thank you.
5 seconds of time. Go ahead. Take that card.
Yanela Lorente went missing from the city of Haines City on Sunday, and that was reported to the Haines City Police Department on Monday. My good friend Chief Gary Hester and his excellent team began looking for her as a missing persons. During their investigation, they determined that her vehicle was parked here at this state park. She frequented this park. We began a search of this 6,000 acres looking for her. The best information that we developed was she was last seen by herself and coming to this park. Today, at just after 9 a.m., one of our agriculture deputies, Carlton Turner, who was being assisted by, obviously, the Haines City Police Department, his colleagues from the Sheriff's Office, and Game and Fish, during this massive search, located the body of a female who's 28 years old. At this point in the investigation, we have not made a positive identification, but all initial information leads us to believe that we have found Miss Lorente. The investigation is ongoing. I'll let the chief talk about what the city detectives are doing. We're working hand in glove with them, but at this point, all we can tell you is that we have found the body of what we believe to be Miss Lorente. And our hearts are broken. We had all hoped for the best, but we had prepared for the worst. I can tell you, when we found the location that Miss Lorente is located, it was an incredibly thick, wooded swamp area. I asked our deputy, Turner, I said, how in the world did you find her here? He said, my wife told me last night I needed to pray more and pray hard. And I did a great deal of praying last night, and eventually I was led to her today. He said, it's just a God thing. So we have found who we believe to be her. Our crime scene's here. Our homicide is here because obviously this is in the unincorporated area. We're joined by Haines City and Game and Fish. Chief, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Our hearts go out to this young lady's family. As the sheriff said, this was not the outcome we were all hoping and praying for. We were hoping that she was all blowing off some steam and she would show back up alive and well. Unfortunately, that doesn't appear to be the case. The Haines City Police Department is currently with the family. They have been notified of this tragic news. I certainly appreciate the round-the-clock assistance that we've received from the Sheriff's Office and Game and Fish and from the media in trying to help us locate this young lady. As the Sheriff said, the investigation is very young at this point now. Certainly the Sheriff's Office is the lead in the death investigation that's occurring at this point. As we reported in the past, it appears that the very tight timeline that we had based off of video footage from different businesses and establishments had put her on Polk City Road around 5:15 on Sunday evening. We had, based off the media coverage, we had reports from some of our citizens who put her vehicle here at this park at 7 p.m. On Sunday evening. So all indications is this is where she has been since sometime between 5:15, 5:20, and sometime shortly after that on Sunday. But once again, we appreciate y'all's assistance. Appreciate the citizens who have called in, and our heart goes out to the family and loved ones, and we will work with them and work with the sheriff in any way that they need in the future to bring a resolution to this case.
Was she shot, and was there any sign of a struggle?
We're not releasing any more information about what we see at the crime scene at this point in time. Obviously, you know that we will at the first opportunity that's in the best interest of the investigation.
Have you ruled out suicide?
We've not ruled out anything.
Are your detectives questioning anyone right now?
Our detectives, meaning ours collectively, Haines City Police detectives and the sheriff's detectives, have been investigating and talking to people from the very moment we first learned about this investigation. But we won't release any other information other than to say that the person that we have recovered, from all initial indicators, clearly tells us that it's Miss Lorente.
Sheriff, yesterday this was called suspicious. Would you still call it that?
We are conducting this death investigation. We don't know at this point in time until we finish our crime scene investigation and finish the interviews with some other folks that we're talking to, and then we'll release what we believe to be the cause of death and the manner of death as soon as that investigation's to that point.
Is everyone being interviewed cooperating? There was some talk that some of them were nowhere to be found yesterday. What's the status of them?
Yeah, we have been pleased in that the overwhelming majority of them have been cooperative in the investigation.
Is that still the case today?
Still the case. Still the case today. Everybody, the vast majority have been overwhelmingly cooperative.
Sheriff, you described the area as, you said it was kind of a swampy area. Can you tell us a little bit, was it on like a,
it is off this main trail here, north on the second side of it's a thick cypress head on the second side of the ponds. There's two ponds right on this trail, and it's back there in a cypress head in a very, very thick location underneath a lot of brush.
What would it take for a person on foot to get to a location like that?
Take them about 10 minutes to walk.
So she was under brush?
It was under the canopy of a very thick cypress swamp. And there's a lot of woods out there as well.
Was she buried underneath anything?
We're not releasing any more information about the investigation other than to say where we found her, and that Deputy Turner and Deputy Lori Smith, who was with him, were the two that initially found her. Okay? Thank y'all very much. Take care.
Okay, folks, so we had that update there from Polk County, Florida. It looks like they do indeed have located the body of that missing woman. We'll try to get you guys some more updates when we do get some more press conferences from them. We usually get a lot of press conferences there from Polk County. That sheriff there is pretty good at alerting the media and holding these press conferences. So we always check in and try to see what we can provide for you. Coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we are going to take you to Chicago, where students marching right now for peace. As you know, the summer months in Chicago, that is when the most violence always does occur. The hotter it gets, the more deaths occur because, well, for some reason, the hotter it gets, the people just want to go out and commit bad things. Terrible things, actually. All right, we're going to just show you the Capitol here while I get that video all located here for you. And this was Sky Fox for a peace march. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream as students in the Chicago area are demanding a safe summer. Now, in 2016, Chicago recorded 762 murders, up 57% from the previous year. City of Chicago recorded more than 700 homicides, an average of 2 murders per day, the most killings in the city for 2 decades and more than New York and LA combined. The nation's third largest city also saw 1,100 more shooting incidents than it did in 2015, according to statistics released by the Chicago Police Department that underlined a story of bloodshed that has put Chicago at the center of a national dialogue about gun violence. The numbers released are staggering, even for those following the steady news accounts of weekend and endings with dozens of shootings and monthly death tolls that haven't been seen in years. The increase in 2016 murders compared to 2015, when 485 were reported, is the largest spike in 60 years. Police and city officials have lamented the flood of illegal guns into the city, and the crime statistics appeared to support their claims. Police recovered 8,300 illegal guns in 2015, a 20% uptick from the previous year. Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson said during a news conference that Chicago is among many U.S. cities that have seen a spike in gun violence, including attacks on police. He said anger at police, including in the wake of videos released that showed a white Chicago officer shooting a black teenager 16 times, has left criminals wanting revenge on police. The bulk of the deaths and shooting incidents, which jumped from 2,426 in 2015 to 3,500 last year, occurred in only 5 neighborhoods on the city's south and west sides, all poor and predominantly black areas where gangs are most active. Police said the shootings in those areas generally aren't random, with more than 80% of the victims having previously been identified by police as more susceptible because of their gang ties or past arrests. The city has scrambled to address the violence. Mayor Rahm Emanuel announced just last year that 1,000 officers would be added to the police department. At the same time, police officials have been trying to figure out why homicides and shootings, which began climbing the year before, suddenly surged.
Do you have fear for your career after this storm dies down? Absolutely. I don't.
And the latest totals, just this past Memorial Day weekend, Chicago police hailed progress with 49 shot over the Memorial Day weekend. The grim tally of 49 shot over Memorial Day weekend, historically one of the most violent times of the year, is oddly the latest sign that the city may be turning a corner in the fight against gun violence. 5 people were killed and 44 were shot between Friday evening and Monday night. That's an improvement over last year's total of 7 killed and 61 shot. The decrease highlights the slow progress police say they've made in the first 5 months of the year to reduce Chicago's high murder rate through technology that helps commanders better deploy street cops. As of Tuesday morning, Chicago has recorded 235 murders so far this year, compared to 244 for the same time period last year. Shooting incidents have dropped more significantly to 1,047 compared to 1,200 last year, according to police department data. And just this past weekend in Chicago, a blind, mentally challenged man was gunned down at a Chicago park, and his family now saying that kid was the nicest kid ever. Crime scene tape and working detectives swarmed what neighbors described as a normally quiet park in the 9800 block of South Wallace Street, after some say they heard as many as 20 shots fired, killing a 20-year-old man. His name was Dravone Morris. He was both blind and mentally challenged, who also played basketball at the park every day. That's all he would do. Everyday routine, cross that street and go to the park, his aunt said. His aunt and uncle raised him around the corner from where the shooting happened and are taking the news very hard. He was the nicest kid ever, a good nephew. I love him with all my heart, said the uncle. Police are getting a boost from a citywide anti-violence initiative, seizing 7 guns and leading to 30 arrests. Just this past Tuesday, Chicago police planned to announce a strategic decision center for a South Side district, which will see the addition of cameras and gunshot analytic tools, another tool in the box as police seek to keep the violence down. And the Illinois House approved tougher penalties for second-time gun crimes, as Chicago's top cop claims it could help cut violence by 50%. Some African-American legislators argued longer prison sentences for two-time gun offenders would not reduce violence. They want more opportunity and jobs in black neighborhoods. The problem isn't really the guns. The problem is the segregated city of Chicago, said Representative Mary Flowers. And I understand the societal problems that are there, but when you pick up a gun and you pull that trigger, you lose my sympathy completely. That was said by Representative David Harris. In the end, the House voted 70 to 41 to send the proposal to the state Senate. It would increase the recommended sentence for repeat gun offenses from 7 years to 14 years. Second-time offenders under age 21 could be diverted from prison to a 24-month youth program. Upon completion, their record could be expunged. Mayor Rahm Emanuel tweeted an appeal for the state Senate to send the measure quickly to Governor Rauner. Just this past weekend, for the holiday weekend, police said they put out an extra 1,000 officers on the street each day during the Memorial Day weekend, which they know as one of the deadliest times of the year for the city. The department typically puts more officers on the street during Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day weekends to combat the surge in violence that often happens during those time periods. Chicago gang members say more police won't stop the murders. Rashad Britt, who grew up in the Henry Horner projects on Chicago's west side, known for gangs and violence, he started hanging out with the members of the Vice Lords gang for safety. He says, just for protection. My friends, we got to get to school, so we got to have each other's backs on the way to school, he says. And sometimes that meant carrying a gun and being willing to use it at any time. His first gun was a gift given to him as a preteen. He said, I looked at it like that was love. I looked at it like this person loved me for the simple fact that they wanted to see me protected at all times. They gave me something that was going to protect my life, he says. Last Monday, a Fox News reporter met with a group of street guys on the west side. They say the gangs provided structure that their parents did not. Half of those guys don't have a mom. Either they were crackheads, dope fiends, boosters, or something, says a man who would only identify himself as a member of the Black Disciples. The moms or fathers were lost to the same gang that are now getting themselves right into it. That same Fox News reporter also talked to a man just described as Don, and he did not hesitate to give an honest answer when asked how that gang member makes money. He said, I rob, I sell drugs. The reporter saying that Don is a typical mold of a kid who turns to the gangster lifestyle. His father was not around and his mother had more children than she could afford. He started hanging out with gangs when he was only about 9 years old, referring to members of his section of the violent Vice Lords gang. He used the word family. Don's specialty is robbing people. While planning a robbery earlier this year, he sought the help of a childhood friend and fellow Vice Lord who went by the name of Red. He told me about the hit he was going to do. I went and told one crew that he was plotting on. That's all it takes to earn the death penalty on Chicago's violent west side. Word got back to Don that Red had leaked information about the robbery. I was going to shoot you could say, my ex-friend, Don said. That was from a revelation from Michael Tobin, a Fox News reporter who went to the inner city to talk to gang members and try to get into their heads of what leads up to a shooting on Chicago's west side. Folks, if you're just joining us here, taking a shot of Chicago, some of Chicago's youth, they are participating in a peace march, and the students are demanding a safe and happy summer. And they are trying their very best as a collective group to end the gun violence in Chicago. And just last night, in just 40 minutes, 2 people were killed and 3 others were wounded in Chicago's across the city. By sunrise today, a total of 12 people were shot across the city from Thursday afternoon through early Friday, from Rogers Park in the north to Gresham in the south. One of those killed was a 16-year-old, according to family members who gathered outside a hospital. He was standing outside on the west side in the 1100 block of North Hamlin Avenue about 6:15 in the evening yesterday when a dark-colored sedan pulled up and 2 people got out and just started shooting. Two other people were injured in the same West Side attack. A 24-year-old suffered wounds in the left leg and side. He was taken in critical condition to a hospital. And a third victim, a 33-year-old woman, was shot in the left ankle. She was in good condition, police said. Another fatal shooting, a 30-year-old was shot in the head on the south side about 6 p.m. in the 5100 block of South Prairie Avenue in the Washington Park neighborhood. Police said a vehicle pulled up and someone got out and just shot the person. Other shootings from across the city. A 36-year-old man was shot several times while sitting on the porch of a south side home. On the far north side, a 42-year-old man and a 64-year-old woman were shot in a Rogers Park neighborhood. The man was standing in an alley in the 1600 block of West Terrace Avenue when a gunman approached and opened fire. All right, folks, coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we're going to take you out to Detroit, where one of our counterparts doing a car show, taking a look there.
Take you around the Belle Isle Grand Prix, and we're going to show you some of the inside looks, and we're just going to walk around and you're going to tell me what you want to see, and we'll just take a nice tour. And it's something you might not always get when you're watching TV. You'll get little blips, but today we'll be on as long as you want to be on. So, all right, you ready? So I'm going to try and go pretty slow for my photog here. He's going to have to be with me for an hour. I don't want to get him tired out, but just earlier today I was walking around for a few hours and I saw that there were crews in here working on different parts. And again, you should know now I'm no racing expert, so if you see something, you tell me. And I'll be checking your comments as always as we walk. So just about an hour ago, this was more of an active scene. They were inside these booths working on different parts and running machines and had a bit of a crowd out here. And so, again, hi! So we're just kind of going to walk around. Again, it's calmed down a little bit, but what we saw earlier was crews working on things, and we actually saw drivers, you know, riding around on golf carts. So far, the hardest thing has been not to get hit by a golf cart, and I know you can attest to that. It is golf cart central around here. So we're going to take kind of a lap around. Let me pull up your comments first. I want to make sure I see them so you can tell me what you want to see. All right. All right, comments open. Hi, everyone. Melissa says, Trans Am Series, her husband is there. And so you got fans walking around, and this is the free day today. You can kind of go in this area, which is normally more restricted. Good morning. Oh, it looks like Roy Hudson has joined. He's our top security man. And so anything you want to see? Some racing fans, I've seen them around all morning. So in here, I actually saw camera crews earlier. I'm not sure what they were doing. Again, it's kind of calmed down a bit, but as you can see, they're working with parts for specific racers. Now, is anyone else here planning on going here today? Keep in mind, this weather is not as warm as I thought it was going to be. I'm a little chilly and I'm wearing a short sleeve, but it looks like the clouds might be breaking up. Oh, this Fuzzies brand. Oh, it's a brand of vodka. Yeah, I saw the drivers for here kind of walking around talking to people and fans. And so people can pick up little flyers kind of talking about the drivers themselves, which I think is pretty cool. We're going to wrap around. So again, this is the paddock, and this is the Fifth Third Bank one that we are in. There's multiple different areas to go in, and unfortunately, we won't make all of them today. All right, gotta be careful with those golf carts. Hi. All right, so anyone planning on coming today? Indy cars are running on track, says Melissa. Eric Lee is here as well. Look at these giant trucks.
All right, everybody, we're going to go back to that, but first, we're going to show you President Trump going to be signing 2 bills. This is tape playback, 2 bills, one for veterans and one for police officers.
Okay,
Pleasure to meet you. Hello, everybody. Thank you all. It's a great honor. And thank our Vice President for being here. Thank you. Ivanka Trump, thank you for being here. And we have a great group behind us, incredible people. Some of you are very good friends for a long time. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be with you, the men and women of law enforcement, as well as two fantastic state attorneys general who are always proud to stand by the side of law enforcement officers. That's Pam Bondi and Leslie Rutledge. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to thank also Chuck Canterbury, President of the Fraternal Order of Police, and Sheriff Greg Champagne, President of the National Sheriff's Association. Where are you folks? Good. Hello, man. How are you? How are you? Yes, sir. Great. Appreciate you being here. Really two great champions of law enforcement. We are here today to reaffirm our unbreakable support for the American heroes who keep our streets, our homes, and our citizens safe, and they've been doing an amazing job under very adverse conditions. We will always support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. I can speak very strongly for myself and for Mike Pence, our Vice President. We are behind you 100%. Every single day, America's law enforcement officers, firefighters, first responders, and their families make tremendous sacrifices for their communities and for their nation. When a home is threatened, when danger visits our doorstep, when innocent lives are on the line, Americans turn to their courageous officers of law enforcement because we know they are here to serve and to protect us all. They sacrifice every day to keep us safe. Many have paid the ultimate price, laying down their lives to save others. Incredible people. They're true heroes, and we will always be grateful. So I want to thank you folks. That is so true. Our duty as Americans is to honor their service and sacrifice and to protect those who protect us. Today I am proud to sign two laws to help fulfill that very, very sacred commitment. First, the Public Safety Officers Benefits Improvement Act will help disabled officers and firefighters and families of those who fall in the line of duty quickly receive all of the benefits they so justly deserve. People have wanted this for a long time. And I'm not just talking the people behind me, I'm talking about many people that represent the people behind me, family members and friends and people that just appreciate the work they do, which is incredible. For too long, injured officers have suffered, and the children of fallen officers have put their dreams of college on hold, while bureaucracy delayed crucial benefits, made it impossible for their families. No longer. It's unacceptable and is going to end today. In fact, it's going to end in about 1 minute. This bill speeds approval times by giving state and local enforcement greater role in determining eligibility and lets applicants track the progress of their claims online. So a much, much faster situation. You're all happy with that? You know what I'm talking about, right? Yes, sir. You've been waiting for this for years. Second, the American Law Enforcement Heroes Act allows the use of federal grants to help our military veterans transition to new careers in law enforcement. America is proud of our veterans, and I think I can say a double proud or a triple proud. We love our veterans, and they're serving overseas. They're in harm's way. They are doing things that very few people would have the courage to do, and we will be and always will be incredibly proud to have them with us, and they've been with us like nobody, and we are going to be protecting them. They've been protecting us. We're going to be helping them right now. They've really been with us in terms of freedom, in terms of our rights, and we're right now in terms of their rights. As president, keeping Americans safe is my highest duty. and supporting law enforcement is my unwavering commitment. I am very proud to sign these two great bills today. I want to thank everybody for being here, and if you have the bills, we'll sign them. This has been years in the making, and I will tell you that this is something that I'm very happy to be doing. So congratulations, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This act may be cited as the Public Safety Officers Benefits Improvement Act of 2017. You spread it around. That's a big one, right? And this is, as you know, let it be enacted in the United States House. This act may be used, the American Law Enforcement Heroes Act. And that's what it is, you're heroes. And so I want to just congratulate you. This one also has been a long time in the making. You're all heroes, aren't you? I think.
Sure.
Yeah, you're all heroes? Yes? That is fantastic. Who gets this pen, Mike? Who gets this pen? Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. This is slightly less controversial than yesterday, but yesterday was a big service to this country, I will tell you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. President, did you see on Fox? He said Paris was appalling.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless. Be safe. Thank you, sir.
All right, folks, as promised, we'll go back to Detroit to show you that special look at the Free Pre Day at Belle Isle.
Detroit Channel 2, I love Michigan, but now live in California. All right. Tony says, Kelly wants a dune buggy. You are absolutely correct about that one. Hi. Carrietta, I believe it's pronounced, just wants to see some of the cars. Yeah, I found where they all are. We'll head over there in a minute. So this, you can see, is kind of one of the main areas where they have a lot going on. You'll find machine parts and different types of promotions where you can get these kinds of deals. All right, and as I was talking about on the other side, they're in there actually working on these cars. If we can take a look. So they're just working. Wow, Mustang sampling. All right, hi Daniel. Victor Gomez, where is this at? This is at the Belle Isle Grand Prix. I've actually never been here before, so we're gonna kind of check it out together for the first time. We'll get to the cars, I promise. This is kind of a behind the scenes thing. You can see the cars anywhere. I love this one because this company makes the police lights that you see. I thought this was super interesting. Came over and read through all the packets and stuff. That's really neat because you never think about that. That's got to come from somewhere. And that's the type of thing that you'll see if you plan on coming here today or over the next 2 days. How are you? And this is the WeatherTech area. As you know, that's a special brand or a special series. Oh, they're moving a car. Uh-oh. See, and that's the kind of cool thing that you'll see around here. The cars are right here. You guys can see them. You can check them out. You can be that close to them. So that's the cool part. They got to move stuff around. Oh, we'll move our photog back a little bit. Check it out. See, again, that's the kind of cool thing you'll see. Just moving the cars around. Team Penske over there. Man, I want to be in one of those. So that's a cool part of the free day, like I've been saying. You can just kind of see the cars themselves. Hi, how are you? All right, and over here in the visitflorida.com, you can see that they're actually working on the cars. Pretty cool, right? I can't imagine the amount of skill it takes to be able to do that. All right, looking back at your comments here. You need a golf cart. You know, we actually got a golf cart ride as we were walking down. That was pretty nice. Yep, Sean, it's free today. So come check it out today, and you can go anywhere. I think if I got a car, I'd get a yellow one. Sean, no, it's not free Saturday. Excuse us.
Oh, go
ahead. Ooh. Hi, okay, so see, they're pulling another one. I've been watching them do this all morning. And so in a bit, we'll head to where all those are. I figured out where they are. Oh. Tony, I bet the drivers might let you sit in one. Dang, dangerous alley. Yeah, what do you got to do to be the one driving that? Oh. So we have a lot of coverage on this on fox2detroit.com if you want to check that out. Quite a few different packages there. So again, that's the really cool part about Free Day. You can get up close and personal, maybe ask them some questions. I've seen drivers around taking pictures with fans. Okay, this is the Patron one. Look at that green. And these crews are just working on them. That's so cool. Oh, look. I wonder if that's a tequila cart. You think there's tequila on that? He nods. Oh, okay. I wanted to go talk to these ladies over here. I stopped by and saw them earlier. They're getting their picture taken. All right, and this is for Turner Motorsports. I stopped by earlier and asked them if they would chat with us for a bit. Hi, that's Nicole and Natalie. Hi, how are you guys? Yes, I stopped by to see them earlier, Nicole and Natalie. And I believe Linda, did she take off? Is she here somewhere? All right, hi. I'm Kelly.
Hi,
We're
I'm
live
Jack.
right now, actually. Yep. So we're live for Fox 2, and we're just walking around, kind of seeing the sights and stuff like that. So what have you seen so far today? What are you guys doing here?
Right now we are just here to greet everybody with Turner Motorsports. They sell the BMW performance parts. Yeah.
Okay, and you guys going to be here all day, or?
Yeah, we'll be here until about 5. We'll be taking pictures with the fans. I mean, obviously checking out the cars. They're pretty awesome. So we're just out here having a good time.
Yeah. Are you going to be around all weekend?
Yes, we'll both be here tomorrow.
Also here tomorrow. Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about Turner Sports? Or Turner Motorsports?
Yep, Turner Motorsports. So we sell high quality performance motor parts for the racing and then normal BMWs as well.
Okay, okay. So if I wanted to get a BMW, I would go to you guys, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. We have the best quality for them.
Excellent. And thank you so much for talking with us.
Yeah, of course.
We're going to keep walking around, but we'll probably see you. Oh, thank you. She's helping me with my hair. Thank you. See, girls look out for each other. All right. Absolutely. Come here.
He was on TV last year.
You were. Hi. How are you? What's your name?
Boomer.
Boomer. Are you having a good time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you like cars?
Yeah.
What's your favorite color car?
I like the golden and the black.
The gold and the black. Okay. Have you seen a gold and black one today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And where are you from?
Beach Knoll.
Oh, okay. I'm Macomb. He's from Macomb. All right. Well, thank you so much for talking with us. Is there anything you want to say to your friends? That you like racing? You like racing?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Bye. Cute. Cute. I wish I had that kind of enthusiasm for anything. Maybe tacos. All right. Gas Monkey energy drink. Okay. Oh, wow. I just think it's so cool how you can sit there and watch them do all this stuff. Hi, guys. Hi, Winston. I'm definitely getting a BMW. All right. Andre, hi. How are you? Hi, Chris. All right. Where do you park at? Parking on the island. Hi, everyone. Hi. People are in such good moods. Actually, remember how I said it was colder earlier? It's getting warmer with the sun out. It's clear skies now. So for anyone hanging on with us, we're going to go see the cars. All right. Keep walking. Keep looking. It's really starting to fill up. I was here about 9 o'clock-ish, and it had not yet become this busy. As you can see, you can get all sorts of nice treats. That's fun. All right. See, drivers are everywhere. So I thought this was pretty cool too over here. This is the safety team. So they have a big crew here just kind of keeping things safe. Now, as you can imagine, there are cars and trucks everywhere, so if you're bringing a little one, be safe. More drivers. You'll have to forgive me. I don't know a whole ton about the drivers. Oh, go right ahead, sir. Cool. See, it's a high traffic type of situation. All right, we're almost to the cars. Hi. Okay, and here's a lot of them here. This is kind of new. They're just starting to bring these in here. All right, 10 points for whoever can tell me what type of cars these are. Anyone. Hi. Hi. See a lot of young fans out here. Cool. All right. See, I like the cars that look a bit more like cars. Yeah, you were. He said I was on TV, you guys. Yeah, you were. See, I like these. IMSA. All right, here's where my photog gets some sick shots. Formula One car, says Winston. Red and blue, says Tony Baker. Haha. See, and they'll open up the engine so you can check that out. Neat. Can you look inside it? Yeah, I could drive one of these. This says on circuit. Cool. All right, so as we're watching, just let me know what you want to see. Take a look at these ones over here. Corvettes. Ooh. All right, now as we're watching, keep in mind, Fox 2 News now at the Belle Isle Grand Prix is brought to you by Johnson Law. Look at this blue one. See, that's what I would do. I'd go for blue. Absolutely, he says. All right, anything you want to see? Oh, I like that one over here. So it looks like this one is one of the WeatherTech ones. I had someone explain to me for so long the difference between the series, but now I understand a little bit better. Oh, cool. It looks like they're taking some stuff off of cars. This is the International Motorsports Association Technical Center. WeatherTech Tech, it says. That is just so cool to me that you can see that. Tony, people watching versus race car gazing. That's exactly what I'm doing and have been doing all day. All right, we'll take a walk around. Dan, I can read your comments. Not very nice. The point of this is just to go and walk around as more of a spectator. Not everyone here is going to know the most about that type of thing. I'm not here to go over the specifics of each car, but more so show you what you can find if you come here. Good morning. Okay, Melissa says, doing all the measurements to make sure cars are legal. And so a lot of the things I've seen as I've been walking around are moving around tires. All right. So take a look. We're kind of readjusting and figuring out where we want to go. Over here at this Firestone Racing tent, there's quite a and what you'll see, hi, those are the fellows that gave us a ride earlier. So you'll see a lot of fire crews here. There's a large police presence all coming out for this. Oh yeah, it's definitely warmed up. Scott says, jump in a car and do a couple laps. I know it, I'm real close. I'm just saying, don't leave the keys in there. A lot of moving of tires. Well, I gotta imagine you go through a lot of them. So I went over here earlier, and what I thought was pretty cool is these right here are all the different tanks. Because hello, they gotta move somehow. And so you've got Sunoco over here, you've got a bunch of different types. Which is pretty cool, because when's the last time you've seen a tank of gas? I would like to. Hi guys, hi.
How you doing?
Good, good. Can I ask you a question or two?
Sure. Yes.
Anybody, whoever wants to talk. Hi.
Hi.
All right, what's your name?
My name is Steve Potter.
Steve Potter, and what's yours?
And my name is Matthew Wazalowski.
Okay, and can you tell me what you do at the Grand Prix? What's going on?
We are circuit marshals, and basically what our job is doing is making sure that people that proper credentials are allowed into the areas, i.e. Teams, drivers, VIPs and so forth, proper credentials, and at the same time giving the experience of the patrons as getting close to the action without driving the car. But
so you're saying I can't drive a car?
No, sorry.
Have
you been to racing school? No.
You know.
Yeah.
What was that? What are these?
All right. You have now been badged. All
I've
right.
been badged.
You have been badged.
Consider yourself tugged. You've been badged by Team 6.
The Lagunatics.
The Lagunatics.
We are Team 6.
Okay, and can you tell me a little bit more about it?
We lost Carol Wyatt to domestic violence a year and a half ago, and that's why the creature has a purple ribbon. And here is your purple ribbon.
Oh, thank you. That's nice. He wants to get a shot of it so everyone can see what I'm looking at. And so you guys are volunteers?
We are all volunteers.
Okay, and so why did you decide to do this?
I decided to volunteer because I'm a huge fan of all forms of racing, and my mom found out actually by watching Fox 2 News as well. She watches every morning, and she was watching it. Will Power was on there, and he said to go volunteer, and so I decided to volunteer, and I am not regretting it at all. I love it. It's so much fun.
Have you seen anything particularly cool? Like, what's your favorite moment so far?
I've met some of the drivers. I've seen Jane Shincliffe and Will Power drive by. It's pretty cool.
Are you going to come back next year?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
All right, thank you so much, guys. And thank you for the cool stuff. We're going to take a walk. Oh, how nice. All right, I'm juggling a few things. Kelly and her perfect little nose. It's very far from little, but thank you. So cool. Take a look at these gas tanks. Okay, that one's empty. Hi. Just kind of walking around. Hi, Tina. Nice to see you. Kyle, the Grand Prix used to be on Jefferson years ago. Charmaine, this is cool for me. I'm going down there. I've never been in the Grand Prix before. Well, I'll tell you what, you should. It is beautiful. And I just can't get over it. I've been to one NASCAR race, but I walked over that bridge to get here. That is way louder than you think it's going to be. Bring some earplugs. Winston, I wonder how many tires does a car go through on average for the Grand Prix? That's a good question. If I can flag down a driver. Cool. I wonder if they're being towed because if they tried to just step on the gas, they just go boom. Cool, hi. So this is the Scott Fountain, and I believe sometime today they're going to do a ceremonial starting up the fountain, or, you know, kicking it into gear for the...
Can I ask a crazy question?
Sure.
Can I get you to take a picture of me in front of that?
Well, I'd love
Are
to.
you live?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh.
But, would you like to answer a few questions?
Go for it.
Okay, so what are you doing here today?
I work for one of the sponsors.
Oh, really? Which one?
Enjoy the cars. Hitachi.
Hitachi. Okay, and what do you do for them?
I'm test engineer for engine dyno testing.
That sounds really difficult. So what does that entail?
Fun. So much fun. They pay me to break things.
Wait, what? Go on.
Blow engines up and stuff like that.
Okay, to
It's all
test if
testing.
they work. That's really cool.
Got to make sure everything works.
Right. So what's a normal day like for you?
Normal day. Every day is kind of different, which is the exciting part, but everything from running engine dyno tests to tearing engines apart and putting them together and all kinds of other component related stuff.
Awesome. Well, we have to walk around, so I can't take that picture of you, but I normally would. But what's your name?
Dan.
Dan, thanks so much for talking to us. All right, actually, I want to double back a bit, because if not, we'll get locked out. That was funny. Okay, that's the testing, the checks we saw earlier. Tanya, I want to be there. Hi. How are you? What's up? Do you hear that kid a second ago when he was like, we learned about the Grand Prix Volunteer on Fox 2. I wonder if he did, or is he just saying that. That was nice. All right, let's head back in. Oh, I saw this earlier, and of course it's food relating, so it caught my attention, but Honda, Chevy, Firestone, they have a booth here, and it looks like a buffet. Ooh. Oh, there he is. I'm going, where'd he go? Hi, I'm going, where'd you go? Oh, I want to take a look in here. Hi. So this is what they were talking about earlier when they have to go through those final checks. So these cars have been through the warm-ups. That's neat. All right, let's just keep walking. And again, for anyone just tuning in, we're walking around at the Belle Isle Grand Prix, taking kind of a behind-the-scenes look, a chance to see what's going on here and decide if you want to go or not. These cars that you're seeing have been through the warm-ups and are getting their checks. Winston with a good question. Is there any interactive Grand Prix race apps for this race? Driver tracker? That's not something I know outright, but I do want to check on that. I think it's such a big affair, there's got to be something like that. Maybe type in a quick Google search for that. So this is kind of cool. It looks like the WeatherTech Paddock. Is that how you pronounce that? Paddock Club? Hi. All right, and some of these are the bigger trucks. I was kind of disappointed. I wanted to see the actual racing trucks because I heard that they go off these ramps, and of course that's nothing I've ever seen before. But that was actually probably happening right now, and unfortunately we're pretty far away. So again, you see these parade of golf carts. That's my warning. Constant. And so that's what the cool part is. They're just pulling them around. You can check them out. Stop, take pictures with them and such. All right, and I'd like to head back down this way. And the volunteer presence here is so large. Anyone is willing to help you out. They have maps. They can answer questions about where you need to go. When I first got here, they were more than helpful. Jim asking, will the area you are in be open to the public during the race? This part is actually restricted access. So let me find a volunteer. They're all in red. And I'll ask what kind of the deal is with that, because today this is open for anyone. It's so cool. So if you know anyone who's kind of a big racing aficionado and would like this inside sort of look, this would be a good place to go. What I think is so interesting is how big these trucks need to be in order to carry around all of those parts. All right. This one's pretty nice, racing with Ferrari. All right, still just taking a tour. Won't talk your ear off, but just taking a look around and seeing all the cool things. It's crazy to me that the Grand Prix takes months and months to set up, and so much planning goes into all of it. I kind of read back through a lot of the history of it, how it started as a specific type and then kind of transferred over to a different type. And actually, it closed down for a few years and then they brought it back. Here you'll see the Verizon area. This seems to have drawn quite a crowd. Got your favorite car yet? You know, I think if I did something, it'd be a big old truck. So up here, you'll actually see the grandstands. I walked up there earlier. There wasn't too much to see quite yet. The fans hadn't really filled in as well. But it looks like it is more than... I'm just waiting. If I see a driver, I'll flag him down. All right. Hi, Jason. How are you? Delonda saying, yeah, Detroit. Melissa, track map at DetroitGP.com. And there you can find a lot of information about the specific schedules. Like I was saying earlier, today has been all about testing. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. Today has been about testing, qualifying races, but the big races are tomorrow and Sunday. That's why it's called Duel in Detroit. I really enjoy how they kind of walk around in these, these matching jumpsuits or shirts and stuff, kind of as a crew. Hey, come check this out. So we walked down here first, but there wasn't a whole lot going down. But now it looks like there's a bit of a crowd over here. Ah, and there's that camera crew I was talking about. They seem very interested in this area. Oh, cool. ACP Motorsports is Carrie Hitt's team. That's my husband, who's crew chief on Detroit, is my hometown. So I wish I was there, says Melissa. Well, I'm glad you're at least watching with us. So what I'm thinking is after those final checks, after those warm-up races, they got to come back and get cleaned up and ready to go for the real races. Just want to give a giant shout out to my photog, Chris. It's really warming up here. He's just walking around with a giant camera. All right. I want to check out for a moment the, hi, how are ya? I want to check out the gear, actually.
There you go.
There you go. You're taking a look at the course there. The first Detroit Grand Prix was back in 1982.
Just looking at some of the stuff. Is there anything here that's new, by any chance, new this year that you can think of? Or maybe a hot seller?
There's everything. I don't know. There's so many choices.
She says there's so many choices. What does that say? Can we see it?
Chevrolet parts.
We use Chevrolet parts. That's neat. And that's a big one?
Yeah, so far.
Cool. You can find all sorts of stuff. belt buckles, shot glasses. I know, the day's just started. Not a fair question. License plate covers. Clocks. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So that was some coverage there from our sister station, Fox 2 in Detroit. Now, after the Super Bowl in Detroit back in 2006, Roger Penske and the downtown Detroit Motorsports said, let's get this back together, because there was a lull back in the 80s, and they made it full time to get the Grand Prix going again there back in 2006. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Samia says, hey, she's coming up next, so I'm going to take you to the Capitol, and she'll be next, followed by Mary Kate. I'll see you guys all 8 o'clock Eastern.
All right, everyone, we're going to take you to a live feed of the UN Security Council. The representative from Egypt speaking now. All right, everyone, we're having some technical difficulties with this feed, getting that audio, so we'll be right back while we try to fix our audio issues. All right, everyone, it looks like we have that feed properly loaded. Here it is again, the representative of Egypt speaking now, the Security Council at the United Nations.
To draw lessons from the peacekeeping operation in Côte d'Ivoire that would help us in dealing with similar crises. Therefore, we call upon the Secretariat to conduct a comprehensive study on the role of the United Nations and the international community in the settlement of the Ivorian crisis. This study must include an objective analysis on the mandate and the role of the peacekeeping operations, the contributions of political mediation, the effects of sanctions regimes, and all the factors that have been included in the international community's position vis-à-vis this crisis. Once again, I wish the people and the government of Côte d'Ivoire all the success. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco por su declaración. I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ethiopia, Ambassador.
Mr. President, let me start by expressing appreciation to Special Representative Mindaudu for her briefing and for the most successful work that she and her team have done in ensuring the successful completion of the mandate of UNOC. I would also like to welcome Foreign Minister of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Marcel Lamont-Tanou. I wish to this opportunity to extend our warmest congratulations to him on Côte d'Ivoire's election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the period 2018-2019, and look forward to working closely with his country in the Council. Mr. President, the closure of UNOC marks a significant milestone both for Côte d'Ivoire and the United Nations. Over the past 13 years, UNOC worked to promote the rule of law, national reconciliation, security sector reform, protection of civilians and human rights in Côte d'Ivoire, thus contributing to the restoration of peace and stability in the country. We hope that the experience of UNOC will provide useful lessons for other similar missions. No doubt, the progress made over the past decade and more would not have been possible without the active participation of the people and the government of Côte d'Ivoire. The leadership and commitment of the government to undertake the necessary reform should be commended. Mr. President, of course, we are confident that the efforts by the government aimed at fostering greater unity and national reconciliation will continue. No doubt, the need for this has been made self-evident by recent developments. The country certainly needs the continued support of the international community as it strives to sustain the peace and consolidate the political and economic gains made in recent years. Therefore, the sustained engagement of the United Nations through the country team remains very important. We are encouraged to note that the handing over of commitments from UNOC to the United Nations country team took place according to the plan established for the transition. Let me conclude by paying tribute to the entire UNOC team, including the military and civilian personnel, for their dedication and services. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ethiopia for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sweden. Thank you, Mr. President. And allow me to begin by congratulating you and your team upon taking the presidency of the Security Council. We wish you the greatest success in your work, and I also wish to take the opportunity to thank our friends of Uruguay for the extraordinary work last month.
President, let me begin by thanking Special Representative of the Secretary General, Minadou, for her comprehensive briefing this afternoon. As this is likely to be our last opportunity to take the floor on UNOSI, we would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation for the valuable efforts and important work of the mission over the past 13 years, and also pay tribute to women and men who have served in this mission over the years. I thank the SRSG for her leadership and her personal commitment during this important last and final phase. Today is a day of transition in Côte d'Ivoire. This afternoon, we have gathered here to discuss the closing of a peacekeeping mission, while only a few short hours ago, Côte d'Ivoire was elected to serve on the Security Council. I congratulate Mr. Marcel Amontanou and his team here in New York on the election this morning, and we, of course, very much look forward to work with you next year on this council. Mr. President, we welcome the continued progress of peace and security in Côte d'Ivoire. The closing of UNOSI at the end of this month represents an important milestone and a new chapter in the history of the country. As the country begins to chart its way forward, I would like to make 3 points. Firstly, while we have many reasons to celebrate, this is not the end of the road for Côte d'Ivoire as it works towards consolidating a stable and secure society for all Ivorians. It is important that we pay attention to the latest developments on the ground, and in particular the second incident of mutiny by soldiers, which occurred last month. These developments are serious and demand a serious response. It underlines the clear need for the government to carry out meaningful reform of the security sector. This includes the need to restructure the forces and for enhanced cohesion, discipline and accountability. A reformed security sector would help build the confidence of the population in the security institutions. In addition, women's participation is of paramount importance in the fostering of sustainable and inclusive peace. The final report of the Secretary General illustrates the potential for the increased participation of women in the political process, and we urge the UN country team to contribute to ensuring the participation of women and youth in this transition process. Secondly, as UNOSI closes its mission, there is need for continued international engagement. It is important that Côte d'Ivoire's partners provide ongoing support to the government's efforts to sustain peace and safeguard the investments already made in a sustainable future. The African Union and ECOWAS have played an important role in achieving a successful outcome of the Ivorian peace process. Going forward, regional actors will continue to have an important role to play. Thirdly, turning to the transition from a UNOSI to the United Nations country team. While we welcome the robust transition plan developed by the UN and agreed with the government at the end of last year, we note that the closing of UNOSI means that the UN presence in the country is facing a financial cliff. This risks undermining the sustainability of the gains achieved. We believe that the UN can do even better in ensuring that transitions in general are transformative and look and forward-looking processes. Earlier, more systematic and integrated work across the UN system is needed. We have a joint responsibility to ensure that the UN country teams have sufficient capacity to enable them to do this. Mr. President, in closing, I would like to join the Special Representative of the Secretary General in commending the government and the people of Cote d'Ivoire for their resilience and for their efforts, with the support of the international community, to restore peace and stability in their country. The conclusion of the UNOSI mission underlines the remarkable journey the country has made since 2004. The international community must now continue to support the government and the people of Cote d'Ivoire as they work to build a peaceful, equitable and prosperous country for all of our Ivorians. I thank you.
Agradezco por su declaración.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sweden for his statement, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine. Ambassador?
I also want to thank Special Representative of the Secretary General Aïchatou Mindaoudou for the comprehensive briefing. Since it is the last briefing on UNOSI in this chamber, I would like to use this opportunity to convey our sincere appreciations to the mission's leadership and personnel for their contribution. Ukraine prides itself of playing active role in UNOSI. On the last day of June, the mandate of this operation will come to an end on a high note. It will signify a successful completion of the UN peacekeeping phase in Cote d'Ivoire. A great deal of efforts and resources have been invested in the stabilization of the country. As we can see today, they have produced encouraging results. The prospects for Cote d'Ivoire appear promising. Significant progress has been achieved in restoring state authority throughout the country, rebuilding security sector, and promoting national cohesion and reconciliation. Moreover, we see a country that, entrusted by the entire UN membership, will be at the Security Council not as a country under its agenda, but as its elected member with a vast experience in peace building. Thus, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. Minister, on the successful outcome of Cote d'Ivoire's campaign to the Security Council. Next month, your country will also host a major international event, the Summit of the Organization of Islamic Conference, which is another sign of trust and respect of international community. Mr. President, Cote d'Ivoire is now at peace, but many problems still have to be addressed. This requires a long-term action plan involving national actors, the United Nations, African Union, and other relevant stakeholders. The potential threats to national stability should be no longer perceived simply in terms of hard security, but rather within socio-economic dimension. Thus, the recent mutinies in the country are a call on the country's leadership to redouble their efforts in turning peace into concrete dividends for all citizens. Ukraine is committed to further support Cote d'Ivoire along this road, both in this Council and beyond. Thank you.
Agradezco por su
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam SRSG, for your briefing, and I want to join others in welcoming the Foreign Minister of Cote d'Ivoire to the Security Council and to congratulate you on Cote d'Ivoire's election today as a non-permanent member. We also congratulate the other new members elected today and look forward to working with all new members next year. Mr. President, it is a momentous occasion when a peacekeeping mission can close after having successfully completed its work to stabilize and support a country emerging from conflict. We applaud you, Madam SRSG, and your staff, and all UNOSI personnel who have contributed to the mission over its 13 years. In just 4 weeks, UNOSI will shut its doors for good, bringing to an end a mission that provided critical support to the 2003 peace agreement and during the country's 2010 political crisis. UNOSI supported efforts to protect civilians, promote good governance, human rights, security sector reform, and humanitarian assistance. Cote d'Ivoire is a success story and a model of how peacekeeping can benefit a country whose government is committed to overcoming conflict and restoring peace. We look forward to seeing the government of Cote d'Ivoire maintain this positive momentum and cement the peace and security that has taken root with the support of the international community. Despite significant progress on key reforms, recent events have shown that challenges remain. The January and May mutinies in the armed forces over pay grievances resulted in the disruption of commerce, the closure of schools, and increased civilian insecurity. The mutinies and accompanying protests also led to scores of injuries and several fatalities in confrontations with authorities. We urge the government to work transparently, inclusively, and without delay to accelerate and deepen efforts to reform the security sector, including by shaping a clear structure and purpose for the military based on the threats Côte d'Ivoire faces. Finally, as we approach the end of UNOSI, we know that smart planning between a mission in transition, the government, other international partners, and a UN country team has been essential during the handover of mission tasks. In Côte d'Ivoire, a high level of cooperation and planning for the future led to the smooth transition happening today. We encourage the UN to institutionalize lessons learned and apply them to other missions in transition, such as Liberia and Haiti. We also encourage other countries hosting peacekeeping missions to recognize the importance of strong cooperation between the government and the UN, without impediments on movement and access, in performing the mission's mandated tasks. Once again, we congratulate all who worked together to bring peace and stability to Côte d'Ivoire over these past years. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States for his statement, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I congratulate you with the assuming of the presidency of the Security Council and wish you a successful term. Our delegation also welcomes His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs of Côte d'Ivoire to this chamber and congratulate the country with the election as a non-permanent member of the Security Council. We are looking forward to working with your delegation and wish your country every success. My delegation would like to thank SRSG Mrs. Mindaudu for her final update on UNOKI. I join others in congratulating her for outstanding and courageous leadership in completing this mission's mandate. We welcome the successful termination of UNOKI after 13 years of dedicated service for the cause of peace. The success of UNOKI in bringing stability to the country is the shared achievement of the government and the people of Côte d'Ivoire. The UN, the Security Council, and troop contributing countries. The role of regional organizations has been significant for fulfilling the mandate, especially the African Union, ECOWAS, and Francophonie. Kazakhstan is proud to be part of that process as a country which sent its military observers to Côte d'Ivoire. We commend the government of Côte d'Ivoire for the remarkable progress we see in this country, which is a clear demonstration of its desire to fully own future course of its progress. UNOKI has many lessons to teach future peacekeeping operations. We acknowledge Côte d'Ivoire's positive steps towards strengthening its national institutional framework and response against transnational organized crime threats, including terrorism. The gains achieved must continue to overcome the remaining challenges by fostering national dialogue and political reconciliation. The focus should be given to social cohesion, weapons management, defense, capacity building, security and law enforcement, fighting sexual violence, and protecting children. To reinforce all these measures means having implementation partners and adequate resource requirements to support the Ivorian government and people to deliver these expectations. We therefore call for international assistance and necessary support for the government and UN country team. We look forward to a productive and fruitful cooperation with Côte d'Ivoire as a non-permanent member of the Security Council. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan for his statement, and I shall now make a statement in my capacity as a representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia. First of all, I would like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Montenot, for his presence in this chamber this afternoon. I'm also I also am grateful to the Special Representative, the Secretary General for Cote d'Ivoire, and the head of the United Nations mission in Cote d'Ivoire, Aïssatou Mindaoudou, for the updated information and also for her excellent leadership. And I'd also like to congratulate all of her predecessors and the civilian and military personnel of UNOSI for the commitment to peace and stability in Côte d'Ivoire. We acknowledge their work throughout the years, as well as the contribution of UNOSI in terms of lessons learned, which are an important contribution to peacekeeping missions of our organization. We congratulate the countries, regional and multilateral organizations, among them the African Union and the United Nations Office for West Africa, the agencies and country team of the United Nations, and all of the troop and police contributing countries, which assisted day after day in helping to pacify this kindred country. Without the work of these organizations, the objectives of UNOSI would have been difficult indeed to reach. As a demonstration of this, we have the certification of the electoral results of 2010 by the African Union at the request of Côte d'Ivoire and the peace agreements signed through this organization. Bolivia hails the people and the government of Côte d'Ivoire and encourages their efforts for national dialogue, peace building, political reconciliation, disarmament, and the reintegration of former combatants into society. The international community must continue with its work of cooperation, opening the way to reach the sustainable development goals in Côte d'Ivoire with full respect for its sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. We laud the country for its economic growth, which is notable. We acknowledge the efforts of the President of the government and the people of Côte d'Ivoire for having consolidated a stable political environment with 3 elections which took place peacefully, as well as progress in reform of the security sector and the rebuilding of the army. We note that the stakeholders in the peace process of Côte d'Ivoire say that it is irreversible. We want the success in the peace process as an opportunity for the Council to use the example and experience of our Ivorian brothers and sisters, whose witness and knowledge should enrich us to reach a fair, honorable peace and lasting peace for everybody. I resume my function as President of the Council, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Marcel Amonteno, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, and on behalf of the government of Côte d'Ivoire, I would like to wish every success to the Bolivian presidency of the Security Council. And I would like to also pay tribute to Uruguay for the effective way with which they steer the deliberations of this important body. I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity that you are providing us with to address the Council during this historic meeting, historic for my country and for our organization as well. Indeed, in this chamber, there have been rare opportunities to celebrate the success of a peacekeeping operation, and that is why we're meeting today on the United Nations operations in Côte d'Ivoire. This is an opportunity moment for me to pay tribute to the Secretaries General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan and Ban Ki-moon, who through their action very largely contributed to resolving the crisis in Côte d'Ivoire. And I would like to also pay tribute to the current Secretary General, thank him for his support to my country in his previous functions, and also thank him for the very special attention that he continues paying to Côte d'Ivoire. He has been doing so since his election. I'd like to also thank all of the member states who were part of the Security Council during the crisis in my country, and to all of those who made their troops available to UNOSI In particular, I would like to pay tribute to those soldiers who paid the ultimate sacrifice and contributed thus to the return of peace to my country. This celebration today is of very special importance for us today because it coincides with the election this morning of my country as a non-permanent member of Security Council for 2018-2019. This is a symbolic moment, and we place great hopes on the lessons drawn by Côte d'Ivoire from the 13 years of UNOSI presence in my country, and which will provide, in the course of a mandate at the Security Council, for other countries who want to go down the same road. The meetings I've had with all the member states of the United Nations in the recent months, and especially during the recent 3 weeks, have enabled us to share expectations, and we are confirmed in our decision to work within the Security Council in order to come up with the collective responses commensurate with global challenges through dialogue and mutual respect. I would like to thank you all for very warm words you've expressed to my country, and thank you for the welcome you've extended to the candidature of our country, which enabled our election. Please allow me to, in turn, express to all of you and to all of the other members of the organization the gratitude of the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, of the government of my country, and of the Ivorian people. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in time, we will, of course, be able to very clearly identify those factors which resulted in the success of UNOSI. For now, however, we can underscore, and rightly so, that the success of UNOSI is a result of the convergence of several factors, in particular, the political will and the very high sense of responsibility of the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. This enabled him to put the state and its resources in the service of peace in the country. There was also an exceptional synergy between UNOSI and the government. And there was also the unity and the resolve of the Security Council and the international community, which helped the implementation of the Security Council resolutions. I would like to also mention the very strong human links between the President of the Republic and the various Secretaries General of the United Nations, the good relationships between the Department of Peacekeeping Operations and the government, and finally, the high quality of special representative appointed in Côte d'Ivoire by the various Secretaries General. And in this regard, I would like to pay a very special, well-deserved tribute to Ms. Aïchatou Mindaoudou for her exceptional contribution to peace in my country and UNOSI's success. UNOSI leaves behind it.
All right, everyone, we are going to dip out of this Security Council meeting for a bit. We may go back to it. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the Capitol building. A live look at the Capitol building. That is where our congressional representatives spend a lot of their time, including House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi. We showed you some of her press conference this morning. We're going to show you what we didn't show you earlier today, the rest of the Nancy Pelosi press conference.
To you, it's my youth. But the next sentence, and this is the point, the very next sentence in the speech, the president says, to the citizens of the world, ask not what America can do for you, but what we can do working together for the freedom of mankind. And that working together, that lack of condescension, that presence of respect, working together, is sorely lacking in the statement that the president made yesterday. And on this score, since there may be questions on other subjects now, I would just say this. When we had the vote on the omnibus bill in December, I voted against it. You know why? Because it was pathetically meager in addressing the needs of coal miners in our country. Now, I'm not an advocate for coal. I think it degrades the environment. But I am an advocate for coal miners. This administration loves coal but rejects the coal miners. If you go to my office right now, you'll see a statue of a coal miner there that my father gave me that was in his office when he served in Congress and has been in mine since I've been there. Finally, in this last bill, we did something about coal miners' health care, but we still haven't honored our responsibilities to them for pensions. So when the president talks about coal, it's like, what, if you really care about those workers, you would have insisted that the Congress meet the responsibility, the promise that has been made to them many years ago when President Truman was president. So it's so inconsistent. It's really hard. On the one hand, on the very same day the president's saying, I'm doing this because I promised I would do it in my campaign, he's issuing a waiver on moving the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which he said in his campaign that he would do on day one. Is he telling us that day one in his administration has not come yet? So the inconsistencies are disconcerting. But I'll tell you this. What happened yesterday on the climate issue is an embarrassment to our country. It should be an embarrassment to him personally for how he answers to his grandchildren. Another question? Yes, sir.
Yesterday, Representative said regarding Devin Nunes and the subpoenas issued in the...
I'm sorry, could you speak a little bit louder?
Yesterday, Representative Schiff said regarding Devin Nunes and the subpoenas being issued in the Russia probe, he said that you've spoken with Paul Ryan about this. Can you tell us about your discussions and your concerns about Devin Nunes' continued role in the probe?
Well, I probably won't share the entire conversation conversations I've had with the Speaker on this subject. And let me just put it in this context. The Intelligence Committee is a small committee of the Congress. The leader and the Speaker and the leader appoint those members. They're not subject to any approval by the rest of the Congress. It is our appointment. We deputize people to serve in the interest of our national security and to do so with integrity, patriotism, and in the most apolitical way possible. The behavior of Nunes, whatever we're calling him, chairman, recused, unrecused, I didn't mean recused when I said and gave you the impression recused, whatever that loosey-goosey is beneath the dignity of being a chairman of the Intelligence Committee, which has special status. The chairman and the ranking member, be they Democrats or Republicans, the chairman and rank, have special status, special access. So if he recused himself on subjects Russia, then he shouldn't be having access to documents relating to subject Russia, and he shouldn't be issuing separate subpoenas, attaching them to a bipartisan subpoenas that were issued this week. So my dismay, my objection has been conveyed to the Speaker on more than one occasion.
And to follow up on that, I mean, does he seem concerned as well, or is he fine with it?
You have to ask him. But it all comes back to him because this is his appointment. And his appointment acted in a way that was weird. I mean, it was irresponsible, but it was weird when he did what he did, going to the Ubering to the White House, this, that, and the other thing. And then for him to give a... Did you think he had recused himself? The press had some attitude that he had separated himself from the Russian investigation, but it hasn't. And then really, in all fairness to Mr. Conway, who now has that responsibility, he should be the one who has that access and that regard as the top Republican, really a very important position in terms of the intelligence gathering for our country. So, no, I have conveyed that. You don't have to ask him, but really it all comes back to the Speaker. It's his appointment. Yes, ma'am.
On another subject, Hillary Clinton said today that she thinks it's possible Democrats could retake the House in 2018, so she was helping in that effort. Is she a good messenger for the Democratic Party in 2018?
Well, you know what? There are going to be all kinds of messengers in this, and as with our great and diverse state, some people will be more helpful some places than others. But I didn't hear that. You're telling me now that she says she's going to be helpful, and that would be great. She is highly respected in our country, and it's going to take everything to defeat the Republicans because they will have endless special interest, secret, dark money flowing like black substance into the campaign, suffocating the airwaves with their misrepresentations. So it will take everything. But we're very proud of our chairman, Ben Ray Lujan, and the job he's doing to mobilize at the grassroots level, to recruit candidates. And there's something happening in our country beyond politics. It's about the spontaneity and the organic nature of people coming forth and seeing how public policy affects their lives. They marched, whether it was to protect our care, whether it's about a juvenile justice system, whether it was about saving the planet, whether it was about college tuition, whatever the immigration, whatever the subject, they saw that their presence and their voices were heard and seen, and that elections have ramifications. So we're very proud of the spontaneity and the responsibility. People saw the urgency, they see the urgency, they want to take responsibility. That gives us opportunity, and we are proud to enlist all of our leaders in that effort.
What's your assessment right now of your chances of taking it?
So you want to talk politics? Well, right now, I mean, just comparing it to 05 and 06 when we did take back the House, and 05 when we began our effort to win the House for the Democrats, Harry Reid and I, we were new leaders, and this was our now chance. President Bush had just newly been elected, and he was at 58% in the polls in January, February when we started this. You know where President Trump is in the polls now, in a much different place. By the time we got full swing into our campaign, people told us, don't even bother with that because there's going to be a permanent Republican majority. If President Bush could win with the Iraq War, there's going to be a permanent Republican majority. We didn't accept that, and we went forward. So we have our discipline, our strategy, our unity, and our harmony, and wonderful candidates are stepping forward. So you can have the money, the message, the mobilization, that's all required, but you have to have the candidates. Yes, sir.
Madam Leader, it now looks like Congress may have to vote on the debt limit.
Yeah.
Do you still support a clean increase in the debt limit, or might you try to get something in exchange? Do you support a clean increase even if you're getting railroaded on other issues? I mean, can you talk a little bit about...
Well, how do you say it's not clean if we're getting railroaded? I don't... Here, let me just respond this way. Lifting the debt ceiling is something that Congress does. We don't have to. The Congress says that the full faith and credit of the United States of America is not in question, but we will be taking this vote. I don't have any intention of supporting lifting the debt ceiling to enable the Republicans to give another tax break to the wealthy in our country, to further exacerbate the challenge that is created when they have their trickle-down economics. Tax breaks for the wealthy, increase the deficit, and now we have to lower the deficit, so we're going to stop investing in education and other initiatives, in research, cut $7 billion from National Institutes of Health. So when we say a clean debt limit, we mean not one that enables the Republicans to have a giant tax cut for the rich. And that's not why we're lifting the debt limit. Lifting the debt limit is about obligations already incurred.
Last question.
Is that an answer to your question?
Well,
you look like you have a question mark.
I understand how that would manifest itself. If they're going ahead with a budget that calls for tax reform, but it's unclear who the tax cuts are going to go to.
Well, it isn't unclear. I mean, you're right. Let's say there are two things here. One is the president keeps saying the tax bill is moving through Congress. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. So you understand the frustration. It doesn't exist. There is no tax bill moving through Congress. The tax bill the Republicans proposed before the election would add $5.5 trillion with a TR trillion dollars to the deficit, enough money to solve all of the shortfall, any funds needed to keep Social Security solvent for 75 years. But they want to use it as a tax cut for the rich. So if they come in and say, we're giving a big tax cut to the rich, we're throwing a few crumbs to the middle class, and we're calling that a tax cut, well, that's not what we're lifting the debt ceiling to do. So, but that's a completely, it should be a different subject. We should be working together in a positive way to put together a tax reform for simplification, for fairness, lower the corporate rate, close special interest tax loopholes and the rest, and do so in a way that creates growth. And I say to my members when you go into the meeting, be agnostic. Wherever the good ideas come from, we embrace them. If they grow the economy in a way that increases the paycheck of America's workers and reduce the deficit. What they're proposing is not going to reduce the deficit. It's only going to give tax breaks to the rich and increase the deficit. And that's not any reason to lift the debt ceiling. And the last question, yes, sir.
Unrelated, related to Andrew's question. Outside experts like the Bipartisan Policy Center say that there's actually enough room to run still under the debt ceiling until October, November. But OMB Director Mulvaney has said that they want you guys to do it by August. A, do you believe that it has to be done by August? And B, will the Democrats help raise the debt ceiling before you're given a concrete drop dead date?
Well, I don't know who you're using as a reference for October and that.
Bipartisan Policy Center.
Okay. Well, everything we're hearing is that it should probably be done before we leave the end of July so that it could be ready for September, because it could happen in August. One of the reasons, my understanding is, again, is that we need to do it sooner is because many people are thinking, many entities in our country are thinking they're going to get a big tax break from Trump for next year, President Trump for next year, and the Republicans in Congress. And so the revenues are not coming in as fast this year as they should. In other words, part of when this happens is how fast the revenues come in, how much the revenues come in. And so people are making decisions about their balance sheet relating to something they think is going to happen, relating to rates, et cetera, for next year.
Treasury has a history of crying wolf on this, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it. We might as well do it in a way that be in front of it instead of behind it. But as I say, we're not there, and I think the Senate leader has spoken to this point very clearly. We're not there to lift the debt ceiling, to enable the Republicans to throw a few crumbs to the middle class while it gives a big tax break to the high end. The accelerated timetable on it, I believe, is because the revenue has not come in as anticipated, so it may have to be sooner than was projected. But we shall see. And again, we'll have that debate. And speaking of taxes, I think that the decision the president made on the Paris Accord, I think that the budget that he has put forth, again, really speaks further to the fact that he should show us his tax returns. It's very important that we see his tax returns. It relates to the Russia. What do the Russians have on Donald Trump politically, personally, and financially that he won't show us his tax returns to give us some? Maybe that would clear up the issue, or maybe it'll be a path to some other questions. So show us your tax returns. We talk about lifting the debt ceiling. We talk about tax returns. We do know that what he proposed, what he was talking about before, would have given him a tax break of $30 million on the year that he has revealed his tax returns. A tax break of $30 million. Show us your tax returns. Anyway, we come back to the fact that something very different happened yesterday. I've been telling my members this is really about policy. It's not about personality. It's not about tweets. It's not about how much sleep somebody gets at night and how balanced they are the rest of it. It's not about any of that. It's about difference in policy. And that manifestation comes in the form of a budget, and it comes in the form of decisions like the Paris Accord. And this is something that is about the children. It's about the children. and the responsibility we have to them. I think that the president was irresponsible to the children. Thank you all.
All right, everyone. Well, that was the end of Nancy Pelosi's weekly press conference. As you know, Nancy Pelosi speaks to the press at the end of every week. Typically, she does it on Thursday, but this week she was off, so she held it on Friday. We are going to continue with more news now. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys to Florida, where Governor Rick Scott and other officials held a press conference earlier today.
In the Everglades. So I want to thank Senate President Negron for leading that effort, because it wouldn't have happened but for his hard work. So I think we should give him a big round of applause. Second, I want to thank both the Speaker and the Senate President for their focus on tax reduction. As you know, we've reduced taxes every year in the last, this is our 7th year in a row. We've been able to reduce taxes as we've improved our economy. This year we had a comprehensive tax cut package, and I want to thank both the Speaker and the Senate President and the entire legislature for their efforts in doing that. Earlier this week, I received the budget from the Senate, and I've been reviewing it this is my 7th session and 7th budget. I've been reviewing the budget line by line. I will be releasing my list of vetoes later today. I will be signing the budget, but I will be vetoing the Florida Education Finance Program, commonly known as FEFP. Also, we'll be vetoing House Bill 5501, which is the EFI and Visit Florida bill. And I'm calling for a special session of the legislature on June 7th to 9th. It's going to focus on 3 things. 1, increase the K-12 funding. The goal is to increase it. I'm going to ask for $100 per student increase. Second, to establish the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund with $85 million. This will be a brand new program. It'll include transparency, it'll include accountability, and the whole focus will be how do we get more jobs in the state. And third is to increase accountability and transparency for Visit Florida and increase their funding to $76 million. I know that my experience in working with both the Speaker and the Senate President, they care about job creation. We've worked hard to come up with a package that is good for all Florida families. The most important thing I can say about all this is Florida families are going to be in a good position. Our children are going to be in a good position. The future of the state is going to continue to prosper. We've been blessed that we've had 1.3 million jobs created in the last 6 years and 4 months. We're continuing to create jobs. I think these things will help us, 1, increase more jobs in the state. On top of that, it's also going to continue to focus on improving the education system for all students in our state and all families. Es un placer estar aquí. Gracias al Presidente Negron y Speaker Corcoran por estar aquí. Como gobernador, mi prioridad es la creación de trabajos para todas las familias y la educación de los niños en la Florida. Por eso vamos a tener una sesión especial para la legislatura para educación, la creación de trabajos y turismo. Como gobernador, mi prioridad es que todos en la Florida tengan un buen trabajo para vivir el sueño americano. Now I'll turn it over to Speaker Corcoran.
I got most of the last part, Governor.
It's all good.
Yeah. I just want to say it's great to be here. It's great to be with the Governor and President Negron and Lieutenant Governor. I think that over the last, obviously, post-session, we've had a tremendous amount of conversations and continue to work towards all those goals that we all share, which is creating as many jobs and opportunities for Floridians, increasing funding for our K-12 students, and we're looking forward to the special session. I think we have the outlines for a tremendous session, a productive session, and one that will do great things for the people of the state of Florida. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Governor and Speaker. And Governor, thank you for mentioning Senate Bill 10. That's a very important policy to the citizens of South Florida and Miami. Obviously, Everglades restoration, and ironically, when water's being discharged from Lake Okeechobee east and west and causing environmental disaster, in parts of South Florida, including Florida Bay, actually needs the water. So I appreciate you signing that bill into law, and I think it will make a tremendous difference going. We did have a nice event.
A lot of people there.
We did, several hundred people there, and a lot of people worked to make that happen, and we appreciate you doing the bill signing in the Glades community. I'm pleased that the House is moving toward the Senate position on 3 important issues. The first issue relates to student funding for public schools. As many of you recall, when the initial House budget came off of the floor of the House, it had a 0.2% increase in student funding. By comparison, the Senate budget had a nearly 3% increase in student funding. So the Senate has always been committed to our students, whether those students are attending traditional public schools, charter schools, independent schools, being homeschooled. We believe in parental choice. We believe in supporting education, and so I'm pleased that we've made progress in that area. The other 2 priorities with regard to, we're here at one of the busiest airports in the world, reminding us of the importance of tourism to our economy, and the Senate has been steadfast in supporting Visit Florida with reforms, with transparency, with accountability, but we believe that the $76 million was an appropriate amount, and so the Senate funded that in its budget, and we're pleased that the House may be moving in that direction. And then finally, we all know that we're in a competition for economic development, not only with other states, but with countries from around the world. And we believe that the governor and legislature should compete for job expansion, for job growth, and do it in a way that is fair, that is a level playing field, that doesn't pick winners and losers. But we are committed to that, and that's why the Senate budget supported the governor's request in EFI. So the Senate's pleased that we're making progress toward those positions. We look forward to considering any budget priorities that emerge during the special session, and I'm going to continue to fight for senators' budget priorities as we go forward. So thank you again, Governor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, and Governor Scott. Next week's special session will be the precursor to a very successful fiscal year to come for the citizens of the state of Florida that will prioritize education for our students, our children who are in our public schools, priorities of economic development and jobs, and the priorities of Governor Scott, someone who has stayed steadfast in his position on these funding items and how important they are to Florida's families. And I think it's a testament to his leadership and his vision for the state of Florida, and I thank the Speaker and the Senate President for recognizing these priorities. La semana que viene, la sesión especial de la legislatura va a ser una semana antes del que comienza el presupuesto del año que viene, un año que va a mostrar las prioridades de empleos para los ciudadanos de la Florida y educación para nuestros hijos. Y quiero dar las gracias al presidente del Senado, el presidente de la Cámara y, más que nadie, el gobernador del estado de la Florida, alguien que se ha mantenido 100% enfocado en estos temas de educación y empleos para la Florida, el gobernador Rick Scott. Muchas gracias.
All right, we can answer any questions anyone has.
Governor, does this mean you're going to sign House Bill 7069, to be clear, because you're not
Sure.
going to do it?
We are reviewing this. First thing I want to tell you is that I appreciate Speaker Corcoran and Senate President's focus on education. I know in my case, I was able to have any success I've had because I was able to get a good education. So education's funding and the right type of education is important to me. We're still reviewing 7069, but I believe that we're on a pathway to have a very good special session, and we're a pathway that everything we're doing is going to be good for all students, which I think is important to all of us, and it's going to be good for all families.
They wouldn't be here. I mean, I don't think the Speaker and the Senate President would be here if we weren't going to sign 7069, right? They would have agreed to this. Would be right?
I can tell you I'm going to work to make sure that whatever we do is good for all students.
What are your lingering concerns with that specific bill? What do you want to get that
So,
you're still reviewing?
Sure. Well, we're still going through the process of reviewing it. So.
Do we have to get to this point? I guess a question for you and for Speaker Corcoran. Do we have to get to this point? You basically got what you called for from the get-go. You, Speaker, basically caved to it. Like, how come you just didn't do it earlier? Why go through all of the
I'll turn it over to the Speaker in a second. Here, I'll tell you one thing I've learned in this process in the last. As you know, I came into this never being involved in politics before. I appreciate the fact that people fight for what they believe in, and I think often what happens at the end of that discussion, what you can call it anything you want, you end up with a good product. And so I feel good about the conversations that we've had, and I think this is going to be good for job creation, and I think it's going to be good for education.
Just to repeat your question, why didn't you just do this during the session?
Well, I think that what we worked towards over the last 3 years was trying to create, and if you go back and watch the debates, listen to the floor debate, listen to the presentations of the legislation, the things that we were fighting for were, first, a tremendous amount of accountability, transparency, and oversight. And obviously, the record speaks for itself on how we were able to obtain that transparency and oversight. We're happy that the Senate came along and joined us in the transparency and oversight for Visit Florida. On Enterprise Florida, our point was, as the Senate President and the Governor mentioned, is we've always advocated that our position was, in terms of getting job growth in Florida, it's from infrastructure, it's from education, it's from deregulation, it's from across-the-board tax cuts, it's from having a low crime rate. Those are the things that mattered, and I think what we've done is created a model for the rest of the nation to follow, and created a new fund with $85 million that goes to education and infrastructure. It has to be across the board. It cannot be given to any individual company. And so when you have that kind of, and I think it's a model that's going to lead to a tremendous amount of job growth. And as the Senate President said, now we're not in a position of picking winners and losers. We're in a position of allowing everybody to participate equally from that benefit, whether we did it through broad tax cuts or we do it through broad infrastructure or broad educational opportunities. Those are the things that we think are moving forward are going to give us that tremendous job growth. And I think it literally, I think it'll put pressure on the other 49 states now to go back and reassess how they're doing their economic development and to get into the broad business of helping all people and all ships.
Not a whole lot of transparency in putting this deal together over the past few days behind closed doors, where some lawmakers didn't even know that you weren't going to announce this today, though, right?
That's what we have a session. The bills will be filed. We'll have a session. It'll go through committee. We'll have questions. We'll have debate. We'll go to the floor. It'll be done in both chambers, and it'll be completely open and transparent, as every special session has been.
How about medical marijuana?
We're still working on medical marijuana. Our goal is to have marijuana. I hope, as things. Don't quote that one directly. Our goal is to have. Our goal is to have, hopefully over the weekend, there'll be an opportunity for the President and I to sit down and we can add that to the call and resolve that. Obviously, when 71% of the voters have called for something, there should be no reason why we can't reach agreement and get that done. And so my hope is that it'll be added to the call.
Can I add something on that?
Been talking about it for a long time.
I think I think all on all these things. Sometimes when you miss during a session, it's a high impact. You're there for 60 days. You're in that bubble, and when you miss narrowly. You miss by inches, and so then you have a week or two to get out of it and reassess. Okay, can we go back and look at that inch, and make overcome that one little obstacle? And I think those are the things that happen, and sometimes it works out, but we're still in the current fiscal year, and we still have plenty of time to make those things happen, and I think we will.
If I could just respond to your question about a quote-unquote deal, let's review where we are. The governor has the constitutional authority to call the legislature into session, and he's elected to do that, and so we'll be in special session. It's my understanding that with regard to the budget, that there is a pathway forward for consideration of an agreement that would increase funds for Visit Florida, for our economic development activities as a state, and raise the FEFP closer to the direction of where the Senate was off the floor than where the House was. So those proposals have not yet emerged. I haven't seen them. So those proposals will have to be filed by specific legislators and to be considered by committees, by the entire House and the Senate. So I think everyone here today, the Speaker's respectful of the prerogative and the vote of each member of the Florida House. I have that same respect and regard for each vote of any senator. And so my understanding is that we will be together in special session. These budget ideas and others will be considered, and then the House and the Senate will take what action they think is appropriate.
I don't quite understand it. You did, I mean, generally the way the process works is you guys agree on the big bottom line numbers or big bottom line deals. You did do that.
The agreement is that the governor has the constitutional authority to call us back into a special session. The governor has the right to make a final review of the budget and issue vetoes, which we'll review this afternoon after those are made public. So from the Senate's perspective, the Senate will be in the Capitol on Wednesday to consider proposals to move the budget in the direction of the Senate position, and we'll go from there. But every senator certainly has a right to review any specific proposals that are filed, to consider them, and ultimately to vote how they feel is appropriate.
President Negron, is there a tinge of I'm in it for a fight in your voice?
No, what I'm saying is that the governor's called us into special session. We will be there, and we will consider any proposals that emerge during that special session. My understanding is those proposals to date include, as I said, student funding, and we're pleased that there's a chance that we may have higher student funding that's more consistent with where the Senate was. And it's my understanding that we also have an opportunity to have additional funding for economic development and for Visit Florida, which is consistent with where the Senate has been. So we're certainly going to evaluate those opportunities, consider them, look at them, but as everyone knows in the process, each individual House member has his or her vote. Each individual senator has her or his vote, and we'll have to see what the specific proposals say, how they actually make funding decisions, what the final parameters are of any increased funding and oversight with regard to Visit Florida and with regard to EFI. And just one other thing on the EFI issue, that's an issue the Senate has been involved, as the House has been, with regard to transparency and oversight and accountability for many years. Senator Latvala, as the previous chair of the TED Appropriations Committee, was very involved in that issue. So the Senate's committed to making sure that that program is run properly, as well as Visit Florida.
Senator and Governor, as Floridians are many concerned about climate change, what do you guys say about the Paris Accord? Yesterday, I think the question was asked, and there was no real straight answer as to what you thought about it.
I think what you saw of the president is he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do on the campaign. He's focused on American jobs. So I wish he had said a Florida city rather than Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I think what he's focused on is jobs in this country. I think that the Paris Accord clearly was not focused on American jobs, and it's no different than we've done here. We clearly care about our environment. If you look at what we've been able to do as we've improved our economy, if you look at the hundreds of millions of dollars we've invested in the Everglades, the flood mitigation programs, the beach renourishment programs, all these things only because we have a good economy, and I think that's what the president's focused on also. Hold on a second. Did anybody else want to say anything about them? Okay.
Do you think jobs are more important than the future of the world?
I think you cannot invest in your environment without a good economy.
Governor, pardon any redundancy here, on 985. But a question about the man standing to your right. Over the past 3 months, you've called Richard Corcoran a job killer. Your staff has called him a hypocrite. You said he's not concerned with the families of this state. And I want to ask you to still stand by those comments you made about Richard Corcoran earlier this year in terms of enterprise Florida and Florida.
I respect that Speaker Corcoran clearly believes in what he has said publicly. I think everybody clearly understands why I ran for governor and why I believe in this. I grew up in a family that struggled for work. I care about these jobs. I hope and I believe we figured out a way that we can continue to do what we all agree with. Everybody standing up here, they want people to get a job. Everybody standing up here knows you can't get ahead without a good education. So I'm hopeful that through this special session that we will end up with a product that will mean that we'll continue to have more jobs in the state, that will continue to lead the nation, often some months in job creation, and we'll continue to improve our education system. If you look at U.S. News and World Report now says we have the best higher education system in the country. If you look at the surveys that about our K-12 education, we're generally one of the top states, and I know everybody up here is going to work hard to do those things.
And how prepared are you for the backlash you're going to get? There's going to be fierce if you sign House Bill 769.
Well, I'm going to focus on what I believe is good for every student in the state. I know the importance of education. I have grandchildren that live in the state. I care about their education, and I care about every student in the state's education. I'm still reviewing 7069, but I believe we have a pathway that every student in the state is going to be in a better position.
Do you envision the SASP money to be recurring or non-recurring?
I'm going to continue to work with the House and the Senate to make sure we have the funds. So we'll review that as we go through the budget.
Governor, en el mundo de la escuela en Spanish or in English, I speak to small businesses in Hialeah, for example, small local businesses that say that Enterprise Florida does nothing for them. In fact, it brings bigger companies who compete against them and shut them down. How do you explain that in your priority as well?
Sure. If you look at Enterprise Florida has worked with about a little over 900 companies in the last 6 years to help them expand and grow. And they've done it with large companies and they've done it with small companies. And if you think about it, when you get a company like Embraer to start building jets in Florida, it's not just Embraer building those jets, it's all the suppliers, the small companies that are suppliers that also are able to add jobs. It's also, when you add 1.3 million jobs, we open more restaurants, we sell more homes. If you look at everything about our economy, just look at the difference between this economy and economy 6.5 years ago. The 4 years before I got elected, we lost 832,000 jobs. Today, we have about 250,000 job openings in our state. We're down to about 58,000 people on unemployment benefits and about 74,000 people on welfare. So whether it's marketing our state to get more tourists, whether it's improving our education system, whether it's recruiting big and small companies, all those things together have created an environment where people can get a job today and live this dream.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Governor. Look forward to seeing you next week. Thanks. We'll follow up on the other ones.
All right, everyone, that wraps up that press conference from Governor Scott. As you may know, Governor Scott, a big supporter of President Trump. Speaking of President Trump, here is a live look at the White House. I'm going to get your next clip ready. Stand by while we take you to the next clip I have here. Today's UN daily press briefing. The daily press briefing at the UN. They covered a number of topics. Let's go ahead and watch.
Russia Today. The Secretary General said that climate change is undeniable and added that climate action is unstoppable. He urged all the governments around the world to stay the course and to remain committed to the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Regarding the U.S. withdrawal from that agreement, he said he remains convinced that states, cities, the business community, and civil society will also remain engaged and will bet on the green economy, because the green economy is the economy of the future. We have his remarks available online, along with the statement issued yesterday following the U.S. decision. The Secretary General met with Russian President Vladimir Putin a short while ago, and he also met yesterday with Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. He will be back in New York tomorrow. Earlier today, we issued the following statement attributable to the spokesman for the Secretary General on the situation of Sahrawi refugees in Algeria. The Secretary General is deeply concerned over the plight of tens of thousands of Sahrawi refugees in Algeria, who will have their food rations cut due to lack of funding. Humanitarian aid, including food aid, is a lifeline for these refugees from Western Sahara. A recent survey highlighted the precarious nutrition situation in the Sahrawi refugee camps and the refugees' limited access to markets or livelihoods. A lack of funding has forced the World Food Programme to cut food rations by almost 1/5 this year, and to halt distributions of nutritional supplements to treat anemia and malnutrition in pregnant women, nursing mothers, and young children. Food rations will be further reduced to half in June, which could have a severe impact on the refugees' food security and nutritional status. The Secretary General calls on donors to urgently increase their assistance to this often overlooked and vulnerable population. WFP requires $7.9 million to continue providing vital food assistance over the next 6 months. The UN mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo today expressed concern over the crisis in the Kasai provinces and its disastrous impact on local communities. More than 1 million people are currently displaced due to the violence plaguing that part of the country. Most of them live in deplorable conditions with no access to healthcare, food, or safe drinking water. In the Kasai Central province, 1 in 3 health centers is no longer operating. 639 elementary and secondary schools have been destroyed or attacked by militias in the Kasai Central and Kasai provinces. The UN has also documented over 500 cases of children being used as combatants or human shields by militias. The special representative of the Secretary General in the DRC, Maman Siddikou, condemned the attacks and called on the parties involved to respect health centers and schools as zones of peace. Our colleagues at the UN mission in the Central African Republic report that a delegation of government officials, parliamentarians, and UN mission officials visited Bangassou yesterday and met with local leaders, internally displaced persons, and anti-Balaka representatives as part of their efforts to resolve intercommunal tensions. The UN mission has also increased patrols in Bria to prevent clashes between the armed groups and ensure the protection of civilians in response to fresh tensions in.
All right, everyone. We are actually going to switch gears. We're going to take you to another UN event that's happening live right now. The Security Council talking about the situation in Korea. The situation in Korea. North Korea, specifically. Let's go ahead and show you this now.
Only a consolidated and firm stance will bear fruit and bring about positive change in the current tense situation in the region. I intended to conclude my statement on this optimistic note. Unfortunately, the statement of the Russian delegation a few moments ago leaves certain doubts in this regard. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We welcome the adoption of the resolution on DPRK. The position of Kazakhstan remains stable and consistent. We condemn in the strongest terms any launches of ballistic missiles in flagrant violation of all relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. Such actions undermine our common international effort to strengthen regional and ultimately international peace and security. The denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula is a key element in preserving broader security across Asia. Possession of the nuclear arms by the North Korean regime will create a precedent that will undoubtedly lead to an escalation of the regional arms race, and give the temptation might naturally cause further proliferation to balance DPRK's nuclear threat. We urge DPRK to refrain from actions that have a negative impact on the nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation process and pose a threat to both regional and global security. My country's non-nuclear status is the most convincing example that non-nuclear way of state development is the only promising one. We call on DPRK to opt for the same of choice. We are convinced there is no other option but collective commitment to international obligations taken in accordance with the Security Council resolutions. We would like to give a reminder that the principal position of Kazakhstan is not only the most severe condemnation of the use of WMD by any party, but also the resolution of conflicts through dialogue. We call upon parties of interest and all member states to take balanced and responsible actions that would not lead to irreversible consequences. We call on all parties concerned to refrain from actions that could increase the risks of a military escalation and further tensions in the region. My country strongly believes that at this critical stage, the Security Council, as the single body entrusted to maintain international peace and security, should continue to preserve its unity on this important issue. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Kazakhstan for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, I thank the United States for having presented Resolution 2356 and we welcome its adoption in a unanimous fashion. North Korea, for years, has been continuing an accelerated development of its nuclear and ballistic programs at the very highest level of the regime. North Korea is methodically making an effort to acquire an operational nuclear arsenal at the price of the sacrifice of its own population. The situation is very simple. Each one of the ballistic launches brings the North Korean regime closer to a precise, diversified operational military nuclear capacity at an alarming pace. Furthermore, it has other weapons of mass destruction, chemical and biological weapons, the danger of which must not be underestimated. Today, this situation is feeding a severe increase in tensions on the Korean peninsula. But tomorrow, every single country could be within range of North Korean missiles. It is the security of all of us which is now under threat. Thus, it is the entire non-proliferation regime at the very heart of our security system which is in danger. Mr. President, despite our repeated warnings, North Korea has flouted every one of the Council's resolutions and defies the entire international community. Faced with the gravity and urgency of this threat, one of the most acute threats to international peace and security, it was urgent to show the concern of the Council and reaffirm its authority. France therefore welcomes the unanimous adoption of the resolution proposed by the United States, which makes it possible to reaffirm a triple message of unity, of firmness, and commitment of the Security Council. Without any ambiguity, this resolution, by means of which the Council condemns the unjustifiable actions of North Korea, imposes sanctions on individuals and entities which are central to the operations of the regime and its programs, especially the ballistic programs and their financing. This is a determined response, but also a fresh warning. This dangerous, irresponsible, headlong rush must come to a stop. North Korea must become aware that if it insists in the choice of escalation and provocation, then we have no other choice than to increase pressure. France has said that sanctions are not an end unto themselves. But when we are faced with the irresponsible, unjustifiable obduracy of the North Korean regime, there is no other solution today than to stand firm and convince it to return to the negotiating table. However, today's situation is the exact opposite of a context of dialogue. It now falls to North Korea to sincerely demonstrate through concrete gestures in good faith that it is ready to invest in a negotiated solution and contribute to decreasing tensions on the Korean peninsula. Our objective must be the complete, verifiable, and irreversible denuclearization of the Korean peninsula. Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative of France for his statement. And now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sweden.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We, like others, welcome the unanimous adoption of today's Security Council resolution. The Council's action comes in response to the intensified pattern of provocations by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and demonstrates once again the unity and resolve of the Council on this issue. Sweden condemns in the strongest terms the DPRK's repeated launches of ballistic missiles. Such actions are in blatant violations of relevant Security Council resolutions. We stand with the neighboring countries and their peoples who are living under the constant shadow of the DPRK's threatening behavior. DPRK continues to show blatant disregard for its international obligations. Implementation of all relevant resolutions, including the one just adopted, is crucial, and we call on all UN member states to meet their obligations in this regard. Finally, Mr. President, sanctions alone will not solve the situation on the Korean Peninsula. Intensified and creative diplomatic efforts are needed to avoid misunderstandings and further escalation, and to begin to prepare for a peaceful, diplomatic and comprehensive solution for the peninsula and the wider region. We call on the DPRK to re-engage in a credible and meaningful dialogue with the international community. I thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sweden for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay. Thank you, Mr. President. Uruguay wishes to take this opportunity to reiterate its concern at the repeated launches of ballistic missiles by North Korea and the increased tensions in the Korean Peninsula. These actions are a severe threat to international peace and security. They are a clear violation of Security Council resolutions. Uruguay voted for this resolution because it believes that sanctions are a tool which the Security Council can use in order to perform its functions. Therefore, sanctions are not an end unto themselves. Rather, they are a tool in order to achieve a political goal. In this case, the denuclearization of North Korea. In the same way, commitment and firm will of member states to comply with their obligations and ensure a correct, effective application of sanctions is needed, avoiding adverse humanitarian impacts on the population of North Korea at the same time. Uruguay stresses the need to work to defuse tensions on the Korean Peninsula and away from it. North Korea must respect all Security Council resolutions and desist from its nuclear ambitions. This will help to create a peaceful environment and return to the path of dialogue with the ultimate objective of achieving denuclearization. From the Security Council, Uruguay will continue toiling together with the other 14 members to develop new lines of action, find new ways of focusing or working in negotiation in order to unblock this situation. Uruguay reaffirms its commitment to achieve a peaceful, political, diplomatic solution to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula, which will sweep away the risk of undesirable, disproportionate conflicts. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the distinguished representative of Uruguay for his statement. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
السيد الرئيس أود بداية أن أعرب
Mr. President, at the outset, allow me to express our full appreciation to the delegations of the United States and China for preparing and drafting the resolution that was just adopted by the Council. The unanimous adoption of the resolution today reflects a clear message by all members of the Council and the international community that opposes the recent violations by the DPRK of its commitment in line with the relevant Security Council resolutions, especially the latest resolutions 23-721 and 2270. Egypt calls upon all parties to make further diplomatic efforts to implement a political path to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula and to preserve the non-proliferation regime in the world. Egypt stands ready to support any international effort and any initiative to peacefully settle the chronic Korean crisis. We reaffirm the importance of avoiding the deterioration of the humanitarian situation in the DPRK. In conclusion, we reaffirm the pivotal role in the Security Council and the need to speak in one voice. The international community must continue its positive interaction and collaboration with Committee 1718 and its expert group to implement all relevant Security Council resolutions. And thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt for his statement. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the delegation of Senegal voted for Resolution 2356, strengthening the sanctions regime against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, in line with the commitment my country undertook in order to have a nuclear weapon-free world, but also in order to express the position of Senegal in favor of the denuclearized Korean Peninsula. The ballistic launches by North Korea, condemned by my country every time this took place, shows the will of this country to continue with its nuclear ballistic missile program. The previous sanctions did not stop their capacity to develop this program. They continue violating them flagrantly. Therefore, the resolution asks them to discharge their international obligations this way, in the way which is clear, irreversible, and verifiable. The actions of North Korea are therefore not just a threat for the people inhabiting the peninsula and the region, but also undermine the non-proliferation regime with the goal of developing weapons delivery systems, and this compounds the tensions in the region and beyond. So this is an opportunity for my country to reaffirm our attachment to the rigorous compliance with the resolutions of the Council, but also to reiterate the hope of the resumption of the dialogue in order to have a comprehensive diplomatic and political solution to the situation. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Senegal for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to start by welcoming the unanimous adoption of Resolution 2356, which has once again sent a strong and unified message of the Council in response to the repeated ballistic missile test by the DPRK. The situation in the Korean Peninsula has indeed been a source of great concern. The ballistic missile-related activities by the DPRK in violation of Security Council resolutions has seriously endangered regional and international peace and security. Today's resolution once again reaffirmed the Council's unequivocal position, calling on the DPRK to abandon all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs in a complete, verifiable, and irreversible manner, and immediately cease all related activities. In our view, this is in the interest of everyone, of the DPRK's neighbors, the DPRK itself, the Korean Peninsula as a whole, and the international community. There is a window of opportunity, as China has said. We want to see a peaceful resolution of this problem. That the further escalation of the situation in the Korean Peninsula will have devastating consequences for regional and international peace and security is not beyond doubt. The DPRK should not be surprised to see people worried. It is therefore very critical that the DPRK returns to its international commitments on denuclearization and fully comply with the relevant resolutions of the Security Council to reduce the increased tension in the region. The full implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions on the DPRK, including the resolution that we just adopted today, has become all the more vital in light of the prevailing situation, and we, on our part, remain committed to carrying out our obligations. Finally, the need to find a peaceful, diplomatic, and political solution to this issue has never been more urgent, and we support all efforts
All right, everyone, it looks like this feed has frozen itself. Looks like we're having some technical issues with our computer system. I'm going to go ahead and try to do a reset.
By
There
the
we go.
People's Democratic Republic of Korea, and we call on this country to abandon its nuclear program in a complete, verifiable, and irreversible fashion. We also believe that sanctions are a means and not an end, as was agreed at the latest summit of heads of state and government of the G77 in China, which brings together over two-thirds of the organization. We condemn these as being violations of international law. We also call on all parties involved in the situation to prevent an escalation of rhetoric and actions which would tighten tensions and put international peace and security at risk, especially in the Korean Peninsula. We also indicate that a military way out of this solution must be discarded, and we must make the most of the resources provided to us by diplomacy, such as dialogue and negotiation. We salute the double contention proposal, both the launching of nuclear weapons and the cessation of military exercises. And lastly, we call for this concern and others to have greater participation of members of the Council when they are dealt with. I resume my function as President of the Council, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Let me begin by thanking the Bolivian presidency for convening today's meeting. My delegation is grateful to be a part of this important meeting. Mr. President, the latest ballistic missile launch by the DPRK on May 29th was the 9th in the year 2017 and the 3rd in the month of May alone. In fact, the DPRK has conducted ballistic missile launches on an almost weekly basis since the inauguration of the new government in Seoul on May the 10th, 2017. Such provocations by the DPRK in clear violation of relevant multiple Security Council resolutions cannot be condoned and should be met with a resolute response. It is for this reason that the Republic of Korea supports the unanimous adoption of the Security Council Resolution 2356 in response to the DPRK's series of ballistic missile launches and other prohibited activities since September 9, 2016. The new sanctions resolution adopted today sends a clear message that the Council will not tolerate repeated accumulated ballistic missile launches by the DPRK, regardless of their range, type, or intended aim point. With the adoption of this resolution, which has somewhat deviated from its usual response pattern on the DPRK's ballistic missile launches, the Council demonstrated its united resolve to respond squarely to the series of ballistic missile provocations by the DPRK. Resolution 2356 builds upon and expands the scope of the existing DPRK sanctions regime. The individuals and entities that will be subject to the travel ban and asset freeze by this resolution include the senior DPRK officials and its core military apparatus that are directly responsible for the regime's illicit nuclear and ballistic missile programs. Some DPRK businessmen and commercial entities are also newly designated, which I believe will help further restrict the DPRK's ability to finance its illicit activities. Taking this opportunity, I strongly urge the member states of the United Nations to fully implement all relevant Security Council sanctions resolutions, including resolutions 2270, 2321, and 2356, just adopted today. After all, the ultimate goal of sanctions and pressure is to bring the DPRK back to the negotiating table for denuclearization. In order to make the DPRK choose the right path towards dialogue to this end, we, the international community, should speak in one voice and act in solidarity by thoroughly implementing all the sanctions resolutions. I sincerely hope that the DPRK heed the concerted demands of the international community and seize the opportunity without further delay to chart a new beginning in inter-Korean relations as well as in its relations with the international community. Given the possibility of yet another provocation by the DPRK, we must continue to stand ready to respond to any further provocation in a more proactive manner. In closing, I'd like to urge the DPRK once again to cease all forms of provocation and immediately take steps for dialogue and actions toward denuclearization. Thank you very much.
Agradezco por su declaración.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for his statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
All right, everyone, and that is the end of that live session at the UN, the Security Council discussing the North Korean nuclear threat. Here is a live look at the White House. We are going to continue now with that press conference from the UN, their daily briefing. We'll play that for you in just a moment. All right, let's continue it. We did play some of it earlier. We're going to continue watching it now. The daily press conference from the UN.
Overlooked and vulnerable population. WFP requires $7.9 million to continue providing vital food assistance over the next 6 months. The UN mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo today expressed concern over the crisis in the Kasai provinces and its disastrous impact on local communities. More than 1 million people are currently displaced due to the violence plaguing that part of the country. Most of them live in deplorable conditions with no access to healthcare, food, or safe drinking water. In the Kasai Central province, 1 in 3 health centers is no longer operating. 639 elementary and secondary schools have been destroyed or attacked by militias in the Kasai Central and Kasai provinces. The UN has also documented over 500 cases of children being used as combatants or human shields by militias. The special representative of the Secretary General in the DRC, Maman Sidikou, condemned the attacks and called on the parties involved to respect health centers and schools as zones of peace. Our colleagues at the UN mission in the Central African Republic report that a delegation of government officials, parliamentarians, and UN mission officials visited Bangassou yesterday and met with local leaders, internally displaced persons, and anti-Balaka representatives as part of their efforts to resolve intercommunal tensions. The UN mission has also increased patrols in Bria to prevent clashes between the armed groups and ensure the protection of civilians in response to fresh tensions in the town. Amid the volatile situation in and around Bria, the mission yesterday established a safe passage corridor between its premises, an NGO complex, the hospital, and the airport to facilitate humanitarian activities. The humanitarian coordinator in Libya, Maria Ribeiro, today called for increased protection and support to humanitarian assistance for internally displaced persons across Libya. The humanitarian community is following with concern recent developments in the Tawarka internally displaced persons camp in Janzur, Tripoli, and the possible return of internally displaced persons from Zintan to Tripoli. The humanitarian coordinator is alarmed by allegations of abuse of IDPs and calls for their protection and freedom of movement. Our colleagues from the Food and Agriculture Organization have informed us that they have reached a milestone in their campaign to prevent famine in Somalia. In less than 3 months, they have treated more than 12 million animals, protecting the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of families who rely on their livestock's meat and milk for survival. Many of the animals have been badly weakened by the lack of feed and water, making them highly susceptible to illnesses and parasites, but they are too weak to withstand vaccination. FAO said it will continue its campaign by deploying 150 veterinarian teams across Somalia to treat goats and sheep, as well as cattle and camels, up to 270,000 animals each day. By mid-July, it expects to reach 22 million animals, benefiting over 3 million people. Our humanitarian colleagues in Iraq tell us that aid agencies are continuing to plan for the potential mass displacement of civilians from Mosul's Old City area. Somewhere between 2,000 to 7,000 people have been fleeing western Mosul every day since the government called for civilians to leave last week. 8 partners report that little food is available in markets in western Mosul, while many people living in Daesh-controlled areas have not had access to safe drinking water and medicine for weeks or even months. For its part, the UN Refugee Agency said today that it urgently needs $126 million to meet critical needs of vulnerable children, women, and men displaced from and returning to Iraq's Mosul until the end of the year. Wrapping up a visit to Yemen, UNICEF's regional director for the Middle East and North Africa warned that cholera is spreading incredibly fast, turning an already dire situation for children into a disaster. Geert Capellere said that cholera doesn't need a permit to cross a checkpoint or a border, nor does it differentiate between areas of control. In just over 1 month, nearly 70,000 cholera cases were reported, with 600 people having died. You can read the full statement on UNICEF's website. The UN mission in Afghanistan is deeply concerned that today's protests in Kabul have led to more violence and loss of life following Wednesday's terrorist attack that caused hundreds of civilian casualties. The Secretary General Special Representative for Afghanistan, Tadamichi Yamamoto, said the genuine anger expressed by the protesters, many of whom suffered the loss of family and friends, is fully understandable, but added that this tragic week has already caused too much civilian suffering to Afghanistan, and further violence will not solve any problems. The mission reminded those protesting, and also those in a position to protect the protesters, that all have an obligation to avoid violence. The UN Refugee Agency says that in the wake of Cyclone Mora, which swept across the Bay of Bengal, damaging thousands of homes in Bangladesh and Myanmar, shelters urgently needed for those affected. The agency says that many refugees and internally displaced people are among the victims. It found that most of the homes of refugees in Bangladesh's Kutupalong and Nayapara camps suffered some damage, with some 20% having been completely destroyed. In Myanmar, UNHCR and aid agencies are helping the government in carrying out assessments, and they found that hundreds of shelters in the camps where internally displaced people in central Rakhine State have suffered damage in the strong winds. In both countries, UNHCR and its partners are supporting government-led efforts to assist refugees, displaced people, and their host communities who were affected by this natural disaster. I also want to flag that the UN mission in Colombia says it stands ready to receive the more than 7,000 weapons from the FARC-EP that have been registered since the beginning of the laying down of arms process. The new deadline to receive these weapons in the 26 transitional areas set up to host the FARC-EP members is the 20th of June, as agreed by the parties. There are more details in a press release from the mission. The UN Refugee Agency said that it is shocked to hear about the reported death of 44 migrants and refugees in the Sahara Desert this week, including women and children, mostly from Nigeria and Ghana. Survivor accounts suggest that 50 people were on their way to Libya when their truck broke down between the cities of Agadez and Dirkou in the desert in northern Niger, exposing them to extreme heat and lack of drinking water. Only 6 people survived. UNHCR repeated its call for credible alternatives to these dangerous crossings for people in need.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this UN Daily Press Briefing. Here is a live look at the White House. I'm showing you the White House because, well, President Trump is being protested in Chicago over his decision to withdraw from the Paris climate change agreement. We're going to take you live to Chicago now. They're protesting President Trump.
Those last additional dollars of profit to add to his $188 million in 2015, a little bit too attractive. So we're asking you. Because let's say that he eventually gets himself a backbone. He eventually agrees that it's time for the state of Illinois to join other states in saying we are not going to walk away from the Paris Accord. Is that good enough? No! Let me tell you why you're right. It's not good enough because we need to move to 100% clean energy in Illinois. 100% clean energy. That has got to be the goal, and Governor Rauner needs to stand up, stand with us, stand with our planet, stand with the people, stand with our children, stand with our grandchildren, and stand up for 100% clean energy. But guess what? Once you do that, you've got a responsibility on your hands. Because once you do that, there might be people whose jobs will be at risk. What do we have to do? We create new jobs for every person whose job is at risk when we make this energy transformation. Every single person needs to be put to work at a well-paying job with a living wage and the opportunity to provide for their family. And we're going to do that by investing in every corner of Illinois, and we're going to afford that by taxing the people who can afford to pay. So Bruce Rauner, I hope you're listening to us. I'm going to do it in reverse order for you. Let's start by taxing the people who can afford to pay. You, your friends, the millionaires and billionaires who are not paying their share. We're going to use that money to invest in clean energy, to invest in new technologies, to invest in jobs everywhere in the state of Illinois. And then once we do that, we're going to have the ability to move to a 100% clean energy economy in Illinois. Are we ready to fight for that? Yeah. Are we ready to fight for that? Yeah. Are we ready to fight for that? Yeah. Thank you so much. We're going to win. Our children rely on it, and we can do it.
Yeah. That's right. Are we going to win? Yes. Are we going to win? Yes. All right. Let's keep this momentum going. I'm proud to introduce Congressman Mike Quigley.
Hey, irony alert. This week, while the president decided to withdraw from Paris, I was in the Rocky Mountains with some of our best scientists talking about how climate change is devastating our national parks. Just one example to remind us why this matters. There's whole mountainsides where 50 to 75% of the trees have been killed because of little insects that are killed. Little insects that are lasting longer because it's warmer. They're breeding twice a year instead of once a year. The pine beetle. It is devastating our forests. Little flowers, endangered plants and flowers in our national parks that are blooming early because it's warmer, and then there's a late frost and they're killed, which kills the pollinators and it kills the birds. These are the details that President Trump forgot. But we haven't. We know what we have to all of us here. Our greatest resource, Lake Michigan, we are there. So, it begins Monday night for me. I have challenged EPA Director, Administrator Pruitt to a debate on climate change. He has refused to debate me on climate change. So I'm probably going to debate an empty chair. So, empty chair, empty suit. It's kind of the same right now, but it's all what we're going to have to focus on. But when I left the Rocky Mountains and our great folks who are working there to restore our national parks, I was left with the sense that this is not the time to be down. This is the time to be up and energized like all of you are. This is the time to pick it up. This is our future generations count on. I remember what President Obama said just before he left office. We are the first generation to feel the real effects of climate change and the last generation that can start to do something about it. Thank you so much for what you're doing. God bless.
There's just one more technical difficulty. Hang on. You guys, I can't. What's the... Oh, that's better. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. I don't want to stop this train. So here, our next speaker is Pastor Booker Stephen Vance from Faith in Place.
We're fired up and ready to go. We're fired up and ready to go. We're fired up and ready to go. Give yourselves a hand for coming out this afternoon. We didn't need 24 hours notice to get ready to resist. We're too legit to quit. We have to resist, and we're too legit to quit. Can you say that? We got to resist, and we're too legit to quit. We've come to resist, and we're too legit to quit. We've come to resist, and we're too legit to quit. We're just so thankful to be out here this afternoon. Just a wonderful, diverse crowd of folks from all kinds of groups who are ready to stand up and be counted. Because we're not going to be turned around, we're not going to be turned back, and we're going to continue to forge ahead. Illinois has a wonderful opportunity. Thankful to our president, President Obama, for the work that he had done with the Clean Power Plan. And it set us in a position as Illinois to stand up and resist any effort to turn back the hands of time. And so we're here this afternoon to remind ourselves of what we're to do, and we're on our way to the state building here to let Governor Rana know that we have some expectations of him, and he's not going to fold. We want Rana to stand up and be counted. And we want to make sure that he knows every chance we get that we are too legit to quit, and we're gonna resist. We're too legit to quit, and we're gonna resist. And so I want to encourage you to keep fighting. Do not be discouraged. Use your telephone, use your Instagram, use your Twitter, by any and all means necessary, and by all greens necessary. Make sure you let him know and let everyone know, your friends and neighbors, to let them know that we're going to stand together and we're going to continue to stand up because we're too legit to quit. Thank you.
Great job. Whoa. And then you guys. Great job, Pastor Vance. That was awesome. Can you hear me? Am I projecting? Finished all that theater training my parents paid for. All right. Are we ready for our next speaker? Okay. Next speaker is tonight a woman named Lily Simmons from the
Yeah, that's right there. Right here. You connected. Okay.
Okay, what's your
312.
I don't know why I don't have your number. 312
952 0839. Push in on what's going on here.
No, I mean on this. The new well.
Okay. I'll just look. I'll probably step out and let you do a little push into the crowd.
Live on Fox 32, we've got Man in the Snazzy Blazers.
How you doing? Okay, 60 or 70. Go
Placo mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Right, looks like that reporter there for Fox 32 is about to do a live hit momentarily. We're going to continue bringing you live coverage of this protest in Chicago.
Uses authority to uphold or common business standards.
I'm Dane Placco, live in downtown Chicago, where about 60 or 70 protesters have gathered here at the corner of Wabash and Wacker, directly across the Chicago River from Trump Tower. There you see the tower back there and the gathering in front. They're protesting the president's decision to withdraw from the Paris Climate Accords. This rally is being organized by the Sierra Club of Illinois, along with the Illinois Environmental Council. They're carrying signs that read, "Defend our Mother Earth," and "Climate can't wait." Not only are they decrying the president's decision, they're also calling on Governor Bruce Rauner to use his executive authority to uphold those Paris Accord carbon emission standards here in the state of Illinois. I'm going to walk over to show the police officers. I'm just going to show the police. And when this rally is finished, they're going to push that point by marching from here to the Thompson Center, just a few blocks away. As you can see, a number of Chicago police are keeping a watchful eye on the scene here. More officers across the river in front of the Trump Tower, but so far there have been no problems. Reporting live from downtown Chicago, Dane Placco, Fox 32 News. From here. No, that's all right. I'll call and double check, but I think it's just one.
Yeah, you stay here because I'm making my cart, okay?
Yeah. Well, we might go back into that scrum just to get some sound.
Oh, okay.
So why don't you while we're here, let's get a shot of just a wide shot, and then we'll go and stick the microphone back up there. Get a little bit more of the yakety yak. Let me just get what's back in there for a second. All right, we'll walk with them for a little bit.
Definitely don't have another head?
I'll call and double check.
Yeah, let's make sure before we start.
I looked and I didn't see
to
one.
unplug us. Disconnect from the live view though, so let's make sure that we're not.
I think you need to stay on the live. They want you to keep sending back a live picture.
Thanks for watching with us on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Bear with us here, guys, as the camera seems to be set down right now. Hopefully we'll be able to get some better shots soon of this protest. This is live right now out of Chicago. People rallying after Trump pulls out of Paris Agreement. Let us know what you guys think about this in the comment section on our Facebook page or in the live chat section on our YouTube page. Again, we are hoping the photographer picks his camera back up and shows us some of those protesters there. Thanks for watching. A live look of the Capitol building here for just a moment while the photographer is getting a better shot ready. Don't want to make anyone a little dizzy as he's moving his camera around very quickly here at the scene. Just want to wait until he gets that shot up and ready to go of these protesters. Looks like we do have a pause shot here, so it looks like the feed might have ended. We are working on all right, looks like we did get the shot.
Stand up, fight back! My community under attack! What do we do? Stand up, fight back! My community under attack! What do we do? Stand up, fight back!
All right, you guys are now going to take
What do we do? Stand up, fight back!
Giving you a live look of the Capitol building right now. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream, changing topics. Looks like we have another shot of these protests that's taking back live to the scene in Chicago. Protesting President Trump pulls out of Paris Agreement.
We're now there's a revolution in this town! people. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people. The power of the people. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people. Say what? Power like the power of the people. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people.
They want you to be shooting this as we go along. I am. Shooting. I stopped for a second. Okay. They're putting it on the web. 124. Can you
Corey, if you can hear me, if you get a shot, these people watching from the cafe, Elephant and Castle here, as they go by.
Hey, hey!
everybody, you're getting a live look of the White House right now. We are streaming live out of Phoenix, Arizona. Thanks for joining us today on this lovely Friday. Let's take you to an event that aired yesterday, but we didn't get a chance to stream it for you. This is Hillary Clinton speaking at a book expo. She's discussing her book, her thoughts about losing the election, and much more. Let's hear what she had to say.
Hello, booksellers, and thank you for coming to this very special event. I know what a long day it's been for you all on the floor show and in the meeting rooms, and so I'm that much more appreciative that you're here with us this evening. I am Carolyn Reedy, President and Chief Executive Officer of Simon & Schuster, and it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce Hillary Rodham Clinton. Of course, when you've been the first female presidential nominee of a major political party, a former Secretary of State, a twice-elected senator from New York, and First Lady of the United States, introduce is a relative term. But you also know Hillary Clinton as a major best-selling author, and being on the front lines of book selling have witnessed firsthand her tremendous ability to write books that galvanize readers and create traffic and excitement in your bookstores. As her publisher, Simon & Schuster is proud and fortunate to have had a long and happy relationship with Hillary Clinton, and we are grateful to have published every one of her 5 previous books, beginning with It Takes a Village in 1996. All 3 of her memoirs have gone on to become #1 bestsellers. And this fall, together, we get to have another great Hillary Clinton book experience. Not just 1, but 2. As you'll hear in a few moments, she's hard at work on her new memoir, which will be as surprising, fascinating, opinionated, provocative, and deeply reflective as anything she has written before. In fact, we trust you will hear Hillary as never before, as she gives us her unique take and analysis of recent events. In addition, we also have the gorgeous picture book edition of It Takes a Village with illustrations by the incomparable 2-time Caldecott Honor winner Marla Frazee. Tonight, Hillary will be interviewed by Cheryl Strayed. Cheryl, of course, is also familiar to you as a hugely popular and talented #1 best-selling author in her own right, whose books, including Wild, have touched millions of readers around the world and helped them to navigate their own personal journeys. Before we bring out Hillary and Cheryl, I'll leave you with this. No matter where you fall on the political spectrum, remember that 65 million people voted for Hillary Clinton last November. And if just a small fraction of those purchase the book, we will still have the biggest book of the year. We at Simon & Schuster welcome your help in achieving that milestone. So now please join me in welcoming Hillary Rodham Clinton and Cheryl Strayed.
Hi, Hillary.
Hey, Cheryl.
We need a glass of wine or a cup of coffee or something. Which would you prefer, wine or coffee?
Let's try Chardonnay.
Yeah.
It's the time of the day.
See, one of the things I want to tell you, one of the benefits of not being the President of the United States and being a writer instead is you get to drink. So I want to start, we're going to, I have some questions from the audience, and I have some of my own, but I wanted to start with, I think, the most moving question I got from somebody in the audience, and that is, do you know how much you mean to us and how much we love you?
I am really touched by that, and let me thank you. Thank you for that really kind thought, and I'm thrilled that Cheryl's here with us. She's one of my favorite authors and one of the people that I've gotten to know over the last couple of years. And I have to tell you, as booksellers, I hope you know how much you mean to me, because it has been a central part of my life for as long as I can remember. Libraries and bookstores are right at the top of my favorite things to do, so thank you.
So you have been quite busy. You've got 2 books coming out in September. Let's talk about those. And let's start with It Takes a Village. So this was obviously this hugely influential book, published in 2006. And now you've decided to release it as a children's book edition. Can you talk about that? What inspired you to do that?
Well, it was published in 1996. And the reason I was motivated to do it may sound a little bit deja vu all over again, but if you remember back to those years, there were people in politics in our Congress who were making incredibly harmful proposals, saying hurtful things. And when I heard at that point Newt Gingrich say that we should take poor children away from their families and put them in orphanages, I was just beyond upset and outraged. And I had been a children's advocate. I'd worked for the Children's Defense Fund. Obviously, I was a mom. So I thought there has to be a different way of bringing people together around our common responsibilities and what it means to be part of a community. Of course you're an individual. And I say in the beginning of the book, It Takes a Village, that the most important people in a child's life are the child's family, but the community also plays a very big role in providing not just education and health care, but law enforcement and all kinds of religious instruction, everything that goes into making up a community. So I had long been really taken by the African proverb, it takes a village. And so that's why I wrote that book, and it became a kind of, password in a way to talk about what we meant by community and what our obligations were. And it became politically controversial in some circles. It was the topic of a number of speeches from the Republican National Convention in 1996, attacking me for, I never know what they're attacking me for, but long line of that. And it has stayed with me, so that's why I thought it would be time to maybe bring those concepts of community and citizenship and cooperation and support for kids into a children's book. And how lucky was I that Marla Frazee was available to do the illustrations. So it's a beautiful book, and it is something I'm really proud of.
Awesome. Well, remember when our moms would tell us when we were young, if a boy is teasing you, it means he really likes you? Maybe that's what the Republicans are doing.
Well, if that's the case, I think enough is enough.
She will go to the dance with you, okay? So you also have another book coming out on the same day. It'll be in September. What can you tell us about this book?
Well, this book is, for me, a really personal, deep experience, and I also have to say an emotional catharsis. For a long time, I've collected quotes that were inspirational or funny or in some way meaningful to me to try to capture a thought or to buck me up when I needed it. And I've shared them with my friends over all those years. And I even had a little book that I carried them around in. And, you'd have a tough time or a funny time or a quiet time, and I'd flip through them and get reminded of what they meant to me. And after the election, I was thinking, as I was going through all those quotations, how it was spurring my thoughts about the life I've led and the ups, the downs, the great opportunities, the accomplishments, the disappointments, and how during the course of the campaign, there were so many people who shared their own stories with me. And it is one of the real treasures of being out in the public eye. There's a lot that you see which is, very difficult, to be clear. You know that. But those moments when somebody grabs your hand, or when you're backstage and a total stranger comes up and tells you their story, or tells you that, they understand what you're going through, or they want you to know that, they're with you, like the first question today, that is incredibly meaningful to me. And so I began to go through all those quotations, and then I began to really reflect about the country and my life and really what happened in this election, and to start to put my thoughts down on paper in a way that I think is not just about me and not just about an election, but about resilience, about getting back up when you're knocked down, because everybody is, where you find the courage to do that and what helps you along the way. And it's, as I say, proven to be an extraordinary, very personally meaningful but painful experience. It really is painful.
So we've seen you get up many times after being knocked down. And I think this is where this first question, when we first walked on stage, came from. How did you muster the strength to go on after the election? Where did you find solace? I know you've taken a lot of walks in the woods, which I love. So we were talking backstage, and Hillary doesn't yet have a title for this book she just told you about. And my suggestion is really wild. You've got the walking in the woods, you've got the hardship, you've got the resilience. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's really wild. That's pretty good.
It's really pretty wild.
So if you see it in bookstores,
exactly,
it came from Cheryl.
So my question to you is about those moments when we feel we can't go on. You said that writing this book was cathartic. Tell us about that.
Well, I guess I believe that resilience is one of the great attributes and gifts that you can be given through family, through friends, through your faith, through whatever gives you that sense of purpose and courage that it takes to keep going. And I've been blessed to know so many people over the course of my life who have faced such really difficult and painful experiences, whether it was the death of a loved one, a disease they're fighting, the midst of a horrible weather condition like a hurricane. I mean, 9/11. I've seen in my own life, as well as the lives of so many whom I've been able to get to know, the most extraordinary capacity to keep going. And so I don't in any way compare myself with the really difficult, terrible times that others have gone through. I have a great friend here in the city, well, two great friends that I made after 9/11 who were grievously injured. I mean, just the most horrific burns in one case and was in an induced coma for 2 months, and the other who was struck down by part of the landing gear of one of the planes hitting the towers. And I have just been both honored and humbled to see how they have kept going. So what's happened to me happens in public in a very personal way. And what I'm trying to do in the book is to explain what it is like to try to break through barriers, knowing how hard it is, knowing that you're going to make mistakes, knowing that there's all kinds of challenges every step of the way, but to explain what I've relied on, what has given me hope and courage and resilience. And a lot of it for me is rooted in my family, rooted in my friends, because I've been really lucky in both. But a lot of it is also because I have this determination, as someone said about me the other day, a stubbornness that, you just get up every day and you do the best you can. It's literally one foot in front of the other. And when you are fighting for something larger than yourself, which is what I've always believed, that keeps you going even when you're down and nearly out personally. So this book covers a lot of that, and it covers some of the experiences that you all watched, but from my perspective as to how it felt. And it is sometimes, I'll work on it for a couple of hours. I have a little writing area in the attic of our little farmhouse. We live, about 50 minutes north of here. And, I'll work on it, and I've got, great colleagues who are doing research and helping me think through how best to present things. And it's so exhausting that I just literally have to get up, either go for a walk or go to bed. Those are my two choices.
I can relate to that, yeah. I'm curious, it's really interesting to me, because you're right. I mean, the art of memoir is about subjectivity. It's about telling the true story of what it felt like to be you in that moment. And most memoirs don't have that story wasn't also a public story. And you're unique in that regard. And yet one of the things that memoir demands, I think good memoir demands, that you be vulnerable, you take risks, you tell that truth, what it was you were really thinking and feeling. But as somebody who's had to, be such a public person, how do you navigate that? How do you find that place of vulnerability in your work? That's my first question. My second question is, are you going there further in this next book than you've gone before because you're in a different position?
Absolutely. Well, I'm certainly going a lot further, and I think that both the experience and the choices we face in the future demand that I go as far as I can. And what you said really resonated with me. This is my truth. And people can disagree, and guess what? They will, I'm sure. But this is how I experienced being the first woman to, break that barrier, get nominated, stand on a stage for debates, deal with all of the incredibly odd, bizarre happenings that were around. And I'm very clear in that. I'm saying, look, you may think you know what happened, and you may be right to a certain extent based on what you've perceived and how you process it, but I'm going to tell you how I saw it and what I felt and what I thought, because you cannot make up what happened. And I think that's part of the reason why it's such an incredible experience trying to write it, because even I forgot some of the wacky things that were said and done, and to pull that all back out and try to be both personal but as dispassionate as possible, and to explain. And part of the motivation is not only it's good for my mental health, but I think it is also really important that we come to grips with what we need to do in the future as a country. I mean, it's a wonderful coincidence that I'm doing the children's book at the same time, because the children's book is really, in many ways, rooted in the idea of citizenship. How do we give our children the tools that they need, not only for their own lives, but to be active citizens, and how do they then cooperate with people? And so thinking about this election and all the lines that were drawn and the partisanship and everything that was flying at us, it's important for me to say, look, this is how I experienced it. And I think I don't know if you had the same experience with Wild, because, lots of people have hiked the Pacific Coast Trail, but this was your truth, your experience, and part of the reason it was so powerful is you could feel that. And somebody else could hike it tomorrow and they wouldn't have the same experience, and somebody else could run for president tomorrow or in 4 years. They won't have the same experience, right? So part of what I'm trying to...
Can somebody else please run for president tomorrow?
Yeah, that's a long tomorrow. So that's how I'm trying to convey it. And yeah, it really is as I think of it, a kind of unvarnished, view of what I think happened, and putting myself into, these different events, and sort of pulling the curtain back so that readers can say, well, what was it like standing on the stage debating your opponent? What was going through your head? And you will find out what was going on.
I think I speak for all of us when I say we cannot wait to read it. What I'm curious about, you said that sometimes you have to walk out of your shed and go for a walk or take a nap or have a glass of Chardonnay. What's the hardest? Talk to me about some challenges. What are the hardest parts for you when it comes to writing this book?
Well, really there are so many hard parts, but here's how maybe I would talk about it. One is the really painful experience of honestly understanding, what I didn't do well, or what I didn't do well enough, or what our shortcomings were, where we, missed an opportunity, where we didn't do, in retrospect, what might have worked better. And that's obviously painful. But it's a kind of pain that is part of being in politics. And, I've won races, I've lost races. I've never felt the way I feel about this. And that brings me to the second piece of it, because the more you dig and the more you understand what we were up against, and taking me out of the equation so that it's not about, okay, what happened to you, it's what happened to us. And how much more alert we need to be as a nation. And obviously, I'm particularly concerned about the role that Russia played and the very serious interference that we know they were responsible for in our most fundamental democratic act. That, in some ways, is even more painful. When I ran in 2008, and I write a little bit about this, losing was hard, but it was such a hard-fought contest, and I had so much respect for Barack Obama. And, it wasn't fun losing, but I didn't worry about my country. And I immediately turned around and went to work to help him get elected, and then, surprisingly, got asked to be Secretary of State, So yes, you lose, and it hurts your feelings, and you wish you had done better, and you would have liked to have won, but I didn't worry about my country. I am really worried, and I worry not just because there are partisan differences, but we're living in such an abnormal time when we look at the way that this White House is behaving about some of the biggest challenges we face, the dishonesty and fabrication, and whether you call it fake news or lies, pick your choice. It is deeply troubling. And it is also worrisome that it could cause lasting damage to our institutions. So part of what I'm writing is, okay, I'm going to talk about how it felt with what I think was in my control and what we could have done better and, wish we had. But I'm also going to talk about what happened that was totally unprecedented in American history, and what are we going to do about it? How do we think about the future and our responsibilities, whatever political party or philosophy you have? You can't be all right with the idea that a foreign adversary was trying to influence the outcome of our election. And that, to me, is a big challenge that we are going to face as a country. And so I talk about that. I try to explain what happened and what that means for us, to try to arm citizens, to try to give people a simple as possible explanation that then they can go out and be active and speak up, so that, let's have our debates about everything that we argue about in politics, but that should be among us. That should be between Americans, not with somebody influencing how people were thinking and the information that they got and the conclusions that they drew and the decisions that they then made. So it's that tension between the personal disappointment, which that comes with the territory. And I said the other day, I'm fine as a person, but I'm worried as an American. And that's what I'm trying to unpack and explain to people as well.
I think it's really interesting that your writing and in your career that has always been intricately bound, your experience with the experience of the world. From your very first speech, your 1969 speech at Wellesley, you were talking about the meaning of your life within the context of what was happening politically and socially and culturally. And where did that come from, that sense of, what I'm struck by as you talk about this book, and when I think about all of the books you've written, that there is no separating you from those the political realities. Where did that begin?
It really does begin with my parents. I had a very typical suburban 1950s upbringing. My dad was a World War II vet, a small businessman, worked hard, scraped every penny that he made from getting the business started, and then trying to make it successful so we could have a nice house and he could give us a good solid middle class life. And my mother had a very sad and difficult life, abandoned by her parents and then literally thrown out of her grandparents' home and went to work at the age of 13 working in somebody else's home. So they had very, very different experiences, but together they just had such a deep conviction about how lucky we were to be in this country. And even though my mother canceled out my father's vote every election, they talked about the news. We talked about it at dinner. My dad would, ask if we had opinions, and he would kind of grill me. So literally from the time of childhood, being an American was part of my identity. And I had great public school teachers all the way from kindergarten through high school, who also instilled in me that sense of civic responsibility and citizenship. And it may sound, really old-fashioned, out of date now, but it was part of the glue that held us together as a country. And in the neighborhood that I lived in, all the fathers, had served in the military during the Second World War. All the mothers stayed home. They did PTA things. They did other volunteer activities. And at a very early age, they enlisted us. It was part of our responsibility to, put up the lemonade stand and, raise money to give to, kids who were in the hospital or poor kids, living somewhere in the world. It was just a very open time because the world seemed like it was out there waiting for us. And America was really coming into its own in a way that was tangible even to a child. I remember in the 5th grade, my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Krause, after Sputnik went up, marches into our 5th grade classroom and says, we are supposed to do better in math and science because President Eisenhower wants us to. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that would happen in our classrooms. And so, okay, we're supposed to do better. And then we get to junior high and President Kennedy's there and all of a sudden we get tested on our physical fitness because we have to be physically active in order to be good Americans. This was part of the whole ambiance of how we were raised, not just in our families, but in our schools and elsewhere. And, I just always thought it was part of who I was and it became a big part of what I cared about.
And when you were doing sit-ups for Kennedy and doing silence for Eisenhower and so forth, what were you reading? What books were you reading? What books were influential to you as you became a young woman?
Well, I got in trouble during the physical fitness part because we were supposed to jump. And
you mean the broad jump, which I have to this day can never.
And the vertical jump up on the side of the wall. And they kept coming around to me and they said, jump. I said, I have jumped. It just never took with me.
Are you athletic in any, besides for the hiking?
I was when I was growing up. I played sports. I played softball. I played tennis. I swam and dove. And, I haven't actually kept up with that for many years.
But now it's just mostly walking and hiking?
Yeah, mostly walking.
So are we going to go hike the Pacific Crest Trail this summer together?
That would be great.
Let's do it.
I would love that.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's a date.
If we go with, if we go with really wild.
With really wild.
Really wild.
And we'll do a whole publicity campaign on the Pacific Crest Trail.
And we get pop-up bookstores.
Yeah.
Right? All on the trail.
I know, yeah. Well, there'll be. I think that's a great idea. So you love.
I love reading. I've always loved reading, and I think like a lot of young girls of my time, I read every Nancy Drew book. I liked the early ones better than the later ones. I'll be honest. The idea that she just seemed like such a go-getter and really smart and brave and
kind of like someone we know.
No, well, there's a lot of I heard the applause, I think, and it was like a model for me and for my friends, and that when I think back, I read a lot of books when I was growing up, but that had a big impact on me because she was, dare I say, a little bit of a role model. And I always felt so bad because her mother had died.
Yeah.
And so, but she was taking care of the house. She was going to school. She was solving mysteries. I mean, really,
Yeah. Well, there's a real tradition in literature with young women or girls whose mothers are dead because their main protectors are gone. And they're forced to venture out into the world and be courageous. And I think that Nancy Drew absolutely was an inspiration to so many girls and women for that reason. My own daughter loved them too. What about in those post-election months? Do you turn to literature for consolation like so many of us do?
I do. I also turn to it for total distraction. And I've kept a record of every book I've read during my entire adulthood.
Oh my gosh, how many have you read?
I don't know. I haven't counted them. But I have one of those books that has that has nothing in them, and so I've been tracking them. And I was thinking about it the other day. After the election, I read a lot of mysteries. I am a very devoted mystery reader, but I also, I have some favorites. I love Jacqueline Winspear and Maisie Dobbs. I love Donna Leone and Bringing Venice Alive, and I love Louise Penny. And I had the great joy a couple of months after the election of meeting Louise Penny, and I really, I just got so into her characters and her locale, Three Pines. It just made a big impression on me. And so it was really fun talking to somebody who has written this series using the same characters, always have a murder, but, use the same characters. And I just loved that. So I read a lot of mysteries, and it was very comforting because it was somebody else's problem, They had to go off and solve the murder and save the day, and I loved that.
That's wonderful. So when you're writing, I know your editor is in the room, but who is your most trusted reader aside from your editor?
My husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does he read everything you write?
He reads a lot of what I write, and he's a very tough critic and cross-examines me on why something's in or why something's out. But he's been really, we started dating when we were in law school, and I worked my way through law school. I had a small scholarship, but then I had a lot of jobs, and I had a job editing a long paper for an international law student. And it was the first time that, he sat down with me and we talked it over, and he gave me great advice. So he has always been my closest and most critical reader.
Yeah, that's what husbands are good for.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Mine too. So I wanted to go back to that Wellesley speech you gave when you were graduating. And it was full of, I would say, you pointed out the troubles in the world, but there was also a great sense of hope. And I'm curious about what you think right now. As you just mentioned, I do agree with you, and I think we're not alone in this, is that we feel like, that something different has happened in America than has happened before. And some of our very principles of our democracy are really at risk. And I'm curious about how, are you hopeful? And if the answer is yes, which I really hope it is, how do we do it? I think we're really in a pickle. And how do we move forward with less division, more kindness?
Well, I had the experience recently of really thinking hard about all of this, because you're right, I was the first student speaker at Wellesley back in 1969. And then I spoke at the Wellesley graduation last weekend. And I went back and reread the speech from 1969, and I thought hard about what I wanted to say to the graduates, but also to the broader world. And yeah, I think the bottom line is I am hopeful, but I really think hope needs to be linked to a strategy for dealing with what we are facing. And some of it is very personal acts. You mentioned kindness. That is a much overlooked attribute in these days. And showing kindness, showing support for one another. I'm still just sickened by what happened in Portland with those two young men coming to the rescue of those young women who were being insulted and verbally abused by the white supremacist on the train. And when they attempted to reason with this man and to intervene, he killed them both, and he wounded a third man who tried to also speak up. I'm deeply troubled by that, and that's not the only incident that we've seen where all of a sudden it appears that there are attitudes and feelings that are bursting through the veneer of civilization. You know, we I think, have done a lot in the last centuries to deal with some of the intractable problems, not just race and sexism and ethnicity and religion, but also what's an appropriate way of treating a fellow person. One of the reasons I love living in New York is that it's just elbow to elbow with people from everywhere. And you've got to figure out how you accommodate that, how you work with that. And it really does call out a level of behavior that it should be expected of everyone. And what I saw in this election was a deliberate effort to blow the top off of that, to basically say, whatever feeling you have, whatever, resentment, however angry you might be, get out there and express it. And it's okay to, take it out on other people, verbally or physically, as we saw during the campaign. That is incredibly dangerous. That is unleashing a level of vitriol and defensiveness, hatred, that I don't think we should tolerate. As Secretary of State, I traveled the world on behalf of our country, and I did that as a senator. I did it as a first lady. I've been incredibly lucky. And I will tell you, it doesn't take much to rip off the politeness and the accommodation that really keeps diverse peoples working and living together. We saw it in Bosnia, where it was deliberately intended to inflame neighbor against neighbor. We saw it in Rwanda. I've seen it in many other places where political leaders, for their own purposes, their own power, greed, ideology, religion, whatever it might be, really light those flames. And there's always kindling there. There's always people who are nursing a grievance, who feel that they weren't treated right, who think somebody's getting ahead, who see the world as a zero-sum game. And so those thoughts were very much present in my mind as I went back to Wellesley and, tried to, say to the graduates, you're coming out of this great education you've been given at a time of a lot of turmoil, a lot of questioning. Please find your role. And something as simple as wherever you end up, go register to vote. Get involved to the point where your voice will actually be added to those with whom you agree, or even if you don't agree on everything, people of reason wanting to get together. And I told them, I think we're living at a time when there's a deliberate assault on truth and reason. And, I think the Enlightenment was a pretty good deal, and it helped to provide the intellectual and philosophical underpinnings of our founders. And I still believe that, we are the greatest, man-made invention in the history of the world. And we can't give up on that, and we can't get discouraged, and we have to figure out ways we're going to keep going.
Yeah, I think that phrase, people of reason, is one that just I hunger for now. I've never been so nostalgic for so many Republicans in my life as I am now, because I think that's what we're missing out on. So, as you know, last May, I introduced you in San Francisco at an event. And one of the things I said about you, that I think the thing that probably got the loudest applause, was I said that Hillary Clinton made the world ready for Hillary Clinton. And what I meant by that was that one of the reasons that you inspire me and so many others is that you always have fought really hard and blazed a trail, that you really have gone places where no woman has gone before. And of course, you're standing on the shoulders of so many women who came before you. I think whenever we say she blazed her own trail, we also mean, and then the women who came before her, who got her to the place where she could even blaze that trail. And, things didn't turn out the way we hoped. But one thing that's given me a sense of hope in these months since the election is that the work you did, everything you accomplished in the course of that campaign season, really will help that next woman who comes along and becomes our first woman president. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for that. And I do have a little side gig as an advice giver, and I'm not going to give you advice, unless you want it. You can ask me anything.
Absolutely.
But what I would like you to do is to imagine that woman who will become our first female president. What advice do you have for her? What words do you have for her?
Read my book. Because I want her to fully understand what she's getting herself into, because it is unlike any experience she has ever had before. She might be a governor, she might be a senator, she might be
a writer.
A writer, yes. She might be a business executive, who knows what she might be. But our system in our country is the most difficult political environment in the world of any democracy to elect a leader. Why do I say that? If you look at a lot of the women who become heads of government in the UK, Chancellor Merkel in Germany, Golda Meir, Indira Gandhi, Benazir Bhutto, if you look at the names that we know well over the course of the last 50, 60 years, they often arise from a parliamentary system. And in a parliamentary system, you run in a small constituency where people actually know you, where they can evaluate you, because maybe they'll see you at the grocery store, or they've come to one of your events, or your children are in school together, whatever it might be. And then you are selected by your peers to be their leader. So again, your colleagues who are in your party in a parliament, they see, oh, Cheryl, she's a great worker. She knows how to get things done. And you move up the scale. In our system, you start from scratch. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, how qualified you are. It doesn't matter. You can stand up and say, I'm going to run for president. And then you have to go out and you have to talk to the entire country, and you have to raise a lot of money, and you have to go through the gauntlet that American presidential campaigns are. Now, I think there's some benefit to that, because it is the hardest job in the world, or at least it used to be the hardest job in the world, and it and you have to be prepared for what it means to be literally brutalized. The things that will be said and the way you'll be treated, it just kind of goes with the territory. And that's not to say that men don't get harsh treatment and aren't put in the spotlight. But you are carrying the burden of the double standard, and you have to know that. And it is in my book, I take on the issues of sexism and misogyny and talk about it, because we need to pull it out and put it in the bright light. And it may be uncomfortable for some people to read how I experienced it, what I believe about it, but I think that's a conversation we need to have. And so for this future woman candidate, it will be, I hope I'm still around, it will be my great, privilege to be able to say, okay, I'll give you my best experience, my best advice. But everybody has to find, her or his own way. And I hope that it'll be sooner instead of later.
And that she'll be progressive. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that just because you run doesn't mean you earn the vote, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up now to questions from the audience. I have a few here. Anna from Kansas City said, "What is your favorite book from childhood?" So Nancy Drew, but did you have one? Do you have one favorite?
Well, I've said this before, and it's interesting because I was obviously a young teenager when I read Brothers Karamazov, and I read some years ago that it was also one of Laura Bush's favorite books, and I found that coincidence really fascinating, but that was one that stuck with me and has to this day.
Okay. Martha from Silver Spring, Maryland says, "What's currently on your nightstand and what's on your grandchildren's nightstand?" Do they have a nightstand? Maybe not.
No, they have stacks on the floor. They have lots of books. But I just finished a terrific book that I was just totally captivated by called Jersey Brothers by Sally Mott Freeman. And it's the story of three brothers during World War II, all of whom are in the Navy, one of whom becomes a prisoner of war in the Philippines. The other is an officer, in the fleet, working with the admirals who are waging the war in the Pacific. And the third, Admiral Mott, because he stayed in the Navy, started off in the White House as one of the naval aides to President Roosevelt. And that was, the book itself is a great read, and the author has done this amazing job of recreating dialogue that just seems so authentic. Even, she researched it for 10 years, and, as somebody who is in the midst of writing my own book, the amount of work that went into that and the imagination that she brought to it. But I had a personal connection, and that is when I was First Lady, the map room, which is what it was called when Roosevelt had all these maps on the wall, and Churchill would come to stay in the White House, and they'd come down from the residence, and Roosevelt would be in his wheelchair, and Churchill would be smoking his cigar, and they'd go into the map room. And
Okay, everybody, we are going to cut out of this to give you a live look of the Capitol building right now, trying to keep you updated on some of the events that happened today. As you know, that Hillary Clinton event happened yesterday, but we just wanted to show that to you guys since we didn't get a chance to stream it. But let's take you to some of the top stories of the day here. This coming out of Houston. Civil rights groups and surviving family addressed beating death of John Hernandez, 24 years old, outside the Denny's restaurant on Crosby Freeway in East Harris County. Let's hear what they had to say at this sort of protest rally press conference from earlier today.
Okay. Is everyone ready? Are everybody's mics working? Anybody's not working? Sound good? Okay. All right. My name is Randall Callanan, and I'm here today with the family of John Hernandez. John Hernandez was a family man. He had a 3-year-old daughter. And a few days ago, he was at a Denny's restaurant after Mexico had a successful soccer game. That was his favorite team, Chivas, and he was at the Denny's. This was at night. This was up in northeastern Harris County on near Sheldon Road and Crosby Freeway. Now, John Hernandez left the restaurant. He went outside of the restaurant. And while we don't know exactly what happened exactly, there are videos. We're trying to get some videos. There's one camera which someone is claiming is not working. I've heard it's not working, which is kind of a usual story when the best camera in a brand new Denny's is not working. But what we do know is this, that John Hernandez ended up dead at the hands of the husband of a Harris County deputy sheriff's husband. Terry Thompson was his name. Mr. Hernandez went to LBJ Hospital, brain dead, where last night, or the night before last, he was taken off life support, and he passed away. A doctor said that John Hernandez died of strangulation. Strangulation is not a quick death. It's not like a shot to the head or like a severe car accident. It takes a while for someone to have the oxygen deprived of his brain such that he goes brain dead. Now, you would think that the officer would have been arrested. I'm assuming not the officer. The husband of the officer would have been arrested. However, the investigating agency is the same agency of the wife, the Harris County Sheriff's Office. They did not arrest the husband. They let him go. While on the scene, they took the phone from Maria, John's companion, but they did not take the phone from the wife of the killer. And I'm not exaggerating when I say killer, because there's no doubt who killed John Hernandez. He was killed by Terry Thompson, wife of Harris County Deputy Shauna Thompson. Husband of Harris County Deputy Shauna Thompson. Yesterday, I called Sheriff Edward Gonzalez and to tell him about this press conference and why we were having this press conference. Because apparently what was going to continue to happen, as happened for the last 4 or 5 days, is the only investigative agency on this case was the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Due to the outcry and my request, Sheriff Gonzalez said today that he was going to have both the Texas Rangers and, more importantly, the United States Department of Justice investigate as well and oversee what's going on. We need all these eyes on this case. Too many times, unarmed Hispanic people have been injured by law enforcement in this county, and nothing has happened. Nothing. And we're here today to say, no, no more. We do have a new sheriff in town. We do have a new mayor. But we still need to demand, as we are here today, that you have a fair and just and open investigation. What happened to that video? You know, how long was he being choked? Did you interview all the witnesses? We need all this evidence, and so that everything can be presented to the brand new district attorney, Kim Ogg, and see if there is probable cause for murder, manslaughter, aggravated assault, simple assault, something. That's what needs to be done. So here today, not only do we have family members, many people from the public, we also have community leaders, and I'm going to have a few of them speak. And the first one to speak is going to be with LULAC, Agustin Pinedo.
Good afternoon. My name is Agustin Pinedo. I'm the LULAC Texas Civil Rights Representative for the Houston area. The Latino community is outraged, as you can see by the number of people here. They're outraged by the favoritism shown this Grayson killer, who, because he is the husband of a Sheriff County deputy, so fit to confront a man who he claims was urinating on the parking lot. What he should have done is call the police, not go over there and confront him and attack him. And then he proceeded to pummel him against the pavement and choke him, according to witnesses. Well, he was later taken to the LBJ, where a doctor opined that he had brain damage because of strangulation. As the lawyer Callanan said, strangulation is a slow death. You know, his brain was deprived of oxygen. He was finally taken off life support this Wednesday. His brain was dead. His body was alive, but his brain was dead. That means that he was deprived of oxygen, as this man choked him to death as his little 3-year-old girl watched and his wife watched, crying and begging for him to stop, and he would not stop. We ask for justice. This man should have been arrested right there and there. We're talking to the sheriff, and he has said he will bring the Department of Justice and the Texas Rangers. We are also looking at District Attorney Tim Ogg. We have complete confidence in Tim Ogg and Sheriff Gonzalez that they will do the right thing and investigate this case to its final conclusion, and it will conclude in justice for this young man who didn't need to die at 24 years of age.
Next, we have Cynthia Cole, civil rights activist and executive director of the local American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Cole. I'm an activist and the executive director for American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees. Injustice anywhere is an injustice to all. Yes, all lives matter. Black lives matter. Latino lives matter. 10 years ago, this could not have been something that everybody just accepts. There are boundaries and limitations. But the one thing that I do know that is true is that when rage is inside of someone because they do not like someone, not because of something that they've done, but because of who they are and who they represent, that becomes wrong. There is no need for injustice. A life is a life. Actions speak much louder than words. Anytime you can get to a point where you are so enraged by the action of someone that you feel it is necessary for you to take into your hands the ability to determine whether or not that person lives or not is injustice. It's injustice. Brothers and sisters of every culture, do not stand by silencing the injustice. We live in a culture from the White House to your front door that there should still be in the United States of America equal rights for everyone. Now I'm afraid because I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I don't ever want to hear about a story where someone gets up, goes outside, whatever their action may be, and they don't come back because somebody decided they were going to be the jury, the judge, and the prosecution. Harmony is a loud drum, and it should beat out the loud drum of prejudice and discrimination. We need to live in an environment where we live together as one. Send the cry up for justice. Stand strong together that we have the opportunity to do so. Woo!
Next, we're going to hear from Alain Cisneros with the civil rights group of FEAR community leader, and he's going to speak a little bit in Spanish for the many Spanish language here today.
Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Alain Cisneros, soy organizador con la organización de FIEL. Primeramente quiero darle nuestro pésame a la familia. Venimos aquí como comunidad para decirles, no están solos, no están solos. no están solos.
No están solos, no están solos, no están solos.
Y venimos como grupo para demostrarle al nuevo sheriff del condado, a la nueva procuradora de justicia, que los ojos de esta comunidad, los ojos de los niños, los ojos de los jóvenes, los ojos de los ancianos están viendo su trabajo que van a hacer, que es procurar la justicia. Y queremos la justicia para John, trayendo al asesino a la cárcel. Queremos a ese asesino en la cárcel porque es una persona peligrosa afuera. Le ha hecho daño a una familia y le puede hacer daño a otras familias. Queremos al asesino en la cárcel. Y es por eso que estamos aquí, porque toda la comunidad es lo que quiere. Una justicia lenta, despacio, es una justicia negada. No queremos que la justicia sea negada, queremos que las autoridades actúen pronto. Aplaudimos al sheriff por traer los ojos al Departamento de Justicia, aplaudimos porque puede traer a los marshals, pero queremos justicia ahora. ¿Qué es lo que queremos?
¡Justicia!
¿Cuándo la queremos? ¿Qué es lo que queremos?
¡Justicia!
¿Cuándo la queremos? Gracias.
And also here today, we have both the wife, Maria, and the father, Ignacio. Now, since we have an ongoing investigation and statements have already been made to the media, they're not going to speak about the facts, but they are glad to speak about who John was, how they feel, and what they're hoping to accomplish. And I believe that we'll start with Maria. If you have any media member has a question.
Can you tell us about your husband? Tell us about the kind of person he was.
He was always supporting me. I actually brought this shirt to show something. When I was in high school, everybody who can see this shirt, look, in 2011, they would tell you who I was. I was afraid to speak out. I had a hard time speaking out. I had a really hard time speaking out. And he slowly started taking me out of that shell. He constantly told me, you have to learn how to speak out for yourself. And that's why I'm here speaking out for him today.
What kind of a father was he? You had a 1-3-year-old?
Yeah, he will constantly tell me that he never knew that he could love someone as much as he loved her.
What does today feel like for you after hearing the sheriff?
It's unreal. I can't see it as happening. I feel like it's all a bad dream and I'm gonna wake up and he's gonna be there.
What's unreal?
That he's gone.
What do you think about the sheriff's office leading the investigation?
I want justice. It wasn't fair.
What is your message to anybody that goes through something like this?
I want them to come out and speak out. Please, for my daughter, because she saw everything.
For the people who are here today, what does that mean to you and your family? The people who are here.
It feels good to know that there's people that are willing to stand by us and that they're not gonna let this go by.
María, una pregunta por el elemento. ¿Cómo ha quedado tu familia? ¿Cómo ha quedado tu después de todo esto que ha pasado, todo esto que ha vivido? ¿Hay una pesadilla? ¿Qué ahora para ti?
No lo sé.
¿Duele mucho lo que estás viviendo?
Sí.
¿Por qué?
Porque él siempre estuvo ahí para mí. Ese día él me dijo a mí que él daría su vida por mí, por mi hija, sin pensarlo. Él me dijo eso esa mañana.
¿Y ahora que no está, qué va a hacer?
Pues tengo que salir adelante porque tengo una niña de 3 años.
¿Qué piensas de lo que dijo el alguacil el día de hoy? Va a traer a los Texas Rangers y al Departamento de Justicia, pero también tengamos más ojos en esta investigación. ¿Qué piensas?
Quiero que se haga justicia. Quiero que consigan ese video.
¿Qué quieres para esta persona?
Quiero justicia.
¿Quieres estar en la cárcel?
Merece quizás más, no sé, estar en la cárcel el resto de su vida por lo que hizo. Porque nadie le va a regresar a su papá a mi niña.
What do you hope happens to the man who was fighting with Hernandez?
I want him to go to prison. I want him to go out of life prison because nobody's gonna return my daughter's father to her.
Do you think the investigation will be fair?
I hope it will.
Next one, this is Ignacio Hernandez, the father of John Hernandez, and he's mainly going to speak in Spanish. So, if the Spanish... Ignacio.
Me siento mal porque estoy viendo que la justicia no es pareja aquí. Si sea yo el que le haga eso a él, inmediatamente le hubieran arrestado. Será por mi color. Yo pienso que deberían de hacer algo porque mataron a un ser humano y estaba muy joven. Deberían verlo arrestado al momento mientras se averiguaba qué sucedía, no dejarlo ir.
¿Tu reacción cuando vio el video? ¿Qué piensas de las imágenes?
He visto muy poquito porque no quiero verlo, porque no sé, con el dolor que siento, no quiero mirar ese video ahorita.
¿Qué sientes saber todas las personas que nos están apoyando aquí en este momento? ¿Qué significa esto para usted y su familia?
Me siento justo que me apoyen, pero el dolor que siento nadie me lo va a quitar.
¿Dónde estuvo usted cuando recibió la noticia?
Yo estaba en mi casa, me dieron la noticia hasta las 9 de la mañana el lunes porque a mi nuera le quitaron el teléfono para que no hablara. Pienso yo que la justicia hizo muy mal. Tenía que haberme comunicado cuando menos a mí. Estaba a una cuadra de mi casa, el accidente. Yo vivo atrás de ahí del Denis. Yo no hubiera tardado en llegar ni siquiera un minuto, sabiendo que le están haciendo daño a mi hijo. Hubo mucha gente que miró, hubo un security y no pudo quitárselo. Hay muchas cosas que quiero que investiguen, porque no me siento, mi corazón no va a aguantar tantas cosas que han hecho. Pudo evitarse esta muerte y nadie hizo nada.
¿Piensa usted que puede haber preferencia en este caso por ser el esposo de un oficial de la policía?
Eso es lo que es. Si él no tenga nadie que lo apoye, quizás sí lo hubieran arrestado. Pero como tiene apoyo dentro, tienen que darle por su lado.
María, responde esa pregunta, por favor.
Claramente que sí.
Y hay preferencia, y hay mucha preferencia acá.
Claramente que sí, es eso. Claramente que sí. Por la manera en que sucedieron las cosas, los detalles que yo vi, claramente que sí. It's very clear that that's the case here. It was favoritism. It was because of it was abuse of power.
Maria, today, the editor said that the deputy tried to stop her husband.
Wait a second. Maria. This is under investigation, as I mentioned before. As far as the facts of what happened out there, she's already had several interviews, and she's not going to be talked about anymore today about the facts of what happened out there. It'll all come out in the investigation with the video.
Okay, well, then without asking that, do you all think the charges should be pressed against the deputy as well?
Well, we don't have enough facts about the deputy. We don't know. We do know that the killer is the husband, Terry Thompson, for sure. Whether or not the sheriff's deputy, Shauna Thompson, did anything, we have to. That's what we need the investigation for. As you might know, relatives and the public don't get to come into a scene and interview people. It's the Harris County Sheriff's Department that has interviewed Shauna Thompson. It's the Harris County Sheriff that has interviewed Terry Thompson. It's the Sheriff's Department that has got the videos. The sheriff has collected everything. So we're kind of at a loss until we find out from the sheriff exactly what happened.
Is it standard practice to when somebody's beaten half to death, is it standard practice to not arrest anybody?
I believe that had this been a different person, he would have been arrested at least for some form of assault, aggravated assault, yes. So I believe it is out of the ordinary, and we do contend that due to the fact that this was the husband of a Harris County Sheriff's deputy, that he was not arrested at the scene. That is our contention.
Now, for example, could you just describe your son in 1 or 2 words? Describe your son in 1 or 2 words.
Wait, you got Spanish? Because it's, he speaks mainly Spanish. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 or 2 words.
That's still English.
Mi hijo fue un niño que siempre le gustó la pesca, tenía 24 años apenas y ya tenía su taller de cambiar vidrios, ya trabajaba por él. Era un niño que quería tener más. Él trabajaba para Safety Glass, trabajó muchos años, aprendió muy bien y hizo su propio negocio. Apenas iba iniciando, tenía poco con su negocio. Y no es justo que tan joven, con tanta ilusión que tenía, no la hayan cortado de repente.
Señor Ignacio, un mensaje que usted le quiera dar a la familia, a este señor y a la esposa, pero a las personas que le quiero mensaje, que ellos están viendo este día de hoy, ¿qué les diría usted?
Que se pusieran a pensar, si estuvieran en mi lugar, ¿qué pedirían para que les matara a su propio hijo? Porque ellos también tienen hijos y ojalá que nunca les suceda lo que me está sucediendo ahorita a mí.
Well, that will conclude our press conference unless any of the press has any more questions for myself or some of the community leaders.
We don't know.
Yeah.
But that's part of the investigation. Would that change anything?
He was, from the camera and what everybody says, he was intoxicated. And of course, let's say that you start a fight, and if he did in fact start a fight, which we say that that's not what occurred. But even if he did, you can't kill someone for starting a fight. Once you overpower them, you just can't stay there and choke him to death. As you might understand, that's against the law. Just because someone else started a fight doesn't say, oh, you started the fight, therefore I may kill you. That's not the way the law works.
So what responsibility do you believe the deputy has?
Well, I don't know exactly when the deputy arrived. Once again, the Harris County Sheriff's Department has all the evidence, and we just have bits and pieces. So I don't know exactly when she arrived and at what point she arrived. However, a Harris County Sheriff's deputy is always on duty, 24 hours a day. So she was a Harris County Sheriff's deputy when she was there, whether she was enclosed or not. So she has the, to protect the peace, protect the public, to call ambulances, to investigate crimes, just what she would normally do when she is wearing a uniform. Just because you're not wearing a uniform, if you are a Harris County Sheriff's deputy and you're in Harris County, you are on duty.
Is it standard practice to take phones away from people around or involved in the situation?
Well, they should not have taken the phone away from the wife of the victim, because there was no reason to. She's not a criminal of any kind, and I don't know why they would have taken the phone from her. If the police take something from you, that could be a lawsuit, because that's so that's not standard practice. Not from the victim. Yes, they have. We do have it back.
When did they give it back?
I'm not sure, but I know we have it back. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming out. We really appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody else for coming out. Thank you so much. It means so much to the family and to justice at the Harris County.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice,
Randall.
no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
K-A-L-L-E-N. And my number is 713-320-3755.
Justicia, no hay paz. Sin 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 justicia no hay paz.
Yes, it's Randall, R-A-N-D-A-L-L.
Sin justicia no hay paz.
Callanen, K-A-L-L-I-N-E-N at AOL. No, I need 713-320-3785.
You're the family attorney?
Yeah, 3785, right.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. Toral, T-O-R-A-L. Yep. Ignacio Hernandez.
And then they get their names and...
Yeah, sure. Oh, you mean the, yeah.
Vamos a hacer un Padre Nuestro para dejar todos en la mano de Dios. Lo que pudimos hacer hoy lo pudimos hacer bien, apoyando a la familia y hay que continuar. ¿Alguien nos quiere dirigir en eso? Todos a la cuenta de tres lo vamos a hacer. Padre Nuestro.
All right, everybody, moving on to the next top story for you here in the show. That was a civil rights protest after the beating death of John Hernandez, a 24-year-old who was beaten to death outside of a Denny's restaurant on Crosby Freeway in East Harris County in Houston, Texas. Getting a live look of the White House right now, taking you to the next top story for you here in the show. Earlier today, the mayor in D.C. discussed launching a new voucher program to help low-income district residents get free home security cameras. Let's hear what she has to say about this.
I don't have to tell you that ensuring the safety for our residents is a top priority for the District of Columbia and our 681,000 residents. When I took office 2 years ago, we worked very hard together to pull together a package of safer and stronger initiatives that we could focus around the city, and in particular in some police service areas. Part of that Safer, Stronger package was establishing a security camera rebate program. And through this initiative, we have funded in the last 2 years more than 5,000 private security cameras across all 8 wards of the District of Columbia. And on many occasions since the program was launched, MPD has used the video cameras to aid in criminal prosecutions and investigations and the apprehension of wrongdoers. So this program demonstrates that when we work together, police and community, we will keep our neighborhoods safer. Today, the extension that we are announcing is the Private Security Camera Voucher Program. And with this program, eligible D.C. residents who are part of one of our D.C. programs can apply for a private security camera system free of charge. And this will make this program even more effective for more residents of the district. I'm also proud to announce that we are collaborating with the D.C. Office on Aging, and we are making our private security cameras accessible to D.C. residents who qualify for the D.C. Safe at Home program. Together, these expansions will support the work that MPD has to do in our communities when a crime occurs. And it also can be a deterrent to a crime. So I'm going to turn to Director Garcia, who is going to talk about the specifics of the new program.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and particularly thank you to Director Donald for the opportunity for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants to partner with DOES on the expansion of the camera program. The voucher program is an opportunity for us to ensure that even more citizens in the district have an opportunity to take advantage of this program. Very similar to the rebate program, any DC resident, whether they're an owner or a tenant, can apply, and the only qualifications for the voucher program is that a resident also receives public assistance. And the specific public assistance programs that would qualify include general assistance for children, emergency shelter family services, temporary assistance for needy families, program on work employment and responsibility, or interim disability assistance. Until August 31st, the program is available to applicants in specified police service areas, at least 3 in every district, and every police service area in the 5th and 7th districts. As of September 1st, the voucher program will be available district-wide. The application is incredibly simple. It's just 7 questions. If you go to our website, ovsjg.dc.gov, you can get more information on the program. You can find out which police service area you live in, and you can complete the application, and then we'll work in partnership with DOES to have the camera system installed at your home. And so I'd actually like to introduce Miss Alicia Rucker, who recently had a camera system installed at her home.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for being here, and my Commissioner. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you for this program. And I'd like to present to Mayor Bowser a newspaper from Kelly Miller Middle School, because as the mayor continues to create safer, stronger neighborhoods, we need to remember our schools, and Principal Stafford at Kelly Miller Middle School and her team are doing an amazing job. Thank you. And thank you all for being here. Thank and you, thank Ms. you for the program. You bet. You bet. Thank you very much. So why don't I turn quickly to the chief, and then we'll hear from you, Director. Chief Conti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Robert Conti, Patrol Chief over the Metropolitan Police Department's Patrol Services South, which includes the MPD's 1st District, 6th District, and 7th District. Security cameras are a great tool for the Metropolitan Police Department. Video footage provided from private residential security cameras can result in a speedy apprehension of suspects. We have had many instances where security camera footage was instrumental in closing a case. In February of this year, following a shooting outside of a restaurant, we were able to locate 3 security cameras in the neighborhood. Those security cameras assisted in showing us where the suspect fled. Based on the video captured by these cameras, detectives were able to identify the suspect and close the case with an arrest. In another case from last summer, a shooting occurred in a northeast neighborhood. The footage recovered from security cameras in that neighborhood captured the offense as well as the suspects. As a result of this footage, detectives were able to make 2 arrests and remove 2 illegal firearms off the streets of our city. These are just 2 examples of the tremendous assistance security cameras give detectives when it comes to solving crimes here in the district. Although we hope that no one would ever be a victim of a crime, the more cameras there are in neighborhoods, the greater the chance detectives can close the case quickly. MPD enthusiastically urges everyone who is eligible to take advantage of Mayor Bowser's voucher program. As we head into summer, I also urge residents to be aware of any illegal or suspicious activity going on in the neighborhood. We ask that you contact us if you see anything unusual or concerning. You can reach us 24 hours a day by calling 202-727-9099 or texting us at 50411. We are here to help. We are here to make you safer. The best way for us to do it is to do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Director Donna.
Well, definitely excited to be here and continue to support. Yeah, I guess I'm a little taller. We don't have to raise that. So, you know, super excited to be here today. I think this is another example of our mayor's commitment to really connect and create safer, stronger neighborhoods. And I'm excited, you know, the DOES is at the table and really showing that connection. So this particular installation was done by First Choice, which is one of our Aspire program participants, and we also have another recently highlighted, Val Transportation, with Mr. Lorenzo Stewart. And it really is just not only showing that, you know, we're creating safer, stronger neighborhoods, but while we do so, we're putting our residents to work and really making sure that DC residents not only have a real say in how they keep their community safe, but also in really doing the work to do so. So again, really excited to be here.
All right, very good, thank you. So that's what I call a win-win situation. So we have had a very successful security camera rebate program. We're extending the program to include a voucher portion of the program. And we have a wonderful marriage between the Victim Services and Justice Grants Initiative and DOES that is looking to some of our DOES program participants to make the installation. So that's a win-win. So I think that we're done here talking. I think are we going to get a description of the cameras? We can do that. Why don't we do that, and you can show us what we're looking at, and then we'll take a few questions.
All right. So the camera that has been installed is actually right there. It is a weatherproof outdoor camera. It's equipped with night vision, so it can see in the daylight as well as night. It can record and maintain that footage to be available to MPD if they at any point request it. And here's an example of what the camera actually sees. So the monitor, you are seeing exactly what the camera sees. And so it's hopefully creating a way that Ms. Rucker feels safer in her home, safer in her community, and then also as assistance to MPD in case something does occur.
Okay. All right, we'll take any questions. We'll start with the press. Any press questions? And if you want to, and you're far away, but you can, oh, there's a microphone. Okay. Any press questions?
On topic questions.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, everybody, you're getting a live look of the Capitol building right now. That was the mayor in D.C. discussing a new voucher program to provide low-income residents with free home security cameras. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. This is a press conference out of Houston, Texas. Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez addressing the death of John Hernandez. We just showed you a little bit ago protests after John Hernandez died. This is now the press conference on this beating death outside of a Denny's restaurant in Harris County. Let's hear what the police have to say.
Yes? All right. The Harris County Sheriff's Office is investigating an incident that occurred at 11:40 p.m. on Sunday, May 28th, in a restaurant parking lot in the 17700 block of the Crosby Freeway in East Harris County. Deputies were told that a 41-year-old male, accompanied by his children, pulled into a restaurant parking lot where they observed a 24-year-old male urinating in public view. The 48-year-old male, Thompson, verbally confronted the other male, John Hernandez, about his behavior, and a physical altercation ensued. Thompson is the husband of a Harris County Sheriff's deputy. Our deputy was off duty at the time of the altercation. The deputy arrived in a separate vehicle to meet her family at the restaurant and called for assistance from the Sheriff's Office and EMS. She then helped her husband restrain the other man. When the deputy observed that Hernandez had stopped resisting, she and her husband stopped restraining him and then noticed that he was not breathing. The deputy then began CPR and continued until emergency medical services arrived and transported the man to LBJ Hospital for treatment. Mr. Hernandez would later die late Wednesday night. This investigation has been given a high priority, and we're going to continue to investigate this particular incident, but I'll also be reaching out to the Texas Rangers and also to the Department of Justice to make sure that we have full transparency and to make sure that there's another set of independent eyes that will look at our investigation to make sure that everything is done in a thorough manner. And then once that has concluded, we'll present the case to the Harris County District Attorney's Office for consideration. And so But I have full confidence in our investigators. I believe they're doing a thorough job. I trust their skill set on this, and I haven't experienced investigating these type of cases, and so I have full confidence that we at the Sheriff's Office are highly capable to present an independent investigation and do it thoroughly. But as an added, again, a precautionary measure, we will be reaching out to those two entities to also seek their participation along the way. El oficial del condado de Harris, del alguacil, está investigando un incidente que ocurrió a las 11:40 el domingo, el 28 de mayo, en el estacionamiento de un restaurante localizado en el 10.700 de la cuadra de Crosby Freeway, en la parte este del condado. Nosotros respondimos y recibimos un reporte que un individual de 41 años estaba acompañado por su familia. Llegaron al estacionamiento donde observaron que un tipo de 24 años estaba orinando en un lado del estacionamiento. Entonces hubo un intercambio de palabras y el señor Thompson, de 41 años, tuvo una altercación con el señor Hernández, donde comenzaron una discusión y comenzaron a pelear. Momentos después llegó una de nuestros oficiales que estaba en su tiempo fuera de trabajo y respondió y en un carro separado porque iba a ver a su familia ahí y comenzó a darle asistencia, pidió asistencia de la oficina del alguacil, también de ambulancias, y le ayudó a su esposo a detener al individual, a Hernández. Cuando la oficial vio que Hernández ya había parado de resistir un poco, ella y su esposo dejaron de detenerlo y notaron que ya no estaba respirando. La oficial entonces comenzó a dar CPR y lo hizo hasta que llegó a la ambulancia, y la ambulancia trasladó a Hernández al hospital de OBJ para tratamiento, donde lamentablemente que el señor Hernández murió el día miércoles por la noche. Esta investigación se le ha dado una prioridad. Tengo confianza que nuestros oficiales van a hacer un buen trabajo en investigar este caso, que lo van a hacer de una manera independiente, pero como una otra precaución, voy a llamar a la oficina de los Texas Rangers y también el Departamento de Justicia para que puedan darnos otro par de ojos sobre esta investigación para ver que no haya fallado algo o que algo más que se necesita hacer para que ellos lo puedan revisar. Y entonces, como es el proceso, se lo podemos mandar el caso completo a la oficina de la Harris County District Attorney's Office, donde ellos ya al final deciden, viendo todas las evidencias, cuáles cargos se deben de hacer o no ser. Ellos son los que manejan esa parte del caso. Nosotros solamente colectamos la evidencia para ellos, pero tengo toda la confianza que estamos haciendo un buen trabajo en esta investigación hasta el momento y no tengo por qué dudar eso. Okay. Any questions?
Sheriff, when you say you're reaching out, what does that mean? Are you asking for an independent investigation?
Not an independent investigation per se, perhaps more of an oversight. So we will be conducting it because I feel that we could do a thorough job. We are a law enforcement agency, but also I understand some of the complexities and some of the side stories to this. So I want to just make sure that we have another set of independent eyes that can take a look at it and can review our work and see if we're missing something, if we've left anything out. Because at the end of the day, for us, it's about gathering the facts. The facts are what they are. And once we've done that, then it'll be presented to the district attorney's office for their own independent review as well of the facts.
At this time, how do you classify the husband of the deputy?
The husband of the deputy? I don't think at this point, we just have to interview. I haven't thought so much of how we classify him per se.
Person of interest, suspect?
Well, he's a party to the incident. Ultimately, with any of these incidents, we leave it eventually up to the district attorney's office to determine where culpability may lie or what exactly happened. And our role at this point is more to gather facts, not necessarily determine how we classify per se. I mean, we'll look to interview everybody involved that we can. Obviously, Mr. Hernandez is deceased, unfortunately, and so that'll be our focus. It's just gathering the facts.
How will you be gathering the facts? What will you be doing as of today?
Well, just the main thing is to make sure that those that are present have been interviewed. Anybody will review video footage and then ask that if anybody's out there that has additional video footage or anyone that hasn't come forward yet, that they please do so because we want to make sure, again, investigation is only as good as the information that comes forward. So if there's information out there, we're definitely wanting to receive that information. So if somebody was there and had to leave or fled or whatever, we want to make sure that they come forward. I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying if somebody's out there that has information, we want to make sure. So we'll just gather all the facts together. Obviously, there's also a medical piece to this that will fall under the medical examiner's office. And so all of those will be part of the broader investigation.
En el video se ve correctamente a este hombre que le cae encima al señor Hernández. La gente le pedía que lo soltara y él seguía. Creo que fue por más de 30 minutos que este hombre estuvo encima de este hombre. Usted vio el video. Cuénteme un poco, ¿cuál es su reacción?
Pues la parte, para mí lo importante es de ver toda la parte de la evidencia y qué es lo que han dicho toda la gente, no solamente algunos. Tenemos que ver, porque si comenzamos a dar opinión, nuestro trabajo no es tanto dar la opinión, sino ver cuáles son todos los hechos, si hay otros videos que están ahí también, qué exactamente pasó, qué se había dicho antes, cuándo llegó la ambulancia, el tiempo, todo eso se va a medir y va a haber obviamente el tiempo de ver cuáles son los resultados de todo eso. Mi preferencia siempre es de primero ver toda la evidencia que se presenta, todas las declaraciones y después tal vez dar opinión de exactamente si vio. Es muy difícil ver un video y después se corta el video, no se ve qué pasó antes.
All right, everybody, we're going to give you a live look of the Capitol building. Switching out hosts now, Mike Page coming up next. Stick with us here live on the Fox News Now stream.
Wow, everyone, Mike Bache here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Take a look at just this beautiful sunset that you are seeing over the White House right now. Just astonishing as another evening comes to the White House. After a full week of many press updates and challenging times as the president and his family get ready for the weekend.
Actually, you know what? I think I need to go out there now, Michael. I lost track of where we are.
Sun going down on a week that was, as they gear up for a new week to begin. This is the People's House. And what a beautiful sight it is today. And every day, really, but with this sunset, you get to see just a beautiful, beautiful tribute to what today was. And it was another day on this planet, another day that we, as Americans, are free. Truly spectacular. A great sunset there. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace, going to be here with you for the next 2 hours. And, folks, if anything is breaking, don't worry. I will go right to it, and we will update you as it is happening. So many times when I say that, we have police chases, maybe fires, any type of accidents, anywhere across the country that we get the feed in, I'll take it right to you. We'll take it, we'll put it on Facebook Live, we'll update you, everybody here on the News Downstream. But you guys there in the chat, you've been with us all day today. That's why we truly, truly are grateful for you as you are with us when we don't have much of content, and you're always with us when we have content over content, you know. So we always appreciate our true family there in that chat. So I'll be here with you for the next 2 hours. Then Mary Kate will come out and close down the show. Not only close down the show, but she will close down the week. And we'll look back at the week as well and get you ready for Thursday's going to be our biggest show of the week, hands down. Thursday will be the big show as former director James Comey is testifying. We'll be here for you. We'll be streaming it all nonstop, no commercial. Don't worry about it. You know us. You know we don't do the commercial thing. You know we stream all the time. You know we stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Come on, folks. You know us. You know what we are capable of, and you know what we do, and you know that our YouTube page, we have so many videos on there. We clip constantly of those highlights that happen throughout the day. We have so many clips from the Kathy Griffin press conference today, and how really bizarre was that? So bizarre. So we'll get into a lot of stuff next week. You know, it's constant. Things change all the time. But Thursday we'll have a show for you for sure. You gotta love that. Okay, and like I said, guys, if anything breaks, anything at all, I'm gonna break in, and we're gonna show you coverage here. Okay.
We've reduced taxes every year in the last, this is our 7th year in a row. We've been able to reduce taxes as we've improved our economy. This year we had a comprehensive tax cut package, and I want to thank both the Speaker and the Senate President and the entire legislature for their efforts in doing that. Earlier this week, I received the budget from the Senate, and I've been reviewing it this is my 7th session and 7th budget. I've been reviewing the budget line by line. I will be releasing my list of vetoes later today. I will be signing the budget, but I will be vetoing the Florida Education and Finance Program, commonly known as FEFP. Also, we'll be vetoing House Bill 5501, which is the EFI and Visit Florida bill. And I'm calling for a special session of the legislature on June 7th to 9th. It's going to focus on 3 things. 1, increase the K-12 funding. The goal is to increase it. I'm going to ask for $100 per student increase. Second, to establish the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund with $85 million. This will be a brand new program. It'll include transparency, it'll include accountability, and the whole focus will be how do we get more jobs in the state. And third is to increase accountability and transparency for Visit Florida and increase their funding to $76 million. I know that my experience in working with both the Speaker and the Senate President, they care about job creation. We've worked hard to come up with a package that is good for all Florida families. The most important thing I can say about all this is Florida families are going to be in a good position. Our children are going to be in a good position. The future of the state is going to continue to prosper. We've been blessed that we've had 1.3 million jobs created in the last 6 years and 4 months. We're continuing to create jobs. I think these things will help us, one, increase more jobs in the state. On top of that, it's also going to continue to focus on improving the education system for all students in our state and all families. Es un placer estar aquí. Gracias al presidente Negron y Speaker Corcoran por estar aquí. Como gobernador, mi prioridad es la creación de trabajos para todas las familias y la educación de los niños en la Florida. Por eso vamos a tener una sesión especial para la legislatura para educación, la creación de trabajos y turismo. Como gobernador, mi prioridad es que todos en la Florida tengan un buen trabajo para vivir el sueño americano. Now I'll turn it over to Speaker Corcoran.
I got most of the last part, Governor.
It's all good.
Yeah. I just want to say it's great to be here. It's great to be with the Governor and President Negron and Lieutenant Governor. I think that over the last, obviously, post-session, we've had a tremendous amount of conversations and continued to work towards all those goals that we all share, which is creating as many jobs and opportunities for Floridians, increasing funding for our K-12 students, and we're looking forward to the special session. I think we have the outlines for a tremendous session, a productive session, and one that will do great things for the people of the state of Florida. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Governor and Speaker. And Governor, thank you for mentioning Senate Bill 10. That's a very important policy to the citizens of South Florida and Miami. Obviously, Everglades restoration and, ironically, when water's being discharged from Lake Okeechobee east and west and causing environmental disaster in parts of South Florida, including Florida Bay, actually needs the water. So I appreciate you signing that bill into law, and I think it will make a tremendous difference going. We did have a nice event.
A lot of people there.
We did. Several hundred people there, and a lot of people worked to make that happen, and we appreciate you doing the bill signing in the Glades community. I'm pleased that the House is moving toward the Senate position on 3 important issues. The first issue relates to student funding for public schools. As many of you recall, when the initial House budget came off of the floor of the House, it had a 0.2% increase in student funding. By comparison, the Senate budget had a nearly 3% increase in student funding. So the Senate has always been committed to our students, whether those students are attending traditional public schools, charter schools, independent schools, being homeschooled. We believe in parental choice. We believe in supporting education, and so I'm pleased that we've made progress in that area. The other 2 priorities with regard to, we're here at one of the busiest airports in the world, reminding us of the importance of tourism to our economy, and the Senate has been steadfast in supporting Visit Florida with reforms, with transparency, with accountability, but we believe that the $76 million was an appropriate amount, and so the Senate funded that in its budget, and we're pleased that the House may be moving in that direction. And then finally, we all know that we're in a competition for economic development, not only with other states, but with countries from around the world. And we believe that the governor and legislature should compete for job expansion, for job growth, and do it in a way that is fair, that is a level playing field, that doesn't pick winners and losers. But we are committed to that, and that's why the Senate budget supported the governor's request in EFI. So the Senate's pleased that we're making progress toward those positions. We look forward to considering any budget priorities that emerge during the special session, and I'm going to continue to fight for senators' budget priorities as we go forward. So thank you again, Governor, and thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, and Governor Scott. Next week's special session will be the precursor to a very successful fiscal year to come for the citizens of the state of Florida that will prioritize education for our students, our children who are in our public schools, priorities of economic development and jobs, and the priorities of Governor Scott, someone who has stayed steadfast in his position on these funding items and how important they are to Florida's families. And I think it's a testament to his leadership and his vision for the state of Florida, and I thank the Speaker and the Senate President for recognizing these priorities. La semana que viene, la sesión especial de la legislatura va a ser una semana antes del que comienza el presupuesto del año que viene, un año que va a mostrar las prioridades de empleos para los ciudadanos de la Florida y educación para nuestros hijos. Y quiero dar las gracias al presidente del Senado, el presidente de la Cámara y, más que nadie, el gobernador del estado de la Florida, alguien que se ha mantenido 100% enfocado en estos temas de educación y empleos para la Florida, el gobernador Rick Scott. Muchas gracias.
All right, we can answer any questions anyone has. Sure. We are reviewing this. First thing I want to tell you is that I appreciate Speaker Corcoran and Senate President's focus on education. I know in my case, I was able to have any success I've had because I was able to get a good education. So education's funding and the right type of education is important to me. We're still reviewing 7069, but I believe that we're on a pathway to have a very good special session, and we're a pathway that everything we're doing is going to be good for all students, which I think is important to all of us, and it's going to be good for all families.
They wouldn't be here. I mean, I don't think the Speaker and the Senate President would be here if we weren't going to sign it, right? They would have agreed to this.
I can tell you I'm going to work to make sure that whatever we do is good for all students.
What are your lingering concerns with that specific bill? What do you want to get that
So,
you're still reviewing?
sure. Well, we're still going through the process reviewing it. So.
Do we have to get to this point? I guess question for you and for Speaker Corcoran. Do we have to get to this point? You basically got what you called for from the get-go. You, Speaker, basically caved to it. Like, how come you just didn't do it earlier? Why go through all of the kabuki that we've gone through?
I'll turn it over to the Speaker in a second. Here, I'll tell you one thing I've learned in this process in the last, as you know, I came into this never being involved in politics before. I appreciate the fact that people fight for what they believe in. And I think often what happens at the end of that discussion, what you can call it anything you want, you end up with a good product. And so I feel good about the conversations that we've had, and I think this is going to be good for job creation, and I think it's going to be good for education.
Just to repeat your question, like, why didn't you just do this during the session?
Well, I think that what we worked towards over the last 3 years was trying to create, and if you go back and watch the debates, listen to the floor debate, listen to the presentations of the legislation, the things that we were fighting for were, first, a tremendous amount of accountability, transparency, and oversight. And obviously, the record speaks for itself on how we were able to obtain that transparency and oversight. We're happy that the Senate came along and joined us in the transparency and oversight for Visit Florida. On Enterprise Florida, our point was, as the Senate President and the Governor mentioned, is we've always advocated that our position was in terms of getting job growth in Florida. It's from infrastructure, it's from education, it's from deregulation, it's from across-the-board tax cuts, it's from having a low crime rate. Those are the things that mattered, and I think what we've done is created a model for the rest of the nation to follow and created a new fund with $85 million that goes to education and infrastructure. It has to be across the board. It cannot be given to any individual company. And so when you have that kind of, and I think it's a model that's going to lead to a tremendous amount of job growth. And as the Senate President said, now we're not in a position of picking winners and losers. We're in a position of allowing everybody to participate equally from that benefit, whether we did it through broad tax cuts or we do it through broad infrastructure or broad educational opportunities. Those are the things that we think are moving forward are going to give us that tremendous job growth. And I think it literally, I think it'll put pressure on the other 49 states now to go back and reassess how they're doing their economic development and to get into the the broad business of helping all people and all ships.
Not a whole lot of transparency in putting this deal together over the past few days behind closed doors. There's some lawmakers didn't even know that you were going to announce this today, though, right?
That's what we have a session. The bills will be filed. We'll have a session. It'll go through committee. We'll have questions. We'll have debate. We'll go to the floor. It'll be done in both chambers, and it'll be completely open and transparent as every special session has been.
How about medical marijuana?
We're still working on medical marijuana. Our goal is to have marijuana. I hope, as things, don't quote that one directly. Our goal is to have. Hopefully over the weekend, there'll be an opportunity for the President and I to sit down and we can add that to the call and resolve that. Obviously, when 71% of the voters have called for something, there should be no reason why we can't reach agreement and get that done. And so my hope is that it'll be added to the call.
Can I add something on that?
Been talking about it for a long time.
I think on all these things, sometimes when you miss during a session, it's a high impact. You're there for 60 days. You're in that bubble, and when you miss narrowly. You miss by inches, and so then you have a week or two to get out of it and reassess. Okay, can we go back and look at that inch, and make overcome that one little obstacle? And I think those are the things that happen, and sometimes it works out, but we're still in the current fiscal year, and we still have plenty of time to make those things happen, and I think we will.
If I could just respond to your question about a quote-unquote deal, let's review where we are. The governor has the constitutional authority to call the legislature into session, and he's elected to do that, and so we'll be in special session. It's my understanding that with regard to the budget, that there is a pathway forward for consideration of an agreement that would increase funds for Visit Florida, for our economic development activities as a state, and raise the FEFP closer to the direction of where the Senate was off the floor than where the House was. So those proposals have not yet emerged. I haven't seen them. So those proposals will have to be filed by specific legislators and to be considered by committees, by the entire House and the Senate. So I think everyone here today, the Speaker's respectful of the prerogative and the vote of each member of the Florida House. I have that same respect and regard for each vote of any senator. And so my understanding is that we will be together in special session. These budget ideas and others will be considered, and then the House and the Senate will take what action they think is appropriate.
I don't quite understand it. You did, generally the way the process works is you guys agree on the big bottom line numbers or big bottom line deals. You did do that.
The agreement is that the governor has the constitutional authority to call us back into a special session. The governor has the right to make a final review of the budget and issue vetoes, which we'll review this afternoon after those are made public. So from the Senate's perspective, the Senate will be in the Capitol on Wednesday to consider proposals to move the budget in the direction of the Senate position, and we'll go from there. But every senator certainly has a right to review any specific proposals that are filed, to consider them, and ultimately to vote how they feel is appropriate.
President Negron, is there a tinge of I'm in it for a fight in your voice?
No, what I'm saying is that the governor's called us into special session. We will be there, and we will consider any proposals that emerge during that special session. My understanding is those proposals to date include, as I said, student funding, and we're pleased that there's a chance that we may have higher student funding that's more consistent with where the Senate was. And it's my understanding that we also have an opportunity to have additional funding for economic development and for Visit Florida, which is consistent with where the Senate has been. So we're certainly going to evaluate those opportunities, consider them, look at them, but as everyone knows in the process, each individual House member has his or her vote. Each individual senator has her or his vote, and we'll have to see what the specific proposals say, how they actually make funding decisions, what the final parameters are of any increased funding and oversight with regard to Visit Florida and with regard to EFI. And just one other thing on the EFI issue, that's an issue the Senate has been involved, as the House has been, with regard to transparency and oversight and accountability for many years. Senator Latvala, as the previous chair of the TED Appropriations Committee, was very involved in that issue. So the Senate's committed to making sure that that program is run properly, as well as Visit Florida.
Senator and Governor, as Floridians are many concerned about climate change, what do you guys say about the Paris Accord? Yesterday, I think the question was asked, and there was no real straight answer as to what you thought about it.
I think what you saw of the president is he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do on the campaign. He's focused on American jobs. So I wish he had said a Florida city rather than Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I think what he's focused on is jobs in this country. I think that the Paris Accord clearly was not focused on American jobs, and it's no different than we've done here. We clearly care about our environment. If you look at what we've been able to do as we've improved our economy, if you look at the hundreds of millions of dollars we've invested in the Everglades, the flood mitigation programs, the beach renourishment programs, all these things only because we have a good economy, and I think that's what the president's focused on also. Hold on a second. Did anybody else want to say anything about them? Okay.
Do you think jobs are more important than the future of the world?
I think you cannot invest in your environment without a good economy.
A question about the man standing to your right. Over the past 3 months, you've called Richard Corcoran a job killer. Your staff has called him a hypocrite. You said he's not concerned with the families of this state. And I want to ask you to still stand by those comments you made about Richard Corcoran earlier this year in terms of enterprise Florida and Florida.
I respect that Speaker Corcoran clearly believes in what he has said publicly. I think everybody clearly understands why I ran for governor and why I believe in this. I grew up in a family that struggled for work. I care about these jobs. I hope and I believe we figured out a way that we can continue to do what we all agree with. Everybody standing up here, they want people to get a job. Everybody standing up here knows you can't get ahead without a good education. So I'm hopeful that through this special session that we will end up with a product that will mean that we'll continue to have more jobs in the state, that will continue to lead the nation, often some months in job creation, and will continue to improve our education system. If you look at U.S. News and Report, now says we have the best higher education system in the country. If you look at the surveys that about our K-12 education, we're generally one of the top states, and I know everybody up here is going to work hard to do those things.
And how prepared are you for the backlash you're going to get? It's going to be fierce if you sign House Bill 769.
Well, I'm going to focus on what I believe is good for every student in the state. I know the importance of education. I have grandchildren that live in the state. I care about their education, and I care about every student in the state's education. I'm still reviewing 7069, but I believe we have a pathway that every student in the state is going to be in a better position.
Do you envision the SCSP money to be recurring or non-recurring?
I'm going to continue to work with the House and the Senate to make sure we have the funds. So we'll review that as we go through the budget.
Governor, I'm going to move to like to answer in Spanish or in English. I speak to small businesses in Hialeah, for example, small local businesses that say that Enterprise Florida does nothing for them. In fact, it brings bigger companies who compete against them and shut them down. How do you explain that if your priority is jobs?
Sure. If you look at Enterprise Florida has worked with about a little over 900 companies in the last 6 years to help them expand and grow. And they've done it with large companies and they've done it with small companies. And if you think about it, when you get a company like Embraer to start building jets in Florida, it's not just Embraer building those jets, it's all the suppliers, the small companies that are suppliers that also are able to add jobs. It's also, when you add 1.3 million jobs, we open more restaurants, we sell more homes. If you look at everything about our economy, just look at the difference between this economy and economy 6.5 years ago. The 4 years before I got elected, we lost 832,000 jobs. Today, we have about 250,000 job openings in our state. We're down to about 58,000 people on unemployment benefits and about 74,000 people on welfare. So whether it's marketing our state to get more tourists, whether it's improving our education system, whether it's recruiting big and small companies, all those things together have created an environment where people can get a job today and live this dream.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Hi everyone, you are continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream. Go to fox10phoenix.com. I am continuing to search for you guys. A breaking feed does come to us. Of course, we will go to that this evening. Next, I do want to show you. We all know yesterday was supposed to be the SpaceX launch, but it got scrubbed because of lightning in the area. They're going to do a launch. Well, they're going to try to do a launch tomorrow. But I do want to show you the press conference that they had. It was a pre-launch status for the next space station supply mission. This was before that they had to scrub the mission. So let's show you that. And of course, if breaking news does occur, you know I've got you covered.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida for the SpaceX CRS-11 pre-launch news conference. We're all excited and ready for the launch tomorrow of the 11th Commercial Resupply Services mission to the International Space Station. And here to tell us more about it today, we are pleased to be joined by, to my left, Kirk Shireman, manager of NASA's International Space Station program. Hans Königsmann, SpaceX Vice President of Flight Reliability. Camille Elaine, International Space Station Program Science Office at Johnson Space Center in Houston. And Mike McAleenan, Launch Weather Officer from the U.S. Air Force 45th Weather Squadron. Thank you all for joining us. And we'll be happy to take questions after we start off with opening statements. And Kirk, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks. Good afternoon. It's great to be here with you. Really excited about the launch tomorrow evening, and we're counting on the weather cooperating, but we'll hear more about that in a little bit. Lots of great things associated with this flight. I would like to tell you a few things that we're excited about as an ISS program, and then tell you a couple things about the ISS vehicle. First off, this vehicle, we're going to carry over 1,700 kilograms of pressurized cargo. Largely utilization cargo. For this increment pair, we're going to have 213 different investigations. 130 of those are led by the U.S., and in fact 65 are brand new investigations never conducted on ISS. This vehicle is going to carry up three very unique payloads in the trunk, unpressurized. NICER, which is going to look at neutron stars. ROSA, which is a rollout solar array experiment we're really excited about, and MUSES, which is an external platform for various other payloads to use, and it's also a commercial platform built by Teledyne Brown. Lots of pressurized cargo too. We're going to fly fruit flies. In fact, it's Fruit Fly 2, so it'll be our second time to fly fruit flies. Rodent Research 5, so our fifth time. And I think you heard some more about that earlier today. Protein crystal growth, both CASES and JAXA both have protein crystal growth experiments going on. So lots of utilization for this flight. And we're very, very excited about doing that. It's going to keep our crews very busy on orbit, and we're looking forward to the results of those investigations. On orbit's been a very, very busy time. We've conducted here very recently. We've conducted 2 spacewalks. One actually unplanned. We had a failure just a little over a week ago, and a failure occurred Saturday morning. And by Tuesday morning, we were out making a repair to a multiplexer, demultiplexer, basically a computer outside, and that was successful. So we're very pleased with that second unplanned spacewalk. We're coming up on a very series of events. The first of which is a Soyuz landing. So we actually have a Soyuz landing on Friday. It's going to land about 9:10 a.m. Central Time, 10:10 I guess Eastern Time. Bringing Thomas Pesquet and Oleg Novitsky home. As you may recall, actually Peggy Whitson flew up on this Soyuz, and we reached an agreement with our Russian partners to keep Peggy Whitson on orbit an additional 3 months, And so Peggy will be helping us out on orbit with our complement of 3 crew between when this Soyuz lands on Friday until the next Soyuz launches on July 27th. Peggy and Thomas and Oleg have actually been extraordinary crew members, and we're very happy to, while we can't keep all 3 on orbit, we're very happy to be able to keep Peggy on orbit. As you probably remember, Peggy has the record for U.S. crew members. Actually, I would say the record for non-Russian crew members. Peggy's surpassed Jeff Williams on April 24th with 534 days. By the time she lands in September, she will have over 660 days on orbit. Peggy's conducted 10 spacewalks, which is tied for the most in U.S. history, and she has over 60 hours in spacewalk time with her spacewalk that she had done last week. So tomorrow morning she'll hand over commandership to Fyodor Yurchikhin, but she will continue her great work. And like I said, she'll be supporting this SpaceX 11 flight and an incredible amount of work. Just after the crew comes home on Friday, SpaceX will be arriving shortly thereafter, and their first week on orbit, she and Jack Fisher have a tremendously busy week that week just to get all these experiments started. So looking forward to all the great work going on International Space Station, and certainly to the cargo arriving here later this week.
Hans?
Yeah, thank you. So I have a couple items to report on our mission 2. First of all, the targeted launch window is 5:55 p.m. The ascent typically takes 3 minutes for the first stage, and this particular first stage will then separate and come back to LZ1, which is the landing zone down here at the Cape, for a land landing. Second stage will continue to fly for another 7 minutes about, and then deploy Dragon in its nominal orbit. The Dragon itself will fly about a little less than 3 days before it docks to the station, and then it will remain on the station for about a month after launch. There's a couple interesting things here. One of them is this is the 100th launch from the LC-39A launch pad, if we counted correctly. I hope we did. And then this particular Dragon is a refurbished Dragon. It has flown previously on CRS-4, which is about a little over 2.5 years ago. I think it was September, October in 2014. And we, once this capsule landed, we refurbished it, inspected it, made sure everything is qualified for the next flight, and this is where we are now, ready to go on 39A. For us, it's the 7th launch this year. You can tell that we picked up the rate significantly. We are hoping to stay at this rate through the rest of the year and work our backlog down, basically. We are hoping to also fly more and more Dragon refurbished, and the same is true for the first stages. As you know, the next launch after this is also refurbished first stage, for example. And with that, I do want to thank the Falcon 9 team for getting this Falcon 9 ready, Dragon team for getting the Dragon ready, and the launch team for working really, really hard to get these launches scheduled within 2 weeks from each other. Not last but least, 45th Space Wing and FAA for their support, and then, of course, NASA for the opportunity to deliver cargo to the space station. Thank you.
Thanks, Hans. Camille?
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon. It's really a pleasure to be here to share some of the science that's going up tomorrow on the CRS-11. We're excited to have about 4,500 pounds, as Kurt said, of research supplies and science investigations, including about 2,000 pounds of the unpressurized cargo, the 3 instruments that are flying in the trunk of the Dragon capsule. We are also excited because the Dragon has the capability of returning samples back down to Earth, and so it will return about 1,500 pounds in about 30 days on its return. These experiments are supporting about 220 investigations currently going on during increment 51, 52 on board the space station. And they span a multitude of scientific disciplines, including biological research, the physical sciences, the human research that we're doing with the astronauts, the technology demonstration, studying Earth and space from the ISS, and then last but not least, the educational activities that students have an opportunity to participate in. So earlier today, we had the What's on Board briefing, and there was a sampling of some highlights from some of our principal investigators that will be flying their payloads tomorrow. That includes some of the mouse models that will be treated with this novel therapeutic drug called NEL1 that is known to have the ability to not only prevent bone loss, but also to promote bone formation. We're also flying thousands of fruit flies that will be used as models to study the cardiovascular changes that happen in long-duration space flight. So these scientists will be looking at how the heart, the cardiac function, the cardiac structure, and the cardiac gene expression of these flies adapt to space flight. And that will be an analog for how human heart operates in spaceflight environment. We also have the 3 external payloads I mentioned earlier, an Earth viewing platform developed by Teledyne Brown called MUSES, and that has the ability to house up to 4 Earth sensing instruments, including hyperspectral imagers and high-resolution digital cameras. It has the ability also to provide instruments with point-in accuracy and other accommodations such as data and power. We have the NASA Astrophysics Experiment, which is the neutron star interior composition explorer that's going to be measuring the dynamics, the structure, and the energetics of neutron stars. And it's also going to demonstrate a technology that we're using pulsars as a navigation beacon for interplanetary spacecraft. And then we have the Roll-Out Solar Array, or ROSA, which demonstrates, actually tests the deployment and retraction of this new type of lightweight solar array system. They will be looking at some of the energetics, the dynamics of this solar array once it's deployed in orbit, and how the thermal differentials in space, the space environment, affects this solar array system. Then we have some physical sciences experiments, specifically one by Procter & Gamble, which is studying some colloidal gels and creams, which are consumer products. And they are looking at how the environment of space, microgravity, impacts these colloids, how they behave, and ultimately wanting to increase the shelf life of these gels and creams. And lastly, we are flying some CUBE satellites, a constellation of 5 CUBE satellites, which is a part of a multi-nation project called the BIRDS Project. And these CUBE satellites were developed by students from Japan, Nigeria, Ghana, Indonesia, Thailand, and Bangladesh. And so they will be using these CUBE satellites to not only measure atmospheric density, but also to measure the exact location, precise location of satellites, and also to demonstrate a network of ground control system operators. And then we have a suite of education experiments by the Valley Christian High School in California in partnership with NanoRacks, and they will be looking at the effects of microgravity on various things from brine shrimp to magnetoreological fluids. They'll also be looking at the growth of probiotics in space versus how those are grown on the ground. They'll be looking at how water crystallizes in space versus how it crystallizes on the ground, and the effects of microgravity on this nutrient solution called BAM-FX. So that's just a sampling of some of the science that will be enabled by tomorrow's SpaceX launch that contribute to not only the advancement of human space exploration, but also improving the quality of our lives here on Earth. Thank you.
Thanks, Camille. Mike.
All right, well, welcome to Central Florida's convective season, which started yesterday. It might help out the fires a little bit, but it makes afternoon and lunch windows very sporty for the next 3 months. The Space Coast daily barrage of thunderstorms is triggered largely by the sea breeze, which wants to move inland, but can be helped or hindered by the low-level flow. The last 2 days, we've had low-level flow out of the southwest, which pins the sea breeze very close to the spaceport, and hence we had the afternoon thunderstorms here. Guidance is suggesting that this flow switches a little bit tomorrow and more southerly, which will allow the sea breeze to move inland a little bit quicker. I still think we're going to get thunderstorms. I still think we might even see a couple during the countdown, but there's a decent chance that we're going to have that thunderstorm and the sea breeze far enough inland between 4 and 6 p.m. that we have a good shot of getting the launch out here. So let's look at the forecast. For tomorrow, we got winds basically 110 degrees, 12 to 17 miles an hour. And they're going to switch around easterly every single day, but it's that before the sea breeze kicks in is literally what drives how far it'll move. Temperature's going to be warm again, 84 degrees. And our main concern is the anvil cloud rule. Even if the thunderstorms move inland, our upper level winds are out of the northwest. That could bring the anvil clouds back towards the Space Coast. We have the rules are very good at giving us some opportunities that are safe to launch. So I think the anvils that'll be overhead will be thin enough and high enough that we can get through those. It'll be lingering cumulus clouds that if the sea breeze doesn't quite move in far enough, that would also be a threat. So a 30% chance right now of violation. If we were to move to the backup day, which is Saturday, weather degrades a bit. We have the low-level flow back to the southwest as the Bermuda Ridge axis slides back to the south. That should pin the sea breeze a bit closer to us, and also the thunderstorm activity. So a little bit worse case, still fighting the anvil clouds, even if it moves inland. But I think we're adding the flight through precipitation rule for the Dragon capsule. We may have our own activity very close to the doorstep. So 40% chance of violation if we were to go Saturday. So overall, we've got a shot. It's not a slam dunk, but there's an opportunity that we will get between the 2 rounds of thunderstorms if we are able to get in there tomorrow. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And we're now happy to take questions. Before we take any in the room, I just wanted to announce, though, that if you are not lucky enough to be in the room today, you can ask questions via social media using the hashtag AskNASA. Emily from NASA Social is here, and she'll be happy to field the questions and pass them on to our presenters. If you are in the room, please raise your hand, let us know you have a question. Please wait for the microphone, state your name and affiliation, and to whom you're addressing your question. And we'll start off over here with Irene.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Irene Klotz with Reuters. I have a couple questions for Kirk. The MDN failure, do you have any insights into what happened with such a new piece of equipment? And do you are you planning on returning that on the Dragon?
So the computer that failed is actually not new. As you probably have heard, we put it outside again with a new with an up-to-date processor card, but the box itself actually had been outside since 2014. So we brought it in, we put the card in, we took it back out, and so which is still relatively new, by the way. The computer should still function. We don't know the signature it wasn't communicating. We did see some current draw. We have a fault tree, so we have ideas of what it might be, but we probably won't be able to tell until we bring it home. We're going to take off the cover, do an inspection, and then we'll bring it home, most likely on Dragon when it comes back, and then we'll find out. We've had about 4 computer failures over the life of the program, and they've been different things. The most common is a power supply, which is one of the items, but we won't know for sure. The real point is all these cards that are on that computer, actually identical copies of those are in other places and have had good life on orbit. So we don't think this is a generic problem. We think there's something unusual about this one, and it may have been a component that was 4 or 5 years old.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is about the previously flown Dragon. Did NASA ask for, or did you receive any kind of financial discount or any other trade for using that, or was it just a savings for SpaceX to not have to manufacture another capsule?
Well, first of all, this whole notion of reuse is something that's very, very important to the entire space industry, NASA as well as SpaceX and others. And it's not actually a new issue. We've flown things, shuttles flew many times, so that the idea of reuse is important for economic reasons as well as technical reasons. Our contract with SpaceX, there are a lot of, it's a fixed price contract, but there are things that change on our side, there's things that change on SpaceX, and we have equitable adjustments on both sides. So yes, if you ask me what it was, and specifically, I'd be hard pressed to quote that to you now. But in general, when we do these things like this, we make trades. Supporting the Dragon reflight is a really important step. We went through, SpaceX did a very thorough job in terms of certification of the Dragon and refurbing it, and NASA did a very thorough job of understanding that certification and making sure that it was safe to fly, and the risk was actually not substantially more than a brand new Dragon capsule. So we're very happy with this capsule flying again. We've actually been flying hardware, not whole capsules, but other hardware before, and we expect to increase the amount of reflight as CRS-1 and then ultimately CRS-2 proceed.
Marcia.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Hans. Along the reused Dragon, what did you do in particular? What did you swap out? How much of this is original, so to speak? And will the next Dragon going to space station also be a reused version?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's the majority of the components on Dragon, and in particular, the most important part is actually the hull. The structure itself is the same as flew the first time. So when Dragon came in the first time, basically we inspect the components. We then compare the loads that they saw, compare this to the qualification, and that tells us how much life a component has, and we make sure that the component has the enough life for the next round, and there's statistical variation. So you have to make a worst case assumption basically to be on the safe side, and that is very similar to what we actually do on the booster. It's not that different. It's a similar situation. When we go through all the components, basically we make sure that it has enough life. We share the results with NASA and review them basically together, and then we conclude that we can either fly a component, or in some cases we have to make a swap with a new component in some very few cases. But I can tell you the majority of this Dragon has been in space before and has been docked to the station for a couple of weeks.
And, is the next Dragon going to be
Oh,
brand
yes.
new or reused? And also, what did you replace on this one?
The next Dragon, from what I remember right now off the top of my head, is a new one. Parts that we replaced. I believe some of the parts that were on the outside, the batteries, for example, that sea water and things like that, although they are protected against it, there's still there's several reasons why we might exchange certain things. But again, thruster, harnessing, a lot of that stuff is from the original Dragon.
James?
You really covered my, thanks, James Dean Florida today, kind of covered my Dragon questions, I think. But, I mean, yeah, the thrusters, you say, are reused as well?
Yes.
Heat shield, of course, would be something you have to fully replace? Or
The heat shield is a new one, you're right there.
yeah,
Mhm.
okay. So the hull, thrusters
Mhm.
are the main components that you would be interested in as far as major components that haven't been reused before?
Let's see, there was the entire plumbing, tanks.
Mostly avionics, right?
There's some avionics. I don't think it's most of it. Depends on where it was. Yeah, so some of the avionics is from previous flights. I don't have the entire list in my head, unfortunately.
Are you anticipating reusing Dragons for crew flight as well? Is this sort of a precursor to that, or are they totally unrelated?
That is something we need to discuss once we get Crew Dragon flying. No update currently. It's still the end of this year for Demo 1.
Okay, we're going to come over here and take a couple of questions, and then Stephen will come back to you, and Ken. Jason.
Jason Ryan with Spaceflight Insider. This one's for Hans. First question is, Hans, will we see the payload fairing come back under parachutes for this mission? And the second question, I guess, would be is, you guys are flying a lot of Falcon 9s. Can we expect to start seeing a lot more of those being reused Falcon 9s? And if so, what does that mean for your production facilities? Will you kind of slow down the amount of Falcon 9s you're producing and start using the flown ones more and more? Can you tell us a little bit about that? Thank you.
Sure. So first on the fairing, I mean, this is not a fairing mission, this is Dragon mission, so you won't see a fairing recovery on this mission, of course. But as you pointed out, on the last 2 missions, I believe, we had, the last mission and the one 3 earlier, we had fairings that had the ability to stabilize in orbit and keep attitude, and they had a parafoil on board too. And we got them as far as to deploy the parafoil and to land basically in one piece, although the fairing did suffer some damage by the landing itself. There's still work that needs to be done in order to get the fairings back in a state that we can reuse them again. But I would say we made the first steps, and we have been on those first 2 attempts pretty successful, from what I can tell. I'm not sure how long it will take until we refly fairings, but I would expect this to take some time, similar to the first stage. Then your question regarding the first stage production. We still have to produce the second stage, of course, but we see a shift that we need more second stages than first stages. We've flown 1 booster so far. We have the second pre-flown booster coming up here after this mission very shortly. And so my gut feeling is we will have a couple more this year that will demonstrate on the capability of reflying a booster more than once, hopefully 2.
When do you see that we could actually be at a point where we will see more reflown boosters as opposed to new boosters flying, if you had to guess?
That is an excellent problem to have. I would have to guess, and I don't think it would be a very qualified guess, maybe sometime next year or something.
Okay, Emily has been following social media questions on the hashtag AskNASA. Emily, have you got any questions for us?
Yeah, we have a couple. This first one's from Gary Walters, and he wants to know, if weather does scrub the first 2 launch windows, does the range allow additional openings in the coming week, and when?
Well,
we have no range people here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Typically, typically you're allowed to get 2 days on the range. So there has to be cooperation and conversation between FAA, SpaceX, and the range to make it happen. So there's no question we're going to fly again. If you're asking what day, that might be in question. So without the right people here, it's hard to answer.
And the range works very hard to make this possible. Always did.
All right, this second one, it's a science question from Rome Strach, and he wants to know, what ambient temperature is the pressurized portion of Dragon kept for the rodents and fruit flies, or are the temperatures maintained locally?
So they are in the cold bags, and they are at minus 37 degrees Celsius, I believe.
All right, folks, we are going to go live now. This is in Phoenix. You could see here where police are taking it cautiously at this moment. They are looking for a suspect that reportedly fled from Phoenix PD units on more than one occasion this afternoon and ditched the motorcycle, and now going in to this Metro Center. You could see that police there are on guard. They came. So you can see the motorcycle there. Suspect fled into the building, and we have some sort of situation here now. And welcome everyone to Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live for this breaking news alert. Phoenix Police Department looking for a suspect there that went into the Metro Center Mall there. Okay, we got these two people walking out now. Phoenix. And you could see that there is a crew there. You can see that there is also a camera crew right there with the officer, and we are thinking that it's a camera crew from that live PD show. So if you've ever seen that on the cable channel there, that is what's happening. So you're getting a little bit of everything right now with this breaking news alert. Very, very busy Friday for officers right now, as it always tends to be. We're watching live here as Phoenix Police Department was following for a time suspect on a motorcycle that failed to yield for them. That's what began the pursuit here. And then the suspect ditched the bike and ran into the mall. As you can imagine now, they are going to have to see if they could locate the individual there inside a mall on a Friday night. Thanks to everyone watching live with us, not only right here in Phoenix, but all across the world on fox10phoenix.com and Facebook Live. And thanks to all our fans watching right now. It's police looking for the suspect that bailed from the motorcycle and went into the mall. And we are learning right now that the police possibly have that suspect in custody. And let's look here. Yep, there is the individual right there. They are cuffed. And we also did see that film crew there as well. So a little bit of everything here on this Friday evening for you on Facebook Live. You never know what you're going to get. That's why we always do ask people, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're streaming live for you right here on Facebook Live. It does all the work for you. It lets you know when we're live. So there you go. We have the suspect now in custody. You are watching this all unfold live. Moments ago, he ditched that motorcycle, went into the mall, and you could see the only purchase he got was a trip to jail. Thanks to all our viewers right now, watching all over the world as there was a police pursuit. Suspect got off the motorcycle, ran into the mall. About 5 minutes later, arrested. And folks, if you're just joining us, you are seeing the aftermath of a police pursuit where the suspect ditched the motorcycle, ran to the Metro Center Mall there in Phoenix. And now they do have that suspect in custody. And you watched it all live. All right, everybody, you see that we did lose that shot.
Initiative, others did not. All of us heard the testimony about why this was important. The generals came and they talked about it being a national security issue. And just even now, Secretary of Defense, former General Mattis, told the Senate in written testimony in January that climate change is impacting stability in areas of the world where our troops are operating today. The climate crisis has triggered droughts, famines, and other devastating environmental changes that have sparked political turmoil and the mass movement of refugees. That's my statement. Even Trump's team knows that climate change is a national security threat. And again, we have the testimony of generals. This goes back to 2007, 10 years ago. We have known that. It's an economic issue. Hundreds of businesses and executives support the accord, including energy companies like ExxonMobil. Several members of Trump's business council, as you know, resigned yesterday in protest of his decision. Trump says that he's putting America's jobs first, but the accord would have created an explosion of green energy jobs for the future. To keep America preeminent and number one for the jobs of the future, it was essential that the world move to a place that recognizes the danger of the climate crisis. It's a health issue. It's a national security issue. It's an economic security issue. It's a personal security issue. Families' health is affected by this. This agreement creates safeguards that reduce the pollution that sickens and kills tens of thousands of people each year. That's why these countries are joining in. This is a matter of environmental justice, a big matter of environmental justice. Lower-income and minority families are disproportionately vulnerable to the ravages of the climate crisis. It's a civil rights issue. Environmental justice is. And we have a moral responsibility. In addition to our national security, our economy, and the good health of our children, we have a moral responsibility. We must leave future generations with a healthy, sustainable planet. Faith leaders, starting with His Holiness Pope Francis, to the evangelical community, have urged us to be responsible stewards of the beauty of God's creation. They believe, as do I, that this planet is God's creation, and we have a moral responsibility to be good stewards of it. When we worked with the evangelical community to put together our climate legislation 10 years ago, 9 years ago, worked on it for a while, they had their literature which said that that we had a moral responsibility to be good stewards of God's creation, and in doing so, we must pay special attention to the needs of the poor. So they saw it as an environmental justice issue as well, the evangelical community. When the Pope went to the White House, he talked about the dangers of air pollution when he was here. And just last week, the Pope met with President Trump and gave him a copy of his encyclical, Laudate Si, which made the case for strong, urgent action to halt the climate crisis. The Pope wrote, "The climate is a common good belonging to all and meant for all." The Bible tells us that to minister to the needs of God's creation is an act of worship. To ignore those needs is to dishonor the God who made us. And that is just what we're doing by walking away from this accord. The question I have for Donald Trump as a mother and a grandmother of 5 and a grandmother of 9, how is he ever going to explain to his grandchildren what he did to the air they breathe, assuming they breathe air? And I have to assume that that is the case. We all do, right? I was reminded of when we went to Selma for the 50th anniversary of the march Selma to Montgomery March. It was a very moving time when George Wallace's daughter, Peggy Wallace Kennedy, made remarks on the steps of the Capitol. She's in Montgomery. She told about taking her son Burns to visit some of the sites of the civil rights movement. Burns stood still, she said, as the truth of his family's past washed over him. He turned to me, his mother said, and asked, Did Pawpaw do those things to other people? This is when she took him to where the hoses were and all of that. You know? Did Pawpaw do those things to other people? I realized, she said, at that moment, I was at a crossroad in my life and the life of my son. The mantle had passed, and now it was up to me to do for Burns what my father never did for me. It was the first step in my journey of building a legacy of my own. I drew him close to me and said, Papa never told me why he did those things, but I know he was wrong. So maybe it'll be just up to me and to you to make these things right. I kept thinking of that yesterday when I was seeing President Trump make his statement. How are you, almost every school child in America knows more about the climate challenge than apparently the President of the United States. He lives in a fact-free zone. His speech was based on White House counsel memo that was incorrect. It was false. He does not know anything about the agreement that he is walking away from. He cited an MIT study that the agreement would slow global warming by a tiny, tiny amount. But MIT officials rejected that statement today, and they have said, actually the reverse, that without the agreement, the acceleration of global warming would go forward. They said that Trump misunderstood. That's a generous word, their study. So I could just go through some of the things that he said yesterday and why they were wrong, but perhaps if you ask me, I will tell you. But when you look at what he said in the statement, based on false and faulty representations by his own general counsel, so let's give the president a break on that. His general counsel didn't know what he was talking about. And then look at his budget and how he wants to ransack the EPA, clean air, clean water, when he said in the campaign, we're going to have clean air, clean water, ransack it. It's just a stunning thing. So it's about, again, our national security, our economic security, keep America number one, the good health of the American people to prevent air pollution, clean air, clean water. It's about our moral responsibility to future generations to hand over this planet in a responsible way. And we have the evidence in the testimony to support that. Again, how do you explain this to your grandchildren, President Trump? All the money in the world cannot change the fact that walking away from this agreement is a disservice to your children, to your grandchildren, and to future generations of Americans. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Representative Schiff said yesterday.
Excuse me, on this subject first, and then I'll come back to that. On the climate issue? Yes, sir.
Dozens of mayors are vowing to continue on with the commitment to the goals that were set forward here. How does that happen? I mean, how are these three other states going to be able to do that?
Well, let me just say, as a proud Californian, I'm very proud of Jerry Brown and the leadership he has provided in all of this. He and some other governors have said, have joined in agreements, understandings before. Some of them have said right now that they would continue with their efforts. And many mayors, as you know, there's been an explosion of activity within the Climate Alliance that's about mayors from city states and the private sector encouraging these efforts to go forward because people know. Yeah, I mean, when we went to Greenland and went under the pole to see what was happening in the then and there, the scientists then told us that any reports that they would make on the global warming statistics would almost be obsolete by the time it was peer-reviewed because it was all moving so fast. That was 10 years ago. That was 8, 9 years ago, over that period of time. And so the facts are so compelling. And the president, again, lives in a fact-free zone. In fact, he lives in a false zone of attitude. And so these mayors, these mayors, these governors, these businesses, they see the importance of American leadership on these issues. And I commend the mayor, and of course, Mayor Bloomberg has been on this subject for a long time, and under his leadership, many of the cities came together to share information and to make decisions that were in favor of the air our children breathe and the water they drink. And really important about that, because right now we're waiting to see the president's infrastructure agenda. There's a green way to do that. We had the Blue-Green Alliance, labor and the environmentalists coming together about how we grow our economy, how we build our infrastructure in a way that protects the environment, keeps us number one in green job creation. It affects our education system as well, as we train people for all of this, to leapfrog over traditional obstacles they may have had, to be entrepreneurial and think in new ways. So the cities see this. The mayors see this straight up, and they have been on the forefront for a long time. Some of the governors have. I'm especially proud of my own governor, Jerry Brown, on that score.
I have one follow-up to that. Are you confident, many businesses have come out urging the president to stay in this deal.
Right.
Do you believe that over time they will stay in those cities?
Yes.
If it costs more?
Yes. It's not a question of that. It's about doing better. It's about doing better. So it's not a question of cost more. It's a question of how you allocate your resources. And to keep, again, it keeps America on the forefront and number one. It is, I think what the president, look, let's just put it this way. We are now among 3 nations in the world that do not support the Paris Accord. Syria, the United States of America, Syria and the United States of America. The one other country, Nicaragua, didn't sign the accord because it did not go far enough. It did not go far enough. If the president would read it, if he would gain knowledge about what he's talking about, he would understand that this is not an obstacle to us going forward. It is not a requirement except to strive. And if he doesn't even want to strive to keep the planet, be responsible about the planet and its condition, then that's an indictment on him. And by the way, what good news his announcement was to the Republicans in Congress. They have been standing in the way in every issue that relates to recognizing the climate issue in the world. They have prevented funds from being spent to even study the issue. They want to stay in a fact-filled zone, too. And the Speaker's statement, what did he say? Oh, my God. Talk about the Paris Agreement is simply a raw deal for America. Pathetic. Pathetic. Speaker of the House, the President of the United States. So wrong, so uninformed, so irresponsible to future generations of America. Other subject? Oh, I think this gentleman, and then I'll come to you. Yes, sir.
Regarding
nothing else on climate?
right over here, I'm sorry, it's probably hard to see me back here.
Oh, yeah. I heard a voice, but I couldn't see a person.
We've got the mayors and the governors who are planning to move ahead. What's it mean for U.S. leadership, for all the other countries who signed on to this accord, to go it without the U.S.?
Well, the fact is that the other countries understand the importance of the Paris Accord. It was a compromise. Would it have been what I had written for an accord that I'd like everyone to sign? Stricter goals and requirements to stick with them? No. It was a compromise. And again, I come back to Monday being President Kennedy's 100th birthday. I was at his inauguration when he said, what you all know, to the citizens of America, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. You remember that? You don't remember it, but you remember reading it in the history books. I remember it because I was there as a student. It's your history to you, it's my youth. But the next sentence, and this is the point, the very next sentence in the speech, the president says, to the citizens of the world, ask not what America can do for you, but what we can do working together for the freedom of mankind. And that working together, that lack of condescension, that presence of respect, working together is sorely lacking in the statement that the president made yesterday. And on this score, since there may be questions on other subjects now, I would just say this. When we had the vote on the omnibus bill in December, I voted against it. You know why? Because it was pathetically meager in addressing the needs of coal miners in our country. Now, I'm not an advocate for coal. I think it degrades the environment. But I am an advocate for coal miners. This administration loves coal but rejects the coal miners. If you go to my office right now, you'll see a statue of a coal miner there that my father gave me that was in his office when he served in Congress and has been in mine since I've been there. Finally, in this last bill, we did something about coal miners' health care, but we still haven't honored our responsibilities to them for pensions. So when the president talks about coal, it's like, what? If you really care about those workers, you would have insisted that the Congress meet the responsibility, the promise that has been made to them many years ago when President Truman was president. So it's so inconsistent. It's really hard. On the one hand, on the very same day the president's saying, I'm doing this because I promised I would do it in my campaign, he's issuing a waiver on moving the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which he said in his campaign that he would do on day one. Is he telling us that day one in his administration has not come yet? So the inconsistencies are disconcerting. But I'll tell you this. What happened yesterday on the climate issue is an embarrassment to our country. And it should be an embarrassment to him personally for how he answers to his grandchildren. Another question? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, could you speak a little bit louder?
Yesterday, Representative Schiff said regarding Devin Nunes and the subpoenas being issued in the Russia probe, he said that you've spoken with Paul Ryan about this. Can you tell us about your discussions and your concerns about Devin Nunes' continued role in the probe?
Well, I probably won't share the entire conversations I've had with the speaker on this subject. And let me just put it in this context. The Intelligence Committee is a small committee of the Congress. The leader and the speaker and the leader appoint those members. They're not subject to any approval by the rest of the Congress. It is our appointment. We deputize people to serve in the interest of our national security and to do so with integrity, patriotism, and in the most apolitical way possible. The behavior of Nunes, whatever we're calling him, chairman, recused, unrecused, I didn't mean recused when I said and gave you the impression recused, whatever that loosey-goosey is beneath the dignity of being a chairman of the Intelligence Committee, which has special status. The chairman and the ranking member, be they Democrats or Republicans, the chairman and rank, have special status, special access. So if he recused himself on subjects Russia, then he shouldn't be having access to documents relating to subject Russia, and he shouldn't be issuing separate subpoenas, attaching them to a bipartisan subpoenas that were issued this week. So my dismay, my objection has been conveyed to the Speaker on more than one occasion.
And to follow up on that, I mean, does he seem concerned as well, or is he fine with it?
You have to ask him. But it all comes back to him because this is his appointment. And his appointment acted in a way that was weird. I mean, it was irresponsible, but it was weird when he did what he did, going to the Ubering to the White House, this, that, and the other thing. And then for him to give a... Did you think he had recused himself? The press had some attitude that he had separated himself from the Russian investigation, but it hasn't. And then really, in all fairness to Mr. Conway, who now has that responsibility, he should be the one who has that access and that regard as the top Republican, really a very important position in terms of
All right, folks, we are showing you a beautiful shot here of the White House. We're going to go now to Fox 32's Elizabeth Matthews. I actually went to college with her. Not only is she a colleague, but also a great friend. And she's on a story tonight, and she's updating everyone. Let's take that right now. Elizabeth Matthews from Fox 32.
That a local bartender a couple towns over saw the post and said, you know what, these guys were in our bar and asking me the same thing. What's your name? What's your phone number? And you know, she didn't tell these two guys, and so you owe me a hug, you owe me a kiss. And so this bartender realized that these guys, these potential suspects, were in the bar. So she calls police, they look at surveillance video, and now we've got this really great picture. If you want to see that picture of these two guys, you can go to my Facebook page, which is where you're watching this. And those are the two pictures of the guys. Police, it's the Forest Preserve District of Will County Police. That's who is investigating this. And they say that they're still investigating. They don't have any charges, no arrests or anything, but one could be facing battery charges because you grab a woman and you grab her by the arm, and then you grab her by the waist. Obviously, so she did the right thing, right? Sorry, kind of scrolling through things here real quick. I might be losing my connection. Sorry, everybody. So the police chief calls her very brave. She is just thankful that she wasn't hurt. Again, traumatized, but she did the right thing. And this is the beauty of social media, right? This is social media at its finest, because this bartender said, you know what, these guys were in the bar. And she called police, and lo and behold, it appears like these were the two guys. So police are still investigating this. We're out here live covering the story where there's lots of bugs. It's a beautiful night, not going to complain. There's lots of bugs kind of crawling around. So anyway, just wanted to give you guys a heads up of what we were working on tonight. I hope you have a great weekend. And if you recognize these, to go to my Facebook page after you get done watching this and check out that picture as I talk about the bugs. They're really starting to get me. Take a look at that picture, those two guys. Maybe you recognize them. And if you do, call your local police. All right, guys, have a great weekend. Have a great Friday night.
All right, so that was Elizabeth Matthews there in Chicago covering a story today. It's coming up almost 9 o'clock there, so that she's getting ready to go live in just a few minutes. Hi, everybody. Mike Pace here. I got about 9 more minutes here with you on the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. And then Mary Kate, she'll be up next, and she'll not only close out the show, but she's going to close out the week. So as I bump into something here, look at, we got so much going on here, so much equipment. I wish I could show that all to you here. We have so many screens, so many people working here. It's just a great evening, great chemistry. Everybody just has great energy today. We got to love that, folks. We're going to show you now a beautiful shot of the White House here. All right, folks, we're just going to show you just a couple of minutes of the Oversight Subcommittee hearing with the National Taxpayer Advocate, Nina Olson.
Improvement, I think, as your organization has over the years. The task before us today is to ask the tough questions and look for solutions. This work is important because taxpayers need to be able to trust the entity administering the tax code. 98% of our tax revenues come to the IRS voluntarily. Only 2% is collected through the IRS enforcement action. Trust is a key component of voluntary compliance. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights contains the right to quality service, and I think that's one of our biggest focus. as second on the list. An IRS publication describes the right as the right to receive prompt, courteous, and professional assistance in taxpayer dealings with the IRS. As we consider reforms to the IRS, we should keep this right as well as the other 9 in mind. I look forward to working with the ranking member, Mr. Lewis, and other members of the committees to make the IRS a 21st century agency. I want to thank our witness, Ms. Olson, for being here today. She has been a champion for taxpayers for many years, and her insight on this topic will be valuable. I look forward to her testimony. I now yield to the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Lewis, for the purposes of an opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for holding this hearing with the National Taxpayer Advocate. And I want to thank Ms. Olson for being here and for her many years of service. Would also like to thank our members for being here. I know for some of us this is a little early.
I agree.
But we're here. Mr. Chairman, we must approach the important matter of reforming and improving the Internal Revenue Service with a great deal of care. We must remain focused on doing what is right and what is just for the interests of every American taxpayer. We stay on the bipartisan path together. We help the IRS become a model of success for constituent services. The IRS is a large and complex organization that has suffered from a lack of resources for many years. Congress cut the agency's budget by almost $1 billion since 2010. These cuts hurt and harm taxpayer services and tax compliance. And the IRS need technology, infrastructure, and employees to provide secure, quality customer service. For these reasons, responsible reform must include strong, robust funding. As we study the IRS structure and service, we must also consider how much the world has changed since Congress last acted on this matter. Over the last 20 years, small farms and internet access create opportunities for some and barriers for others. Both taxpayers and those who serve them struggle with increased identity theft, fraud, and scams. Unfortunately, certain programs like private debt collection, which has been tried and repeatedly failed, just lend to more confusion. Mr. Chairman, I believe that we agree on the importance of an agency that will provide taxpayers with greater access to customer service online, over the phone, and in person. I believe we can help build a tax administration system that will take advantage of the new technology while enhancing the security of taxpayer data. I believe that we must do better, and that if we work together, we can do better. I look forward to hearing from the National Taxpayer Advocate today.
All right, everybody. Mike Pace here. What a week it has been when you think about everything that we had during this week. I mean, yesterday, President Trump with the big Paris Accord announcement that the U.S. is withdrawing from that climate deal agreement, to even today when President Trump signing 2 executive orders for veterans and police officers. And we do have that on our Fox 10 and News Now stream on our YouTube page. You could watch it whenever you like on any device that you would like. We also have a lot of fans that love to watch News Now on their smart TV. And that's right, you can put it right there on your YouTube page. With your YouTube account, and watch us all the time. They're right on your smart TV, or you could do your tablet, your phone, anything that you like, even on your computer as well. So I hope everyone is going to have a fun and very safe weekend here, and we'll see you back on Monday. But before that, Mary Kate's going to come up here and be with you for the next 2 hours, and who knows, you might even get some breaking news in there as well. I know last Friday when I left, boom, right away, police chase. So who knows? That's the reason why you stick around and wait. You want to see, okay, is there going to be something additional that we might be getting at? That's why you guys watch. That's why you continue to watch. And that's why you guys are true fans. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'm Mike Pace. I'll see you on Monday.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We are going to be taking you into the next few hours of the show here. You got a live look of the White House right now. Taking you to an event from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services where they're discussing the Federal Tribal Trauma Training Workshop. Let's see what they have to say.
So panel 2 will be talking about tribal perspectives on healing. And our first speaker, who's just making her way up now, so we'll not even let her sit down, will be Chief Malherbe. Chief Malherbe became the 18th chief of the Mohegan tribe on August 15th, 2010, and is the first female chief in the tribe's modern history. The position is a lifetime appointment. Oh my gosh. Made by the tribe's council of elders. Prior to becoming chief, she served as chairwoman of the tribal council and has worked in tribal government as the executive director of health and human services. And she's currently the chairwoman of the tribal self-governance advisory committee for Indian Health Service. So an esteemed leader for sure. So please join me in welcoming Chief Malherbe.
Thank you.
But that is, if you hold it like that, that is forward and back.
Okay, great. Alrighty, so let's see if yep, there we can bring up my slide. So thank you for having me. I would say greetings from our Mohegan people. And, you know, my early career was in nursing. I was a critical care nurse, so I'm not that patient, and I'm not necessarily a researcher. But I was crazy enough to jump into tribal politics, and so as a tribal leader, it's my job to give voice to good policy. It's my job to advise our federal partners, and it is my job to make sure that I speak for the people who perhaps have less of a voice. So this picture for the generations, you'll see the gentleman with the big turkey feather headdress. That's my great-grandfather. He was the chief, and so I'm very proud to follow in his footsteps. So one of the things, and I know that I have 5 minutes and I have somebody here timing me. Yes, okay. One of the things that we need to talk about, we need to name this problem. We experienced genocide. Now, I'm from New England. We experienced the immigration of the Europeans in the 1600s. By the 1750s, we had lost 90% of our population and 90% of our land base. So when we think about what happened to us, you know, we had land dispossession, we had widespread loss of population due to warfare and disease. And it is true, the blankets is true. I've read quotes from Army generals saying, let's take those blankets out of the smallpox hospitals and let's hope that they do their job. We lost our traditional food. We, you know, were hunters and gatherers. You know, the colonists came and fenced in all of our traditional land, so we couldn't eat our foods. Loss of traditional medicines. Our medicine woman told us that as after time, you know, that we couldn't pick our traditional medicines because they were polluted. Long-standing oppression, discrimination, forced removal, assimilation, forced sterilization, prohibition on the practice of culture and traditional religion, toxins invading our environment, injustice, and demeaning experiences and discrimination that we still continue to experience to this day. And, you know, so in 2015, Burnett describes historical oppression as chronic, insidious, intergenerational experiences of subjugation that have been imposed, normalized, and internalized in the daily lives of American Indians and Alaska Native communities, families, and individuals. So it's a multifaceted problem. It requires a multifaceted approach. There's a disconnect between how tribes care for their people and how the federal bureaucracy works. And that's one of the things that we need to think about. How can we impact this issue in a way that really has meaning and is impactful? There are severely underfunded trust obligations to tribes, and that continues, despite the fact that tribes are the only people in this United States that have treaty obligations to health. We're the only health program that's on the discretionary side of the budget, which means that Congress can just remove that funding if they so choose. And in addition, you know, when we think about grants, and I know that the government is funded by grants, what happens is we're competing against one another for funding that is necessary for our people. And sometimes what you'll see is that the people who are in most need of the grants are the ones that have the least infrastructure to apply for the grants. And so perhaps they're left out of that grant process. And, you know, you think about the multiple agencies that we all work with and advise and continue to work with. We need to think about how do we break down those barriers and how do we make it a less siloed approach to funding so that we are more impactful with the funding that we have and that we use. And, you know, as people have heard me say in the past, we need to stop funding the disease du jour. And you've heard that a little bit here today, in that we need to start at a very, very lower level, which is let's stop, you know, thinking about the disease du jour. Let's start looking at prevention. Let's start looking at the social determinants of health. Let's not start impacting the community where the community needs are. Because if we create a healthy environment for our children to grow up in, even before they're born, their lives are much healthier, as we've seen from that study. And, you know, and I think, you know, the other thing that we really want to think about is that, you know, there are barriers that we need to address. There is a lack of trust among Native people in researchers because the research has not always been used in our best interest. We have to think about the fact that the social determinants of health have to be addressed. When you have unemployment, when you have lack of education, when you have lack of safety, you've heard about food security. How do you have good food and how do you have good nutrition when perhaps the only place you can buy your food is at the gas station because that's the closest to you? I've heard about communities, thank you, where there is, you know, one grocery store for 2 million acres of land. How do you buy your food? How do you eat a healthy life? So we need to think about those things, and we need to think about environmental safety. But, you know, the one thing that I know is that tribes are very resilient. You know, our worldview emphasizes the interrelatedness and the harmony of our mind, our body, our spirit, and the spiritual aspect of all living things, and that connection to our ancestors. We connect to our ancestors when we engage in traditions and ceremonies. Indigenous language has been demonstrated to improve our sense of self-esteem. And so if we can connect our children in a way to that culture that's meaningful, we need to do this. But we need to make sure that people do not feel less than. Our language has not been spoken in fluently in over a century. And why is that? Because we were told that we couldn't. We were told that we were less than. We were told that our religion was the work of the devil. You know, and all of those things are things that we need to reconnect to. I did not grow up dancing as a young girl because the women that I grew up with didn't dance. But that doesn't mean the generations before them didn't. And so we need to embrace where people are at. And if our young girls want to do a jingle dance, which probably isn't, you know, a Northern Woodlands tradition, we should embrace that because they are engaging in a time-honored tradition. And so I think I'll probably leave it at that, but we need to make sure that we give our kids that resilience and that cultural protection to live their lives in a more traditional way, because we are reclaiming those traditional ways each and every day, and that's a very important thing for us to do. And so I think we have to embrace who we are. We need to be patient with the fact that, you know, we have not been allowed in some instances to really practice those traditional things. But we need to make sure that we engage and that we give that next generation the strength to do the things that will keep them healthy over the long term and inform those next generations. So I use this quote from our medicine woman, Gladys Tantaquidgeon, who spanned 3 centuries, which, you know, is just so impressive to me. She was born in 1899 and passed in 2005. And she continues to be an inspiration to me. She was very much a traditional Mohegan woman. And I think her words still resonate with us because we need to start with our children. So thank you very much.
There you go. Thank you, Chief Malerba. Next is Dr. Corey Novak. Dr. Novak is the CEO for Health and Human Services at the Carrick Tribe in California, also a senior researcher at Oxford University. And specializing in the concept of the continuum of trauma, particularly in the manifestation of trauma in the elderly. Dr. Novak has a PhD in human services and gerontology and did her postdoctoral fellowship in palliative and end-of-life care at Stanford. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Novak.
Thank you. Ayuki, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And I'm I usually don't stand behind podiums because I'm so short you can't see me. So I'm actually, and I can't see that far either. So I'm just going to, hey, there I am. Or, oh yeah, okay. So you're right, I'm going to end up on the sitting over there. So I do specialize in the continuum of trauma, and unlike the other esteemed colleagues that I've had up here, I'm not Native American, but I care deeply about what Native peoples have gone through, the trauma that they've experienced, and how to heal from that trauma. In particular, I care about the elderly. So as a gerontologist, as much as I like kids, puppies, plants, and everything else, I love old people. So when I'm talking about healing from trauma, I'm looking at not only the generations that come before, but through a different lens. And so I've once heard that we learn our traditions, and they come from our elders. And from our elders to our children, those traditions reverberate in children's hearts. And it's about what we share from our experience that guides what we have coming forward. If our experience is bad, traumatic, difficult, that's absolutely going to go on to our children. It's like a glass with rocks in it. No matter how many rocks you put in, eventually when you pour water in it, it's going to seep all the way down. So no matter how much we've tried to cover the trauma, how much we've tried to ignore the trauma, fix the trauma, until we get to the bottom of the trauma, which is the tree like we saw earlier, we're not going to fix it, and it's going to seep out in one way or another, whether it's a snide comment, an offhanded remark, a look, a roll of the eyes. We're teaching children this, and until we can fix that it's okay to feel what we feel, we're going to continue to have these problems. So in elders, trauma manifests in a very different way. Often it is those remarks that seem a little passive aggressive, but they don't mean to be. It's because it's coming from a very deeply hurt place. And when you're dealing with an elder, you can't just change it. You have to do it in a different way, a more patient way, a kinder way, because this trauma has gone on, as we say intergenerationally, generations, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 100 years. And so when we're looking at some of the things that have been done with Native American peoples, and I can say this from experience, those of us who haven't grown up in this culture, in the Native culture, in the very traumatic culture, come in not realizing that some of these things, these awful things, not only continue to happen to these people, but just happened a generation ago. Just happened to their grandparents, not hundreds of years ago like we think about when we learn it in school, not, well, in the 1800s, which seems so long ago. It happened in the 1900s. It happens in the 2000s. And so when we're looking at this and how to fix it, it can't just be, as we've been saying, research. So one of the things that I've done and that I've been supported with through the Karuk tribe I'm in California, very far northern California, 5 hours north of San Francisco, so far northern California. One of the things that we've been doing is trying to match both the services and the tradition. So like Dr. Walters was saying earlier, that's very important. The services help now, but the tradition will help in the future. And so we have a program called Yav Pa'anav, which in Karuk means the medicine is good. And that is about taking all those social determinants of health that we've been talking about, food security, housing security, job security, and helping not only create that for now so that we have food security and job security, education, but also in the future. And what's needed is bossy CEOs like myself who push for that, who care and who don't quit because we're like little bulldogs and we're tenacious and we just keep working at it. And that's what's going to ultimately help heal trauma, or that's one of the things that will ultimately help heal the trauma, is everybody coming together, not just Native Americans, anybody who's experienced trauma, which, as we've learned, is all of us. Not a single one of us can sit in here and say, never had trauma, because that would be awesome, and if it's you, I want to talk to you afterwards. because you probably have some trauma that we need to discuss that you don't know about. Western medicine as a trigger, oftentimes the vernacular that we use in Western medicine, it's a trigger to a Native American or to a Japanese American or somebody that's experienced this kind of trauma. Even the word obese can be very offensive. I mean, it's offensive to me because I'm a woman. If you call me fat, you can guarantee I'm not going to be happy. But that's just cultural. That's just my culture of just not wanting to be called fat. But it can be deeply, deeply offensive to people who have had traumas in generation after generation upon generation. So as we talk about these things and we think about these things through the rest of our time here and through the things that have been said, please consider that there's two other lenses, the lens of the elderly and how they're looking back on their traumatic life, and the lens of those of us who did not experience some of this but are desperately trying to help because we see the wrongs and we want to make them right. So help us help you, and let's help our elders help our new generations.
Thank you, Dr. Novak. As they say, last but definitely not least, you already met Dr. Bigfoot as she did our opening for us so graciously. Dr. Bigfoot is trained as a child psychologist and an associate professor at the Native American programs at the Center on Child Abuse and Neglect at the University of Oklahoma's Health Sciences Center. Funded since 1994 by the Children's Bureau, she has directed Project Making Medicine, and since 2003 has directed the Indian Country Child Trauma Center. Currently, Dr. Bigfoot is serving on the National Child Trauma Stress Network Cultural Consortium Work Group, truly a leader nationally in these issues around children and trauma. So welcome, Dr. Bigfoot.
This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to change my setting because I can't take those lights. So I'm going to come over here, and I apologize, but as Katrina said, you changed the bucket, right? So I'm changing my environment so I can see and not look at the person over there with the little number 0 on it. But anyway, I have some resources. I'm going to tell you a couple of stories. One is about a 4-year-old with a little 2-year-old, and the 4-year-old was attacked by a dog when she was 2, and a couple of weeks ago, this little 4-year-old was with a 2-year-old, and the little 2-year-old had been mauled by a bear. I got this bear in my head, by a dog about 5 months ago. And so they were in this setting, and there was this dog that came charging up, and all the adults were going in very slow motion, you know. But this little 4-year-old got there first, and this is what she did. She said, "Stop, no, bad dog. You're okay, you'll be fine. I'm here. Stop, sit, quit. You're okay, I'm here, I'll take care of you." What is that? This is children taking care of children. This is the peer-to-peer kind of stuff that we hear at one setting, but it's being that good relative. And then there's this little 5-year-old had, you know, a varied history, father alcoholic, you know, aunts and uncles, different things. There's a lot of different things that occurred. There's a little 5-year-old that answered the phone for his father that had been gone for probably 3 or 4 weeks on some binge. And so this is the conversation that was heard. So 5-year-old runs and answers the phone, and he goes, "Hello. No, my daddy's not here. No, I don't know where he is. Oh, he's drinking. Oh, you don't have to be sorry. It wasn't your decision. No, I'm fine. I know how to make good decisions. Yes, my daddy's good, but I can make good decisions, and I'm fine. Bye." What's going on there? The third story is about these kids who said that they only talked to select people, maybe one or two friends. They rarely talked to anybody else. And it's called, we just say it's shy, or they're, you know, not social, or they're awkward and all that sort of stuff. But it's really select mutism. And they all got involved in a native language program. And they became very engaging. They became, even though they didn't have complete competency with the language, it gave them enough confidence to have language conversations with other people, to expand their abilities outwardly with friendship skills. It increased their conversations with adults. And so now they're serving on panels, talking about a native language program and teasing one another and laughing and creating programs. What we have are kids that have histories of different kinds of trauma, and everybody does have trauma. And that they mastered situations. Even the little 4-year-old, they have confidence in being able to manage what is present. So I'm going to see if I can work this one here. And I have cards and resources for you. Another story was, I was working with the suicide program in a school, and they were saying, our kids are safe as long as they are here. We can keep them safe as long as they are here. And I asked, I said, so when kids are here and they learn reading, they only learn to read in the school? Or when kids are here and they learn math, they only learn math and they can only do it in the school? So you're not teaching them skills that they can take beyond these walls? So being able to help children, youth, adults, parents, take those skills beyond just what the experience is right here, right now. Having that competency, that mastery, being that good relative with one another. And we host a lot of different kinds of things, including training clinicians in culturally adapted evidence-based practices, but we look at it from a point of view that, especially with cognitive behavioral models, we have always thought, you know, that's not a new phenomenon. We've always felt we wouldn't have a lot of our ceremonies, a lot of wiping of the tears is all about emotions and being aware. And in terms of understanding, we always knew that the world was round, right, rather than flat. And so we pull from those, the understandings that we had earlier to say, these are not new ways of, or new concepts. But in terms of ceremony, if we look at this, and I don't know if you can read it, I'll step back a minute, and it says, the overarching belief: we are reclaiming our old wisdom and traditional healing ways that have been lost or misplaced. As Indigenous people, we have always participated in ceremony to either prepare for a harsh times, or following a harsh time, or offering ceremony to express gratitude, to process trying times in order to affirm growth, support healing, and build resiliency. So when we think about ceremony, it was about dealing with whatever traumatic events or traumatic times that were in process. And that was why ceremony was so important. The simple offering of water. When someone is in a distressing state, what do most people do? Can I get you a glass of water? Why is water so important? Because it cleanses. It's not just offering something, like water. It's ceremonial in offering water. So that's really important. There's a program in Alaska where when individuals come out of prison, there are 2, 3, 4, or 5 people that greet them at the plane. And then tell them, welcome back. What we're going to do now, we're taking you out on the boat. And we're going to let the wind teach you who you are. We're going to let the water teach you who you are. We're going to let the waves teach you who you are. We're going to let the fish teach you who you are. Because it's important that they recognize who they are as they come back into communities, because all of that understanding of identity has been lost. So we can create the settings where people become empowered, and they're less likely to harm someone else because of who they are, because of being that relative that will take care of one another. So we have a lot of different opportunities, and we have a lot of different resources. I have a clinical training program that we can train clinicians. If we're going to train clinicians, then we have to think about the intervention, that's a good intervention. We have to think about training those providers or those clinicians in the best method possible. We need to think about ongoing consultation. We don't just put somebody into a setting and think that that's sufficient. We have to have ongoing consultation, ongoing training. We really need community, not just administrative support, but community support, colleague support. Let it be placed into the community, because if it doesn't, if it's isolated or separate from and not integrated, it's not going to have as much of an impact. We always need to see how things work. And we think about it. Has there been an improvement on the shape of a canoe? No. We have found something that works for generations upon generations upon generations upon generations. And so we know that there has always been a research mind in our indigenous communities. We wouldn't have ceremony if that wasn't the case. Because we found out that certain ways of approaching people, certain ways of doing things, certain ways of embracing, that those things work. So we want to know, does this work also? And so that feedback from that community is real important, and figuring out how to make it sustainable. Is it just going to be grant funded? Is it going to be billable? Is it going to be built into the community so that it's sustainable in some way? We have the capacity to continue healing and rehealing and rehealing. Do you think trauma was only something that evolved in the last 500 years? We have always had tornadoes in Oklahoma as far back as we can possibly know. Earthquakes, fires, conflict with one another. My son recently got married, and before he got married, I said, you know, one of the things that I really want you to think about is with the Tatista, you don't talk to your mother-in-law, because that decreases the conflict. And that's been really hard. Both of my husbands, not at the same time, sequentially. Wait, let me work this out first. See, we're both Cheyenne, and they didn't talk to my mother. So what is it that we can help so that we can decrease conflict? And what is it that we can do to increase the healing? And we have a lot of different programs. And thinking about ceremony, simple things or even bigger events. And if we could think about all of our programs, if they are, and not programs just in the funded, but all the opportunities, if we could think about that in ceremony, And so this little 4-year-old that said, stop, quit, don't, you're a bad dog. We offered her something. We gave her something because she was protective. So we can build ceremony into any good thing. And as we think about it, there are a lot of things that are very therapeutic. Being out on a boat is very therapeutic. Having greetings, recognizing naming, and I have to apologize because I messed up the name this morning. I really think naming are very, very important. That identity, that link, that connection to our history is through those namings. And name remembrances. When I was growing up, the thing that I heard always was my elders praying for me and all of my cousins and brothers and sisters and everyone. And anytime I hear anyone talk about grandparents, aunts and uncles, 7 generations, those are the words that come back into my mind. And that's the image that comes back into my mind. And so, yes, we have many of those in back of us, and then we have many in front of us that we're doing the same thing for them that our ancestors did for us. So healing is possible. We can teach very young children about how to take care of themselves, how to breathe, how to calm themselves down. And I remember hearing an elder say, on the one hand, we take care of individuals individually. We take care of people individually in this one hand. We do that one-on-one. But on the other hand, we take care of everybody. So as we look at things, yes, one-on-one, but also collectively. So I appreciate the opportunity to share this information, and I have some resources if you're interested. Thank you. That light.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Bigfoot. We're going to quickly go into our all-panel discussion here, but just thought give Chief Malerba a chance to respond to Dr. Bigfoot's comments and in general.
I appreciate your discussion around ceremony, and it's one of the things that we've been, one, reclaiming, but two, also just kind of working on a little bit, because I think that, we need to embrace who we are. We need to show that all of our community matters. And so one of the things that we've been working on has been looking at, kind of life's passages. And so now when our high school graduates and our college graduates, we do a ceremony for them around the fire. Another one would be our naming ceremony, which, was something that kind of had dropped off a little bit. And so I appreciate you talking about that, because those are very significant to people. And it is something that I think is very healing. And as we've looked at some of our younger kids, one of the things we've told them is, no one knows all those Mohegan words, but say the ones you do. And so one of the things that just tickled me to no end this year was at summer camp. We have this big summer camp, and as I walked down the line, they said, Chief, and each one of them said a word, the one word that popped into their minds, and they were so proud of themselves. And so I think, one, it honors our ancestors to bring all of that back. And it honors those people who maybe couldn't say those words for many, many reasons. But two, I think when we practice ceremony, we connect our kids and our elders together. And I think that that's what's so, so very important. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you. Dr. Novak, would you like to make any comments? Well, in that case, we'll have Dr. Braveheart and Dr. Walters come back and join us up back on stage again. And we'll move into our audience discussion. So we have a couple of microphones for people here in the room with us. And for those of you who are with us via the live stream, if you've probably noticed in the email that you received that you can submit questions for the group to questions, just like it sounds, questions, questions at hhs.tv. Not some other ending, it's hhs.tv. So, and I think Sharice is going to be collecting any of those and letting us know if any are coming in that way. So I'd like to open up to our audience here if they would like to ask a question or interact with our esteemed panel here in any way. So I think we've got some microphones over there. while people are thinking about it, I want to throw out a question, follow up on the research one while we're getting that microphone. So if anyone would like to talk about how research, we've mentioned, a few of us mentioned it, research has sometimes been done well, but mostly not in our Native communities. Would anyone like to make a comment on, both how research has unfortunately contributed to trauma at times, but also can be done in a good way and in partnership with tribes? Would anyone like to just talk about that briefly?
I think I can mention that with we have with our current study, we have 4 IRBs or RRBs. So, but it's for 2 communities, because we have we have the Tribal Research Review Board, Indian Health Service for that area, and then we have the University Research Review Board, and I'm blocking on the other one. No, so anyway, we have and the Tribal College Research Review Board. But we have great relationships with all of them. What's hard in terms of navigating is if you make one minor change, you have to get approval from all the other boards. And that it really takes a lot of time to develop those relationships. Fortunately, we are already known in one of our Tribal Research Review Boards, our own people. So when we walked in the room, though, we were the 4th on the agenda. And it was kind of intimidating because the first 3 presenters, they got approved, but they put them really through the ringer. One was from the tribe, but the tribal chairman did not come. And so everybody was angry because he was listed as the principal investigator on the research, which was for secondary data analysis. But so the woman really handled herself well, but it was kind of like, oh my gosh. But we came out in force because we had all of our grassroots community folks with us, because that's part of who we are. And I didn't start as a researcher, so I kind of just got into it because I wanted to make sure that what we were doing was right. So I think that that's something that we need to respect and have that conversation with tribes. I've had some Native researchers actually not had good experience even with Tribal Research Review Boards. So it's really good to develop those relationships, because tribes want good research, but they want that research to be respectful, protected, whatever you're doing necessary, and will come back to the tribe. And the history of abuses has been that people sort of helicopter in, they leave, and then you never hear from them again, and there's no real benefit to the tribe. So what we do, because ours was a randomized controlled trial, which means that the person doesn't have a choice of which intervention they get, but for us, everybody got an intervention. So we had interpersonal psychotherapy, which has a good evidence base, which is something that NIMH has funded in the past. And then we had our historical trauma arm, and we combined it with the group interpersonal psychotherapy. So that's something that our Tribal Research Review Board really liked, because everybody was getting something. Nobody had to wait to get that help. And then that's something that...
True partnership,
yeah.
Absolutely.
So we're in the process of developing our IRB at Mohegan, and one of the things that we worry about is who owns the information, how does it get shared, where does it go, and and as part of our NIH TAC, some of the questions that arise around, well, once the information is de-identified, then it can be used for any kind of research, which is a little scary for us. But we've expanded the idea of research to include cultural practices and our artifacts, because we believe that our artifacts have a soul and have a spirit. And so we're working with our elders on that, and we're working with our medicine woman on that to develop something that is uniquely Mohegan. So we're really just putting our toe in the water. And so I'm really, admirous of the folks that have these very formal IRBs. We hope to have one at some point in time. As our children have become more educated and they're in their graduate programs, they're coming to us with research projects, and we really found that we don't have a way to evaluate it. And those are some of the things that we want to ground them in. How are they going to do it in a very culturally sensitive way? And so that's what we're working on.
And I think the protection of individual tribal members' confidentiality is really important. So the Tribal Research Review Board is really good that we're working with. They understand that. So they're not asking for raw data storage. They're asking for the aggregated, de-identified data. So, and that they do own that data. So anytime we do a PowerPoint, anytime we're going to write a paper, we have to get the Tribal Research Review Board approval, because they want to make sure that the tribe is protected, that distorted, harmful information is not out there. And for me, I'm very, very clear. I am a Lakota first. I'm not a researcher first. I'm not any other identity first. So that's really what I'm all about. So my research is, because I've heard some Native researchers say that, I mean, their first identity is being a scientist. That's not my first identity, you know, although our people are scientific. But I have a commitment and an obligation to my people, my community, to make sure they're protected, that the work I'm doing is going to be helpful. And that's my prayer, you know, so that's what grounds me. But I think research can really help our people if it's done the right way and creatively. I know what Karina, some of her work, what she had mentioned, talking about going back to the places where the original traumas occurred. And so.
Do you have a question in the audience?
Okay. Well, so I have, first I have a really quick question. One is on ACEs, and we talked about, you know, needing the need to create evidence-based that is appropriate, like that is cultural-based. But I also think ACEs, thinking about measurements, I think, first off, ACEs, Native population score so high, the risk of pathologizing them. We talked about also the lack of appropriate measures of adverse childhood experiences. You talked about violence, you know, repeated loss. There's also just poverty, discrimination, all these things that occur over the lifetime that aren't measured in ACEs. So thinking about ways to measure adverse experiences in Native communities that aren't pathologizing and then also be appropriate. And the second one is a practical level question, and this is the Chief Malerba, about getting tribal, I mean, some tribal leaders understand historical trauma, but a lot need to be educated. They talk about, well, we should get over this. We need to stop dwelling in the past. We need to think about the future. And so what are like talking points to give to them, or ways to get them to look at historical trauma?
So when I'm with other tribal leaders, I think we always have to ground ourselves in, you know, what is our history and what is our, you know, what is the focus of our discussion going forward. And so I think it's always important, and you'll see, if you've ever seen me talk, you'll always see some old photos and some new photos, right? Because we have to think about what happened, and I don't think we have to get over it. I think we have to acknowledge it, and we have to call it by name, because I think that's the only way we're going to then really be sensitive to that. Growing up, as I said, you know, growing up, no one practiced our religion. No one spoke our language, you know, for 100 years. The only reason we have any of our words left is because one of our medicine women in the 1800s kept diaries in Mohegan and English. And I went to Sitting Bull College and sat in on some of the language classes, and I'm so jealous of your people, because they have, I think, 600 songs recorded in your language and 40,000 words in your dictionary. It's, you know, it's just remarkable, and I think the work that you do there is great. So I think it's really acknowledging that, and it's not something to get over. We need to acknowledge it, but we also then need to say, how does our tradition change our worldview, and how can we bring that back to our current day people? And, you know, and I'll give you an example. So I trained peacekeepers within our tribe and healing circles within our tribe, because I think, you know, the modern system of justice doesn't always work for Native people. And so if there are, you know, intertribal disputes or interfamily disputes, rather than going to court and, you know, kind of slapping each other around, we think that the better way is to go back to our earlier tradition of healing circles. But when I started training our peacekeepers, one of the things that the medicine woman and I were very worried about was the fact that people would feel like they don't know enough of our history to be a peacekeeper. And so what we started with was teaching them our history and making sure that everyone had that same knowledge base, so no one felt less than. And I found a great quote from one of our tribal ministers, and in New England, many of us became Christianized because that was a way to not be relocated. And so we had ministers that taught in both Mohegan and English and learned Latin, and, you know, they were just, you know, kind of unique individuals. Well, someone from the English community said, well, what do you do when somebody misbehaves? And this minister said, we talk to them, we love them, and we bring them back. And isn't that a different way of restoring justice, right? And it's something that's been lost in the translation. So that's why we thought, doing peacekeeping and having peacekeepers within the tribe, it would be a very traditional way to promote healing in the tribe. So I think it's, it's both. It's, kind of moving forward, but moving forward in a good way and in a thoughtful way. So I never think that we should get over it. I think we need to honor our past, and we need to make sure that we recognize it for what it was, and that we reclaim our natural place in this world. I hope that answers your question.
Can I add a little bit to that? I think some of that comes out of a real concern and worry about the medicalization of us and of our historical traumas, and the victim mind and mindset that people worry, and I know I've heard this from my own elders, worry that we are going to take on. And so it comes out of a good place of concern for the people to not take on a victim mindset, because that's a colonial mindset, that's internalized colonization. So there is, so sometimes when I look at these challenging questions from our community, they're actually coming out of we have to remind ourselves, they're coming out of a place of not always of hurt, but actually of really deep love and concern for our people. And so when we reframe it, so one of the things I talk about is I say, well, if we go back to our original teachings, in this moment, we've all talked about this. In this moment, I'm my grandmother's ancestor. I'm my grandmother's granddaughter. In this moment, I am my granddaughter's great-great-granddaughter's ancestor. In this moment, I'm all of those things. What an amazing thing. If I take care of my health right now, I'm not only impacting me, I'm impacting the next 7 generations. If I take care of my health right now, I'm not only impacting the next 7 generations, I have the opportunity to take care of what I'm carrying in my body from 7 generations before. What a powerful place to be. It's not a victim mindset at all to acknowledge the impact, anything that we might be carrying in our bodies. So when we frame it that way, then our communities go, aha, okay, I can work with that. So it's a way to buffer against colonization and becoming medicalized, pathologized people in systems of care. And so we have to honor that and recognize that, I think.
I think that makes me think of something, and that's about the issue of resilience. And there's a lot of discussion in tribal communities about focusing on our resilience. And I agree with that, but one word of caution is that we have people who are suffering and they don't feel resilient. And when you overemphasize, like you only get to talk about your resilience, you're shutting down people, and they feel more isolated, more ashamed, more depressed, because then they can't talk about having suicidal thoughts. So we also have to work with our people around making talking about suicide okay, that there are sort of protections put around that, because we have certain spiritual practices and teaching where, the words do carry energy. But if somebody needs to talk about something, you can smudge, you can put up the protection. So it's okay for them to do that, and then they can have help with it. Because what I've seen is that then people get on the resiliency bandwagon, and it shuts down people in the community that really need to have people listen and hear and not feel ashamed of how they're feeling. Otherwise, they're not going to get help, and they may then go ahead and kill themselves. So, and of course, suicide is very complicated. But.
I just wanted to say something on resilience as well. We have to remember that resilience comes in bits. It's not, I wake up one day and everything's wonderful and perfect and I'm 100% okay. Sometimes it's, I woke up today. And that's resilience. And too often when we look at groups of people, we say they're resilient because they've overcome this. And like you said, there's things that we overcome every day. And we have to remember when we're talking about resilience, it's in pieces. And particularly with elders, resilience can be overcoming that one moment of loneliness and reaching out and going across the street or going out and getting the mail. And so when we talk about that, keeping in mind that it's not always some big, beautiful, fantastic thing, which sometimes it is, and that's wonderful when it is, but it's also opening my eyes, putting my feet on the ground, and standing up one morning. So that's important, I think.
Great, thank you. I think there's another question out here.
Or here? Okay.
Hi. First off, my name's Dustin. I'm from Native American Lifelines. We operate in Baltimore and Boston. Some of our other staff is here. Just first off, on behalf of myself as well as our staff, thank you guys so much for all the research, for how much you've contributed to the community, and also just coming out here today. But my question is really, so for both of our centers, we operate with urban Indian populations, which traditionally are very difficult. They're very diverse. You know, right now we're trying to update our cultural programming, and again, we're really trying to foster resilience, especially with our youth populations who have extremely high rates of substance use, historical trauma, and then also really family history of very difficult intergenerational trauma. But in terms of developing cultural programming, I think one area that we're running into, obviously for urban Indian population, is having a very diverse, like, tribal group. And I just wanted to see if any of you had any thoughts or recommendations for how to have good cultural programming when you have folks from a lot of different tribes.
I think, because I worked in Denver also for a number of years, so Denver's a very rich community in terms of, you know, tribal diversity. And certain groups are more predominantly represented in Denver. And also there's some urban programs in Albuquerque. I know there's a vital programs in California. And so I think some of the things is getting as many people together to have input on any design, so that you have all these multiple tribal groups recognized and included. And then coming to terms with, okay, how are you going to decide? I mean, just naming a program, if you want to use the traditional name, that becomes a whole big issue. Whether you use a medicine wheel or not, even within the same tribe, there are differences in terms of the colors and the directions, depend on who you talk to, what healer you might follow, so or naming your traditional laws. So just getting as many voices in, and then trying to and build consensus about what would be respectful to all tribes that they could agree on. So maybe part of the manual would have certain, if you have a manual as, you know, as a product, but would have certain colors or symbols that represent that tribe, having different tribal languages represented in different parts of the curriculum. So that would be one, and just sort of really acknowledging that and looking at commonality. So I can think of a good example, say for some tribal communities, if they have a feast and they have it like outside, and especially like in the Southwest, what they might do is actually share food by kind of distributing it, or maybe tossing fruit or something like that. And people would scramble for it. In the Northern Plains, as if you went to scramble for something that was being given, that's very rude. But what's behind that, so we get caught up in our surface differences, but what's behind that is the same. You're feeding the people, you're giving to the people. So trying to find out what are those common sort of ways, even though we might express them differently, and we often get caught in those differences.
As a person born and raised in Hollywood, California, I'm a real Hollywood Indian, so I guess I think it's really critical that we do some urban programming, and I agree with Maria. I think finding the meta categories that are shared, and then encouraging youth to discover and try to get connected with elders from their tribe and their communities, and so that they can do both right? And I mean, the biggest thing for urban Indian youth that I've seen and experienced even as an urban Native youth growing up in Hollywood, California, is a sense of belonging. You know, if we talk about identity, watching about, you know, how much you internalize negative attitudes about yourself as a Native person or as a Choctaw or whatever, you know, your group is, and how much do you buffer against that? What kind of parental love and support do you have around you, and not just parents of birth, but parents in the community, aunties and uncles and others who are there for you. I mean, probably the biggest influence I had around being stronger in my identity wasn't just my own family, but was Kiowas that I was hanging out with in LA. LA happens to be a very southern Oklahoma oriented culture down there, and a little Navajo mixed in. But I think you get at these meta categories. You know, how do you honor somebody? How do you ensure that elders and children are fed? You know, how do you show respect? How do you show respect to yourself and others? I mean, those kinds of things. We all, you know, like Maria said, the surface things, the protocols. We get hung up on the protocols, but we forget the spirit behind those protocols that are so meaningful, which cut across all of our tribal groups. So it's not to become pan-Indian and just, you know, take other people's cultures and then put them and mix them in a salad bowl and say, you know, we got something going on here. We don't want to do that, but we want to acknowledge the differences, but at the same time, you know, celebrate you know, those commonalities that we have, and then encourage youth to discover what is their tribal way of being. You know, what do we know? Is there an elder in the community who's Choctaw who can help this young woman out? You know, those kinds of things. Then you got Two-Spirit Youth. You got a whole bunch of other elements there around, you know, becoming who they're meant to be, whatever that is. So there's lots of layers there. Because we have a lot of youth who end up in Seattle because they're LGBT and they've left home and they're on the streets who are Native. So there's you got other levels of stuff that we have to deal with in urban areas.
So I would agree. I think it's, you know, finding the commonality, but I also think it's celebrating the differences and learning about those differences, even if it's not your tribe. You know, I find I learn something new all the time. So, you know, so I have a Mohegan frame of reference, but, you know, we're not taught American Indian history anywhere except through our interactions. And I think that that's really important. I would love to see a national curriculum because, you know, when I was taught about the gold rush, I never realized that 500,000 Native people in California perished, you know, in the space of 30 years, right? So I know what happened in Jamestown, and I know what happened at Aquinnah. So I think, you know, it's celebrating those differences too. And you're right, you know, we shouldn't get too hung up because in some tribes, the children get fed first. In other tribes, the elders get fed first, right? So I think it's helping all those Native youth explore, number one, what's unique to them, but two, you know, what's unique to the other tribes, and to gain this, you know, kind of awareness and celebrate that.
It's not like we haven't shared. That's the other thing. Part of colonization is creating silos, our indigenous silos in a way, because we start to get very protective for survival reasons. But the reality is we shared our medicines, we shared our foods, we shared our trades, we traded goods, you know, we shared, but it was on our terms. So that's the element we have to help.
I agree. And I think one of the nicest examples of that sharing is the fact that, you know, a friend of mine is a Mohawk chief, Dr. Beverly Cook, and they have an alligator dance. Now, I'm pretty sure there aren't any alligators in upstate New York, right? So I think that's a great example of that cultural sharing that happened so long ago.
That came from us. No.
Could have.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a couple of folks here. Actually, I think you had your hand up a little bit ago. Go ahead, please.
So thank you so much. I think it's so relevant. My name is Andrea Marquez. I'm from NIMH. I'm a chief of the mental health disparities of the Office of Research for Disparities and Global Mental Health. And we just had like a conversation with Dr. David Wilson, who is the chief of the tribal office at NIH. And we were just talking about how important it is to address trauma. And he was talking to us about it. And I want to share with you, I cannot share much, but we are just going to be launched because it's still like in a month or so, a new collaborative hub that NIMH is funding for supporting to reduce the burden of suicide in American Indians and American Indians. Communities, and it's and one of the issues that we've been talking a lot is about respecting IRBs and talking to them about data sharing, the importance what for it is for us to, as a scientific community and as a community, to understand and learn with them, and learn from you what are the needs are, what the concerns are, and but how important it is for also when we have the data that we can also understand so much more for their community. So I think it's an ongoing conversation that is so, two ways of respecting both sides and trying to learn with each other. So I think it's a very relevant, and I thank you so much that you were present.
Thank you. Let's move right on to another question since we're getting short.
So I have a quick question. I'm with I'm with Women Heart, the National Coalition for Women with Heart Disease. So I'm very excited about your findings and what we know about what causes heart disease, but how far back it goes. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about your experiences with forgiveness and with all of the trauma, what works, what doesn't work. And I ask because with heart disease, it's a disease where there is some sense that your decisions created some of the situations, and it sometimes paralyzes people from moving forward.
I'll just start. One of the important parts of aging and dying is forgiveness, and it's forgiving not only others but yourself. And as you go through the dying process, there's a point in time where we internalize and we close our eyes as we're getting close to that next journey, and we start almost like a film watching our life. And if we don't have the power to forgive ourselves or others, I've watched people toss and turn and moan and groan because as they're going through this, and everybody does, they suffer. And so part of looking at trauma ahead of that moment in time in life is saving our elders and saving ourselves from that traumatic journey through death. And part of that is what we're doing now and what we're doing for our children is saving us at that very vulnerable, difficult moment. And it's saving the people we love, because it's difficult to watch somebody you love who's already passing, who you're already emotionally in a really difficult place, and watch them suffer and cry out because they are looking for that forgiveness. And so I think that that's one of the things that forums like this are critical in the lifespan, looking at that, changing it, and making it better.
I would like to go back to our understandings through our tribal creation stories. And if you consider each tribe has may have multiple creation stories, and along with most of the tribes, they also have tricksters, right? And through those stories, it talks about different human emotions and different challenges and different ways of making decisions and different consequences. And so there's a lot of different things that can be learned from these creation stories, from our tribal creation stories, a sense of belonging too. And within the tribal creation stories, it has about passing on, or passing over, I should say, passing over those harsh feelings. It talks about that if, if trickster does something to you, then you look beyond that. You don't get caught up in it. And so there's different creation stories. So forgiveness has always been a part of the many different tribal creation stories. And there's lessons to be learned by how we each treat each other, or how the animals treat each other, or how the elements come together, and how if we're disrespectful of those elements, the consequences that come. And then it's about making amends. And when we look at ceremony, a lot of it is about making amends. So you make amends, and that's why, again, why we get naming ceremonies. That's why we have acknowledgments. That's why we take relatives. It's about making amends and making sure that you're in a good place. I remember with my husband, he said the Shine Way is that if you're fighting, you never leave the person. You stay until that's that was a teaching. It wasn't always in practice. We have values, and then we have practices. Everybody knows we should exercise, but who does, you know? So we have you know, the values, and then we have the practices. And that you never left, because if you left when there was, you know, some kind of conflict or disagreement going on, then that person would have a hard time forgiving. So in all different ways, interwoven in many, many, many teachings and in the creation stories, is about forgiveness, about reconciliation, about making amends.
I want to quickly get to, I know there's so much, that's such a rich topic, but I get at least one question in before we're out of time here from our virtual audience. And it relates to how trauma impacts the body. This person's a therapist trained in traditional talk therapy, but has come to realize the limitations of that, you know, in some of this deeper healing work, and wonders about some of y'all's thoughts on healing, you know, trauma through the body. You know, some of it is some, you know, wilderness or adventure kinds of things, but other sorts of, and I think ceremony absolutely gets at that. So this deeper way of healing, talk therapy is good, but there are other things to add, both from the mental health toolbox, but also from our cultural toolbox. So another deep, rich topic, but if we could get to that briefly, I think it'd be good.
I think just for me personally, because I started out as a clinician and did some psychoanalytic training, which I really valued. And part of that training means that you go through your own therapy. And that's really valuable and rich. And what's behind it is you want to be as helpful to the person you're working with as possible. And stuff is going to get triggered. So if you're not dealing with your own issues, then you could, you know, even possibly be harmful to a person. So I always really recommend that. But I also feel like what was very important was going to ceremonies and being in ceremonies and healing in that way. So I think it's not an either or. I think it's a both and. And I think that in terms of how I practice, because I'm still also doing clinical work, is I say a lot of prayers in the session to myself. And I kind of see my ancestors around me who are helping me, that I really want to help this person. And actually prayed about that one time in a ceremony, and was told that a certain spirit would be with me, which was something related to Wounded Knee. And so I really believe that we're working on multiple levels. And that's when you're doing one thing, you're working on multiple levels. But I feel like multiple types of interventions. So some of the people that I see are really good about using other resources. And I'm not talking about formal resources necessarily, but community resources, having ceremonies, things like that. That's also going to be helpful. One thing that I would think as a caution is you really, as a clinician, you really have to know how the person is feeling and what they believe, because I've seen somebody recommend a ceremony to someone and it backfired because that person was conflicted between their you know, specific denomination, in this instance was Catholic, and had been raised in a Catholic boarding school, but was basically from a very traditional community. And I knew when I heard that recommendation, this person was not ready to hear that. So you have to really be careful too that you're never imposing, and you just sort of, oh, I'm just wondering, or you can buffer a question by saying, can I ask a question? And people, I've never had anybody say no because they're curious, but what it does is it buffers it, so it makes it a little more palatable to talk about something. So those are just some of the thoughts that come to mind, but it's all important work.
Go ahead. And I think, you know, to kind of go on that topic too, I think sometimes, you know, it's a physical response that sometimes is helpful. So whether it's drumming, it's dancing, it's sweat lodges, it's connecting with your community in a different way, but it also physically connects you to your history. And so I don't think it needs to be an either or. I think it's both. And I think that that's a good thing, because, you know, we all live with a foot in both worlds. You know, not one of us is, strictly traditional versus not, right? You know, we all live in both worlds. So I think it's important to, kind of make sure that, we're doing more holistic approach to things rather than just one or the other.
thinking of Dan Dickerson's work around drumming and Native youth in Southern California, that helps actually with a sense of self-regulation, self-modulation, as well as connection to culture. I mean, anything that works often works on multiple levels, is what you all are saying is so true.
I would just say also, I agree. I don't think it's a either or kind of situation. I agree that you want to meet folks where they're at. But one thing I wanted to say about historical trauma too, the impact is the disconnection from your own body. And part of it is becoming embodied again and getting connected to how historical trauma is. So when we do a lot of talk therapy, sometimes people forget to connect back to the actual physical body. And I think we've underutilized opportunities for doing settings-based interventions where we're outdoors, we're in natural environments, we're in light, we're in the plant elements. I mean, this is where you can get also on another spiritual level, connecting back with your body into that environment. And when we re-walk the Trail of Tears, so talk about getting back into the historical trauma environment. But again, it's about reconnecting to that environment, but not with staying in the drama now. But we get the women to a point of readiness for this, by the way. We don't just go, oh, let's just go walk the trail and have drama and everyone would be falling apart. By the time we're ready, we get there, and they're going to, for a purpose, to be in that environment, which is to vow make to become health leaders. So they re-walk that trail to stand in the footsteps of their ancestors, to reconnect to the vision of life that they held for us and promised for us. And so now they're reconnecting to the vision of life for the next 7 generations. So it's a way of reframing, but again, we had to get them to that, you have to get to that place. You want to honor the suffering or whatever things people have had. But I think getting back to your body and into settings-based interventions, where it's in parks or in schools, green spaces, especially for kids, being in green space, I mean, all of these things is, I think, really powerful, because as Indigenous people, what we have in common up here is our relationship to land, our relationship to place that have deep spiritual ties for us. And so I think that's really critical, even for our urban kids. Going out and looking for, I found there's Kinnikinnick outside my door. I had no idea, in Seattle. I was like, hey, look at that. So you never know in urban settings. You can do some really cool things.
And I just want to tie into what she's saying, because when we think about what ceremony was about or is about, it's about self-discipline, right? It's about having an understanding of your mind, your heart, your body, your place, your connectedness. It's about sacrifice, and it's about service, and it's about teaching and learning. And that's about self-discipline. So ceremony really taught self-regulation. Yeah. And one of the things that we see with trauma is that people become dysregulated, right? So we have all of these understandings through our teachings that are old, that tell us about self-regulation and managing how we think, how we feel, how we interact with one another, what we value, what we honor. And it is to help us, be the person that we need to be, or be the individual or the spiritual being that moves these understandings forward. So really, it comes right back to self-regulation, and it's an old knowledge. I mean, so as we think about what is helpful, all of the things that we had in the past were very helpful as we confront the different kinds of disruptions that are impacting our children and our families.
Yeah, so I think added to that is we have a strong capacity for delaying gratification and impulse control. Well, except around some chocolate, I confess to. I'm like,
and we have humor.
Yes,
which is medicine.
But we're really actually traditionally very evolved, very high functioning people. So we need to remember that, because we often get the messages that, oh, you guys are all screwed up and you can't do anything right. And in our traditions, we had a lot of discipline. So I'm really glad you made that. Yeah.
I just want to make one very fast comment. Nature heals, and so being in nature is healing. And Dr. Walter said this just a moment ago. It's about place, and especially for Native peoples, it's about place. And that's part of the trauma, was they were displaced. So bringing people back to their place or explaining where their place is critical in healing any kind of trauma, whether it's you're doing it through talking about it, showing pictures of it, or actually going into it.
So with that, I wish we could just keep going all afternoon because this discussion is becoming so rich. But we know we're already past the noon hour here on the East Coast, and appreciate everyone who's joined us. So just some key take-home points. Trauma is a universal human experience. It's not unique to us as Native people. We've just had a lot of it, but not unique. Traumatized parents can unintentionally transmit trauma to their children, which is this concept of intergenerational trauma. Some groups have experienced multiple traumas over a long period of time, and that, in a sense, is what historical trauma relates to. And of course, that has consequences for health, mental health, and all these other outcomes. Ongoing traumas of poverty, food insecurity, and discrimination. And there are effective interventions that reduce trauma and its effects. And those interventions, and this is a key point that you've been hearing in terms of grant programs or research, it can have RCT, Western science evidence, or it can have thousands of years of Native wisdom and tradition. And as we're looking at ways of healing, we need to bring all of that wisdom to the table, as well as what we're getting from Western science, which is also important. And that we as federal employees and agencies can support and partner, and we need to, with our tribes as they lead in the healing of their communities. And indeed, we have much to learn from those communities. So with that, I want to ask you to join me in thanking our amazing group of panelists. And to acknowledge the White House Council on Native American Affairs, SAMHSA, IHS, and also the National Indian Health Board for making this possible. And thank you particularly for joining us here in the room and virtually. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right, everybody, you're getting a live look of the Capitol building right now. Taking you to another event from the Department of Health and Human Services. All right, everybody, pulled up the event for you. Thanks for your patience. You're getting a live look of the Capitol building right now, but we are continuing this event from the Department of Health and Human Services, the Federal Tribal Trauma Training Workshop.
I wish to introduce to you Hannah, and I probably have mispronounced your name already. Yamamoto, Acting Deputy Assistant Director for Mental Health and Substance Abuse, which we know as SAMHSA, correct? And she oversees the SAMHSA 4 centers and 4 offices, which provides data, policy, public education, and grants to advance the agency's mission to reduce the impact of substance abuse and mental health to American communities. SAMHSA has a deep commitment to help tribes advance the behavioral health services in their communities. And in her tenure as acting administration and acting deputy assistant secretary, she has been a true champion for the behavioral health of tribal communities. Let me introduce Tara. Come on, tell me. Kana Yamamoto. So thank you very much. I appreciate your patience with me.
Thank you, Dr. Bigfoot, for opening this important workshop in a good way and for your kind introduction. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Bigfoot and our other spectacular tribal leaders who enthusiastically agreed to join us here today. We are honored that they will share their histories and their knowledge and enhance our thinking on federal agencies and tribal nations, how we can work together to improve the well-being of tribal communities. Today, some of you will hear information that you've heard before. Others of new information. Regardless of the extent of your awareness and your knowledge of tribal communities, you're here because the impact of trauma on the resiliency of tribal communities and on their health is very real. And there's so much more that tribal nations and federal agencies can do together. Kevin Gover, the director of the National Museum of American Indians, once said, of the American Indian, once said, "The trauma of shame, fear, and anger has passed from one generation to the next and manifests itself in the rampant alcoholism, drug abuse, and domestic violence that plague Indian country. Many of our people live lives of unrelenting tragedy as Indian families suffer the ruin of lives by alcoholism, suicides made of shame and despair, and violent deaths at the hand of one another." In combination, historically traumatic events have resulted in a significant loss of culture, language, and traditional ways of life. Improving behavioral health and well-being will require collaboration across many areas, including with federal agencies. Today's workshop connects squarely with SAMHSA's mission to reduce the impact of substance abuse and mental illness on all of America's communities, including tribal communities. To support this mission, SAMHSA established 6 strategic initiatives for leading change. One of those initiatives focuses on supporting a comprehensive public health approach for addressing trauma and establishing a trauma-informed approach in health, behavioral health, human services, and related systems. SAMHSA's intent is to both reduce the observable and less visible effects of trauma and violence on individuals, families, and communities. The trauma-informed approach shifts away from the view of what's wrong with this person to a more holistic view of what's happened to this person, which is key to understanding and embracing the concept of historical trauma. SAMHSA's 6 principles of a trauma-informed approach and trauma-specific interventions are designed specifically to address the consequences of trauma in the individuals and, importantly, to facilitate healing. The key principles include 1, safety; 2, trustworthiness and transparency; 3, peer support and mutual self-help; 4, collaboration and mutuality; 5, empowerment, voice, and choice; and 6, addressing cultural, historical, and gender issues. Today's workshop was driven by a trauma initiative based on discussions with tribal leaders over time. The initiative builds on the National Tribal Behavioral Health Agenda and is the product of collaborations among SAMHSA, the White House, IHS, HHS, Office of Intergovernmental and External Affairs, and the National Indian Health Board and other partners. I ask that you listen to and engage with the tribal thought leaders with open minds and open hearts. I also ask that you take back what you learn today and commit to continuing our collaborative journey to make a difference. Now, it's with great pleasure that I introduce a wonderful partner, Rear Admiral Chris Buchanan, Acting Director of the Indian Health Service, an enrolled member of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. As Acting Director, Rear Admiral Buchanan administers a nationwide healthcare delivery program that is responsible for providing preventive, curative, and community healthcare to approximately 2.2 million American Indian and Alaska Natives in hospitals, clinics, and other settings throughout the United States. He is a wonderful leader and, again, a wonderful partner. Please join me in welcoming Rear Admiral Buchanan to the podium.
Good morning. And thank you, Kana, for your ongoing dedication for addressing trauma, especially your agency's collaboration in the National Tribal Behavioral Health Agenda. SAMHSA is truly an important partner, and I appreciate the continued support. Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Ann Bullock. Your leadership, longstanding work surrounding the topic of trauma and its effects on American Indians and Alaska Native tribes and communities. Looking at the list of presenters today, we've got a action-packed agenda. We've got Dr. Bullock, we've got Dr. Walters, we've got Chief Malerba, and we've got Dr. Bigfoot. So really excited about today's agenda, impressive group of leaders in the field. I'm encouraged, based on the several meetings last year of the White House Council on Native American Affairs, we're moving forward on training federal staff and working to support tribal efforts. As we enhance our understanding of the complexities around trauma, we realize how it isn't deeply rooted. It is within our families, our communities, and our history, and we gain respect for the tremendous impact it has had and still has on our Native people. I think that one step that we can take to heal from trauma is to reflect on how all people have experienced it and acknowledge that its effects tend to permeate in everything that we do today. As Native people, we must look inside ourselves to see where it all began, the loss of land, language, culture, religion, and through its awareness, that's when the healing starts. It's essential for federal agencies and employees are part of the healing and not, and it happens all too often, obstacles or worse, we contribute to the trauma itself. First and foremost, we must honor tribal self-determination, work in true partnership with tribes. As the Indian Health Service provides clinical care services, we are working with our providers and our staff so that they're better able to understand the context of mental health issues that they address every day. Further, many tribes have experienced their rights to take over provisions of some or all of their healthcare services. IHS supports this important expression of self-determination and views their success in doing so as a success for the larger Indian health system. The IHS mission is to raise the physical, mental, social, and spiritual health of American Indians and Alaska Natives to the highest level. In addition to our focus on trauma, I believe that the effective partnerships, good people, a focus on quality, and sufficient resources, we can succeed in this mission. Looking at the power of partnerships they build, we strengthen, sustain collaborative relationships that advance the IHS mission. Let's acknowledge the work ahead to understand the needs of those who are experiencing trauma and pain and to provide culturally appropriate care. While we worked to understand the underlying problems related to trauma, let's also work to offer solutions that range from traditional to modern medicine. I want to highlight some of our IHS partners with how we partner with organizations and offer expertise in areas that support our mission. The Special Diabetes Program for Indians, or SDPI, was established in response to the diabetes epidemic among American Indians and Alaska Natives and to provide funds for diabetes prevention treatment services. Through the SDPI grant program, Native communities have been able to develop much-needed diabetes programs and increase access to quality diabetes care. We have a partnership that funds obesity prevention with the Boys and Girls Club in Indian Country through a cooperative agreement with the National Congress for American Indians and the Johns Hopkins University for Centers for American Indian Health. I'm also excited about a pilot and encouraged about this program we announced in early March to bring child trauma-informed integrated care at IHS and tribal facilities. IHS is working in conjunction with the Pediatric Integrated Care Collaborative, also known as PIC, which is part of the Johns Hopkins Center for Mental Health Services in Pediatric Primary Care. PIC works with the national faculty, pediatric primary care providers, mental health professionals, families to increase the quality and accessibility of child trauma services. We will do this by integrating behavioral health and physical health services in Native communities. While we have many obstacles to overcome, including intergenerational and historical trauma, we also have traditional combined with clinical expertise that can help us to engage the families to lift the health and wellness of all generations to the highest level. Thank you again for coming together today to recognize the importance of this topic and working with IHS to take the necessary steps to healing not only the patients, but ourselves. I'd like to introduce Dr. Ann Bullock. She is a board-certified family physician and the director of IHS Diabetes Treatment and Prevention. This department provides information, resources to strengthen clinical, public health, community approaches for diabetes treatment and prevention in American Indians and Alaska Native communities throughout the United States. She is today's facilitator and will give an overview of understanding trauma. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Admiral Buchanan. And I'd like to add my welcome to those of Ms. Enomoto and Admiral Buchanan. I'm delighted to see you all here, both in person and online today. I'm honored to be with you and with this amazing group of women. We were joking just ahead that with the chance we have to talk with each other today, that we're sort of like the Native American Women's View program. So we hope you all will enjoy the discussion as much as we will. It's a very esteemed group of speakers that have come together today. So the topic of trauma is one that has considerable energy and emotion for every one of us, because as we've heard from our agency heads just now, it is a universal human experience. Indeed, trauma affects us all as individuals, as well as within our families, our communities, and our cultures. And we honor the struggles of all people, everywhere, and know that it is from this common human experience that we can have compassion for everyone. So if trauma affects all communities, why are we here today to talk about how it has impacted American and Alaska Native people in particular? Well, as often been noted, Native people have collectively experienced over 500 years of trauma and loss since Columbus ran into an unexpected continent on his way to India. When traumas are frequent, chronic, multiple, and compound over hundreds of years, as has happened for Native people, they affect communities in profound ways. Wars, disease, displacement, loss of land, loss of cultural identity and parenting skills as generations of Native children were sent to boarding schools. Few of us learned those chapters in American history. As such, tribal leaders have expressed the desire that agencies and people who work with and in Native communities not only understand this legacy of trauma, but also the remarkable strengths, wisdom, and resilience of Native people, which are founded in their cultures and traditions. As we undertake this discussion today, we fully acknowledge that there are many perspectives, much that can be said here, far more than we can do in this relatively brief time. Even with these excellent speakers here, we can't represent all perspectives on this, but it is our hope that what is said today will be useful and done in a good way. So with that, I'd like to talk with you just a little bit about some thoughts on trauma, and it's going to be hard for those of us up here to see our own slides. So if you see us hunting around and squinting, you'll know why. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so first of all, we use a lot of terms, and it is worth being sure that we are, this is really not easy. There we, trauma in children, there we go, okay. Okay, no, it's going the wrong way. There we go. Okay, guys, I'm here to tell you, this is not easy. It's hard to see. You can't read it either. So okay, we're going to start out by talking about a few terms. And these are not definitive descriptions. They're just a way of kind of looking at some of the terminology that we often use and maybe not think too much about. So stress. What is stress? Simply, it's anything that requires a response. There's biologists use this definition, psychologists, others. It's simply something we have to respond to. It can be good or bad as we label them. Some things people would universally think are good, like maybe winning an award or winning the lottery, and some things people would think of as being universally bad, like being in an earthquake or some natural disaster or something else. Others are things we label with our needs and values, such as finding out one is pregnant. That can be something that is either felt to be wonderful or incredibly difficult. Trauma, then, is anything that overwhelms our ability to respond to a stressor, especially if we perceive that our life or our connection to things that support us physically or emotionally are threatened by whatever this event is. So this isn't just something like, feeling bad about missing a deadline at work. Well, for some of us that might be traumatizing. But in general, that's probably not the level of thing, but something that where we were unable to help ourselves or a loved one in some very, very difficult situation. When these things happen, they can cause lasting changes in the brain and body that increase the risk for many problems, both health and mental health problems. And any later experiences in our lives which remind the brain, particularly the brain, part of the brain called the amygdala and part of the limbic system there, of that prior trauma can trigger the same physical and emotional responses as at the time of the original trauma. So in a sense, trauma is the gift that keeps on giving. Anything that reminds our brain, not our conscious brain, usually it's this unconscious part of the brain of something that happened long ago, whether we have any conscious memory of it at all, can trigger that exact same overwhelming sense of emotion, fear, or anger, and the same physiologic response, including all those stress hormones of adrenaline and cortisol that go surging through our veins in response to something that in the current time may be completely harmless. When trauma occurs to children, okay, yep, thanks. We're going to have to help each other with the slides here. When trauma occurs in children, it has special problems because it's occurring during the development of those brain and body systems that can have lifelong impact. So we use a couple of terms out there in the trade, if you will, toxic stress and complex trauma. They're very similar. I've put definitions there, one from the Harvard Center Developing Child, talking about toxic stress is when a child experiences strong, frequent, or prolonged adversity, especially, and this is important, without adequate supportive adult help to get through it. And complex trauma, as defined by the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, is both children's exposure to multiple traumatic events, often an invasive interpersonal nature, and the wide-ranging impact of those exposures. So, it is the wiring into the developing brain and body of the young ones. It's also that we do not have the ability to cognitively understand or to help ourselves or save ourselves just because we may be 2 years old and not only not understand what's happening, but literally cannot physically stop whatever is occurring or get away in time. Unfortunately, what wires in is our understanding of that event as it was at that time, meaning that our ability to comprehend something that happened when we were very young does not change unless we can bring an adult understanding to it. Otherwise, it continues to be a very young interpretation of what happened to us so long ago. Adverse childhood experiences in general are a list, which I'll show you on the next slide, that can increase the risk of later health and mental health problems at any level of exposure, not just these larger levels as we're talking about with complex stress or trauma. Other way. That's all you know is the wrong button on here, guys. Okay, so adverse childhood experiences, this is the list in the ACE study long ago, 10 categories of experience. It's important to note that these, while no one would argue with any of these being difficult, the ACE study did not include things like exposure to chronic repetitive loss and to other problems that happen in our communities all too often, exposure to community violence and others. So while this is a good list, it is not a complete list. Nonetheless, it does give us a pretty good framework for understanding the outcomes of that study and how incredibly impactful being exposed to any of these things can be. And an ACE score is the number of categories of these experiences, not the number of events, but the categories themselves. So in us as Native people, do we have a lot of trauma or adverse childhood experiences? We know, of course, we do. This is the largest study I'm aware of on ACE exposure. Was done some years ago by Mary Koss and colleagues. Looked at 1,660 American Indian adults from 7 tribes in the Southwest. ACE prevalence is very high in all of those tribes studied. 2/3 of those participants reported at least one parent that they grew up with had alcohol problems. The most common forms of maltreatment are there, quite high in both men and women. 1 in 3 noted that they had experienced at least an ACE 4 of these categories or an ACE score of 4 or higher. In the original ACE study itself, that was 6% of the Kaiser group had an ACE score of at least 4. But we know from that study, sorry again, struggles with slides here, that if your score was at least 4, you had a 4 to 12 times increased risk for alcoholism and drug abuse, depression, and suicide attempt. You were 2 to 4 times more likely to smoke, have poor self-rated health, and have had difficulty with sexually transmitted infections. And you were 1.5 times more likely to be physically inactive, severely obese, and the diabetes rates went along with that. So years after these events happen, having very real concrete outcomes, not just in behaviors, but in actual very impactful health outcomes themselves. So why would we have such high rates? You know, ACEs happen in all communities. Why do we have particularly such high ones? Well, of course, that is what we're here today to talk about. So historical trauma, there are many ways of thinking of it, and we will hear from the mother, she says now grandmother, of historical trauma here in just a moment, and her thoughts on it. The way it works for me to understand is simply that historical trauma is a model. It's not something we can do a lab test for or anything like that, but it's a model which explains today. It's not about the past, but it's how we got to where we are today. So it's about traumas that are often intentionally inflicted, unfortunately, in the past. You know, transmitting smallpox through blankets given to Native people. I mean, intentional loss, taking away of land and culture. That intentionality increases the amount of trauma that occurs. So these traumas happen are intentionally inflicted oftentimes and occur at about the same time to a defined group of people, in this case, Native people. So these traumas have effects like those regular traumas we just talked about that happen to individuals. But because the traumas are so pervasive, because they devastate parents as well as children, the parents who should be there to take care of their children through this are themselves traumatized, so not as able to do that. Because they disrupt community and cultural infrastructures, disrupted our governments, our religions, so many things were disrupted by these many cultures, cultural traumas. Therefore, they were not able to be there for us to help us make sense of things and to piece things back together as well as they would like to have been. So all of this together has a profound impact on people's and communities' abilities to cope with and adapt to the traumatic event and its aftermath, to interpret the meaning and psychologically incorporate the trauma, and then the way we pass it along, the vector of transmission. If our CDC colleagues were here, they use those kinds of terms on things. But for this, the vector of transmission is too often traumatized parents who inadvertently, unintentionally pass along their trauma to their children. Of course, this is not unique to us. This has happened in communities everywhere, as we've said, and lots of the research has been done in Jewish Holocaust survivors and their descendants. A tremendous amount of work on that by Rachel Yehuda and others, helping us to understand these very literal connections. But we know the traumas are not all in the past for our communities. Chronic poverty, food insecurity, and racism and discrimination, of course, are ongoing traumas that continue to compound with the ones that are being passed along, unfortunately, too often through traumatized parenting as well. So it's a potent mixture of things that are happening. For today's workshop, this is the sort of the framework for where we will be starting from. This is what trauma is. This isn't easy, but if we don't understand the dark wood through which we walk, we will not be able to emerge on the other side. And too often we make the mistake of dwelling too long in the dark wood, but also sometimes pretending it isn't there and pretending we've already emerged on the other side and not acknowledging and honoring and healing that which we need to heal. So we want to both talk about and understand the impacts of the trauma, the dark places that we have had to go and still walk too often, but also the healing that is already also taking place. It is both of these two things. So with this remarkable group of speakers, we will have two panels. Dr. Maria Yellowhorse Braveheart and Dr. Karina Walters, alongside, will be talking about understanding the impact of trauma in tribal communities. Then panel 2 will be Chief Lynn Malerba, Dr. Carrie Novak, and Dr. D. Bigfoot, who you've already met, talking about the healing. After that, we will have an audience discussion, and at that point, both audience who are here in the room and those watching us via live stream will be able to put in questions for all the panels to address, and then we'll wrap up and conclude by noon. So with that, I want to move on to our first speaker on panel 1. So the topic of the panel is understanding the impact of trauma in tribal communities. Dr. Maria Yellowhorse Braveheart is Hunkpapa Ogallala Lakota. And she is an associate professor and director of Native American and Disparities Research at the University of New Mexico's Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, Division of Community Behavioral Health. Dr. Braveheart is the principal investigator for an NIMH-funded study on healing, historical trauma practice, and group interpersonal psychotherapy for American Indians with Northern Plains and Southwest urban locations. I'd like to have you join me in welcoming Dr. Braveheart. This is the way to go forward and backward. It's easy to get this upside down. It's crazy. It's really tough. It's really tough to see.
Okay, so I gotta talk through this.
Yeah.
I address you as my relatives, and it's really good to be here and to see some other relatives from the Northern Plains. So I'm Maria Yellowhorse Braveheart, and I can't read my slides at all, even with my glasses on. So I'm pretty casual and informal, so I'll just move forward. That I can see. That's a picture of Sitting Bull, his mother, daughter, and grandchild, and that's what we've used, what we started in the we formed in 1992, the Takini Network at that time, which is the Lakota word that means survivor, to come back to life, to be reborn. And that's really, really precious to us. So I started my journey as a clinician. So I didn't start out as a researcher, but I got interested in wanting to know that the interventions we were developing and working on were actually helping our people. We knew that people perceived them as helpful, but we wanted to make sure that we were really making a difference. So fast forward up to the present, which is that we did get a National Institute of Mental Health, an NIMH grant, which is amazing to us still. And actually, we were in a ceremony shortly at Pine Ridge, shortly before our grant was being reviewed for funding. And of course, we prayed about that in a good, surrendered way, that whatever was highest and best for our people would happen. So we did get funded. So anyway, that's just sort of a traditional perspective. So my definition of historical trauma is cumulative emotional and psychological wounding across generations, including one's lifespan, because everything up to a minute ago is history. So when we're talking about historical trauma, we're not just talking about the distant past. But why I wanted to use that term was because I wanted to emphasize the grounding in our history, which in our experience helps us to let go of sort of the stigma and the self-blame, because everything up to a minute ago is history, and it starts to make sense.